Evening, and I'll call to order the May 24th, 2022 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors here in the Santa Barbara Hearing Room. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Here.
Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Supervisor Hart.
Here.
And Chair Hartman.
Here. Please stand for the pledge. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, we have the minutes from May 17th, 2022. May I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes, please?
So moved. Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Pass unanimously. CEO's report.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and board members. Today we actually have a little bit of a presentation as part of my CEO reports. The County of Santa Barbara was recently recognized for 2 programs in 2021 by the California State Association of Counties, Csax, Annual Challenge Award Program. And this is an annual statewide award program that honors innovation and best practices in local government and county government. This year, Csac is honoring 52 programs from 22 different counties, including 3 Innovation Awards, 21 Challenge Awards, and 28 Merit Awards. And so I'm going to read 2 of the awards that we were recognized for. And today we have Jacqueline Wong Hernandez, Csac Deputy Executive Director of Legislative Affairs, as well as Ada Welder, Legislative Analyst, who are going to make the formal presentations. And so I'll introduce them, ask them to come up in just a moment. So they're going to be presenting their big award, which is which was our Challenge Award, but I also want to recognize the county's Public Health Department, which received a Merit Award for the Latinx and Indigenous Migrant COVID-19 Response Program. As your board is familiar with, this program provided a forum for community leaders in public health to exchange information critical to slowing the spread of COVID-19 in health equity metric areas. This collaborative program also resulted in promotion of COVID-19 program initiatives, accessible COVID-19 related care, and increased access to testing in under-resourced communities. So why don't we give Public Health a hand for that award. Our second award was a Challenge Award, for which we are being recognized for the Cannabis Retail Storefront Outreach Program. Representatives of Csac are here, as we said, to present the award, but I also want to acknowledge the employees who are involved in the development and implementation of that program. They include Brittany Heaton. Is Brittany here? Brittany Heaton, Stephen Yee, Sydney Petaway, Thomas Binabos, as well as Lisa Plowman, our Director of Planning, Jeff Wilson in Planning, Reese Elstadt, our Fiscal Analyst. I don't know if Reese is here. And Jeff Rappel, as you know. But I also want to thank Barney Malekian, because as you recall, he was involved in the creation of the program as well. So without further ado, Jacqueline and Ada.
Thank you. Thank you, supervisors and staff. Can you all hear me in this microphone? Great. Thank you for the opportunity to join you today. It is really wonderful to be able to present in person. I'm Jacqueline Wong Hernandez. I'm Deputy Executive Director at Csac, at the California State Association of Counties. Csac is the voice of the 58 counties in front of the legislature, mostly at the state level and also federally. We do advocacy on behalf of all of the counties. We do education and training in the form of conferences, workshops, webinars, and our institute, which does a lot of coursework both for supervisors and staff. And I know a number of you here have been involved in different ways in Csac over the years, so thank you. We really want to focus on telling your stories, and these awards are part of that, because they recognize the important work that we're always telling the state and the federal government that counties really do, especially in California. 2021 was another challenging year for all of us as we continued to pivot quickly and conduct business remotely while keeping ourselves and our communities safe. Despite these challenges, Csac remained dedicated to protecting county interests and advancing core county priorities at the state and federal level. Some of the work that we do involved a lot of regular and often daily communication with the governor's office, and key agencies to address the needs of our community, pandemic and otherwise. Some of these opportunities translated to major financial investments in broadband to help close the digital divide by providing $6 billion of investment in broadband infrastructure. Further, Csac continued its commitment to ensure strong state and county partnerships on homelessness. And we thank you all for your role in that too, and really helping to be our eyes and ears on the ground here. That strong collaboration helped to secure a historic $12 billion investment, with $2 billion going directly to local governments. So today, my colleague Ada and I are here to focus on the tremendously innovative work being done by Santa Barbara County, which Mona just spoke about. In 2021, we received more than 400 entries in our annual Challenge Awards, which is the most we've ever gotten in the 28-year program history. Santa Barbara was the recipient of 1 Challenge Award and 1 Merit Award. The latter, which Mona spoke about, was for the county's Latinx and Indigenous migrant COVID-19 response. And the county's cannabis retail storefront outreach program definitely caught the eye of our judges and was the recipient of a 2021 Challenge Award. As you all are well aware, in 2018, the county voted to limit storefront licenses to no more than 1 in each of the 6 community plan areas. And for the industry, that limit was not enough, and for some, 6 were 6 too many. So fast forward to 2021 and the challenge of creating a process amid the COVID-19 pandemic to allow the community and retailers to be heard and create a fair and legal process for potential storefront operators to apply for a license and for the public to weigh in. To solve the problem, a merit-based scoring system for retail applicants were established, and virtual community engagement meetings in each community plan area to mitigate the COVID-19 risks were held. Switching to virtual meetings meant easy access for attendees to participate and allowed the public to participate in all 6 of the meetings. Increased access, coupled with a coordinated public outreach effort of press releases, social media, videos, map tutorials, and bilingual presentations, garnered nearly 600 community participants and hundreds of new e-news subscribers. For its innovation, notable results, and replicability, I'm pleased to present the Csac Challenge Award to the county and to the Planning and Development Department team. And so that's this award, and we have your Merit Award also, but we wanted to present it to the team and congratulate all the team members who contributed to this great program. Innovation is obviously alive and well in Santa Barbara County, and we thank you for the opportunity to present this to your team and your county.
Did you want to take photos? Sorry. It's always it's good stuff.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez, and thank you for coming down and doing this in person. It's great to see you here.
Can we actually just also present to Public Health? Would you mind? The Public Health, would you mind presenting also the Merit Award? So our Public Health Director is here.
Oh my goodness, yes, absolutely.
Vaughn?
And Dr. Dorenoso, while you're here, you're continuing the conversation, if I understand it. Would you just tell us a little bit about that? Yes, so from the Latinx Task Force, we have morphed into a Health Equity Alliance. And so we are continuing to have our community conversations once a month with a wide variety of organizations. It's a very inclusive space for us to continue that conversation around how do we partner together through government, philanthropy, CBOs, and community advocates to address health equity issues in our community.
Great. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, do you have announcements for us today?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, I do have a couple quick announcements this morning. First, we posted an addendum to today's agenda on Friday, May 20th, amending the closed session agenda, as well as amending departmental item number 1, recommended actions. The closed session agenda was amended to add an additional closed session agenda item under conference with labor negotiators, subdivision A of Government Code Section 54957.6. Employee organizations, Santa Barbara County Firefighters, Inc., Local 2046, and Sheriff's Managers Association, agency designated representatives, County Executive Officer Mona Miyasato, and Human Resources Director Maria Elena de Quivera. Additionally, we amended the recommended actions for departmental item number 1. Departmental item number 1 is from the Public Health Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an urgency ordinance for temporary water well permitting related to the drought emergency and governor's executive order, and there is a 4/5 vote required on this item. The recommended actions were amended to reflect an update to the recommended actions by removing the reference to a fee resolution from the subject line, removing recommendation C, and the portion of recommendation D that refers to the fee resolution. This addendum was posted online and was made available to the board and the public. Lastly, I would like to remind the public who are participating in our meeting today of the board's updated methods of public participation. For the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Members of the public can attend meetings in person, both in the Santa Barbara Board Hearing Room chambers, as well as the Santa Maria Board Hearing Room chambers. Please note, the board is following all local and state guidelines and are no longer requiring face coverings indoors. If you attend the board meeting in person, you will no longer be required to wear a face covering, but please be advised that the Public Health Department is still strongly encouraging all county staff and members of the public to mask and socially distance themselves in crowded areas. I would also like to remind the public that if you require any special accommodations, please contact the clerk of the board to make that request, preferably on the Friday prior to the board meeting. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment virtually may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link on page 2. After registering, you will receive a confirmation email containing important information about joining the virtual meeting. Once the chair has announced the item you want to comment on, please join the meeting with the information provided in the registration confirmation email. You will be placed on mute until it is your turn to speak. The clerk will call you by name, and when removed from mute, you will hear a notification that your line has been unmuted. If you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Again, if you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Each person may address the board for up to 3 minutes, and this is at the discretion of the chair. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that was 805-568-2240. And that concludes my announcements for today.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Turning to our administrative agenda, I have that Supervisor Hart has pulled items 7 and 15, and a member of the public, number 15. Are there any other items?
Chair Herman?
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, I add 7 and 34.
Okay, and seeing no others, with that, then I'll close the opportunity for, Madam Clerk.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, additionally, we had a request from the public on A45.
Yes, and we'll save that till we present.
Great.
So with that, I'll close the opportunity for the public to add additional items. And would you read number 7 into the record, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 7 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the Community Action Plan to address homelessness updates, including the addition of state outcome goals required by the California Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention, HHAP program.
Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, this is a really important item, and I think in a normal calendar day when we had more time, we would probably make this a D item and really share some of the incredible successes with the public. But I did want to just take a couple minutes to highlight some of the accomplishments that have been happening over the past number of years. There has been a lot of progress made. We have been able to house a number of people. I think in the last 2 years, over 700 unhoused people have been able to be placed in housing of one sort or another, which is really, really significant. And I think it's something that isn't obviously obvious to people who are going around in the community. We still see a significant challenge with folks who are facing homelessness. But I want folks in the community to know how diligent and concerted and focused the efforts have been to address that in a really compassionate way. The most obvious thing that we see are the encampments that are around the community, and the county has adopted an encampment reduction strategy that is really founded on compassion. You know, we're not just going in and cleaning up encampments, we're working directly with the folks that are living in those circumstances to get them housing placements and the services that they need to get their lives back on track. And we lead with that, and we're very, very persistent with that, really going, you know, multiple times, dozens of times to the same individuals to try and make this individual communication and a conversation about, you know, how they can get their lives back on track. And that's been very successful. We had relatively modest goals for that, but I believe there were 60 encampments in 8 primary clusters around the county that have been cleaned up, and those folks have been directed toward housing options. And from the second district office's perspective, the county staff has just been amazingly collaborative and kind and compassionate, working to assist people and transition them out of the encampments. And I'd also like to comment on the proposed housing, homeless housing assistance and prevention program grant outcome measures. It is sobering when you look at this report to see that our goal over the next 4 years is to reduce homelessness by 8%. And that does not sound like a lot, and I don't think it is a lot. Unfortunately, this speaks to the magnitude of the homelessness crisis that we're facing. And we are doing great work, but the challenge is increasing at an equally great rate. And that is obviously a function of the economy now. You know, housing prices are exploding, rents are going to the roof, folks are feeling tremendous economic stress. The effect of the pandemic on mental health and trauma has been really significant. We're still feeling the after effects and shocks of that. So, you know, as fast as we are working and all the new funding that is coming to our county, we're not making the progress on the overall goal of reducing homelessness as much as we'd like. But these goals are modest because the state funding that would come to our county to assist in this effort is predicated on us meeting those goals. So I think the staff has tried to hit a goal that is attainable because we want to be eligible for the money that will help us advance that effort. But it doesn't look as aggressive as I think people are hoping for, and that's the challenge. How are we going to make progress? How are we going to continue to make progress when all of these external factors are affecting the economy and people's lives and making it more difficult for us to address this issue? But I just want people to know, and there's a very lengthy report that goes into great detail about the individual success stories and the different elements of the plan that are making great progress. One of the things I think I'd just like to end with is that the County of Santa Barbara with the City of Santa Barbara, both of the housing authorities that operate the Section 8 voucher program, have been the national leader in the country in getting vouchers and getting them in the hands of local residents to get them housed. So when the national government, the Housing Urban Development Department, looks around at the country and says, who's doing the best job on getting people housed, the county and city of Santa Barbara are the best in the nation. And that is something that's very important for us all to know and hear about, because that success breeds more resources that can in turn get more people housed. And it's something to be very proud of.
And Supervisor Hart, I just wanted to add that you chair the Elected Leaders Forum on Homelessness, and that is really an effective way for us all to work regionally, which we've never done before, and I think that's making a difference. Supervisor Nelson and then Williams.
Okay, thank you, Chair Harmon. Excuse me. You know, I acknowledge that our schedules the last couple weeks have been pretty packed, but you know, I do believe that this item deserves to come back to us as a D item. In the future, I know some of these things are time sensitive, but I think there's a deeper dive that needs to happen. I think Supervisor Hart did a great job communicating to the public what's in here, but I do think a presentation is important and necessary. This is an evolving issue, and we haven't had a comprehensive plan or item come to the board in almost a year on this. So I do think we need to come back, talk about that 6-month report. And I know, again, we asked for some of this stuff now, and that's why it came to us in an A item. Totally acknowledge that. It's worth coming back in 2 or 3 months with a full item on this. I do have some questions that staff was not able to answer for me. I'm slightly concerned on the allocation of resources when it comes to encampment cleanups, on whether that's being done equitably throughout the county. And so I like us to be able to dig in deeper and work with staff and make sure we have a lot of great things to report, but also the things that we need to work on as a community moving forward. So I would hope as the other direction as provided would bring back an item when appropriate later this year.
CEO Miyasato?
Supervisors, to the chair, we can certainly do that. We can work with CSD. I know Director Chapchin's on the line. And just to let you know, the reason this is brought to you this way, not only is because of timeliness, because we are required to file something with HUD to ensure that we have continued funding. So, but we can certainly bring back a D item. We'll work with the chair on an appropriate date.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, you know, I think there's going to be plenty of opportunities, items related to homelessness coming to us, so that I think we could do that when time permitting, doing a D item, because there's just going to be another half dozen homeless-related items coming to us in the next 6 months. But I like the opportunity to keep on the message. You know, the folks did the outfitting of the Garden Street project this weekend. I contributed some sheets and pillows, and so you know, it's an effort to make it like a homey environment, each one of these temporary housing units. But it underscored both the hope and the challenge, right? We have 2 of these temporary housing projects, one in Lompoc and one in my district on Garden Street. And, you know, by our own calculations, we need something like 450 units of this to make that dent that Supervisor Hart was speaking of. So, you know, if you know of a parking lot or land close enough to an urban area that would probably qualify for state funding, we're not asking for it to be made available to the county for free. We're asking for it to be made available to the county at market rates. And we are still looking for those opportunities. You know, Dignity Moves is interested in doing another project with us. And of course, we still have the offer of cabins from El Capitan Canyon. So we have units that are available to us and no place to put them. So we need to keep the message out there that if people truly want us to make this big dent, there's got to be an ability to obtain parking lots. And thus far, you know, sometimes the silence has been deafening, even when I actively ask people who have parking lots that are fenced off or not used. So we need to have property owners willing to rent to us to make a significant dent in this problem.
Okay, Madam Clerk, A15, please.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 15 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding a memorandum of agreement with the United Way of Santa Barbara County regarding a public-private partnership for community disaster preparedness, response, and recovery programs. And we do have one request to speak on this item from the public.
Supervisor Hart, did you want to go first?
Yeah, just wanted to pull this item to recognize United Way of Santa Barbara County for the major ways that they have stepped up in recent years to support the county and our communities. Their support has been fantastic. During the pandemic, United Way served as critical partners with our public health department. They launched major collaborative efforts coordinating the nonprofit and philanthropic sectors and helped urgently fill the emerging gaps in our community's COVID-19 responses. One of the most significant things that they've accomplished in this past year is assisting the county with the emergency rental assistance program. That goes back to the previous item we just talked about. If we had not had this emergency rental assistance program from the state and federal government, I can't even imagine how many of our friends and neighbors would be experiencing homelessness now. So United Way really stepped into that program with tremendous expertise and great success. So I just want to thank them for stepping up, being such tremendous partners for us at the county and our communities. And I know that United Way's CEO, Steve Ortiz, is with us virtually, and just want to thank him for everything he and United Way have done and will continue to do in the future in support of the residents of Santa Barbara County.
And Chair Hartman, members of the board, we are going to Zoom for Steve Ortiz. Steve?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to formally recognize this public-private partnership between the County of Santa Barbara and United Way of Santa Barbara County. Although the MOA is new, our work together expands for many years and is active right now, as Supervisor Hart mentioned, as we continue to partner to provide direct rental, utilities, and relocation assistance to thousands of local households impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. We appreciate your trust in our collaborative efforts throughout recent disasters. Together with many community partners, we have been able to identify community needs and rapidly disperse financial assistance grants to individuals, households, and community-based organizations during and in the immediate aftermath of disasters. And we have also engaged local philanthropic leaders to create innovative and exciting initiatives and collaborative strategies to most effectively support those impacted by the disasters. Through this MOA, United Way of Santa Barbara County agrees to maintain and lead the individual disaster assistance grants and the disaster critical needs programs, and we will provide the scope of services as described in the MOA. We look forward to continuing our partnership to prepare for and respond to future disasters. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak and for your consideration of this MOA.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. We appreciate you being here today. And Madam Clerk, A34.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 34, is from the Treasurer, Tax Collector, Public Administrator. It is to consider recommendations regarding the withdrawal of monies from the County Treasurer by Oak Hill Cemetery District.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. This is kind of more of a broad issue with this concept. So for those that understand, we have cemetery districts that the Board of Supervisors appoints members to, and sometimes those can be a thorny subject for the board. For me, I actually got started in county government, serving on one of those boards, and was the chair for a couple of years. And so,
and who were you appointed by?
I was appointed by Joe Centeno.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought I did.
And then reappointed by you.
Okay, thank you.
So, the concern with these boards is that they also have to keep endowment funds. They have to keep money aside for eventually when the cemetery is full and it needs to be maintained in perpetuity. And so there's an endowment fund that all these cemeteries have. And in the past, those funds have been invested in the county treasury, which yields a very small number typically. The Treasurer Tax Collector does a great job managing those funds, but they have to be as safe as possible and as liquid as possible. And so that's why the return on those funds are much lower than what you might see from our pension fund, for example. And so typically those funds have been with the county and some of the different districts. And the other piece to it is when it's in the county funds, there's the supervision and oversight. So you have Mr. Hagan's department, you have the auditor, into making sure that those funds are not spent inappropriately. So that's one of the big safeguards the public has had, is to have those funds invested in the county treasury. When I was with the Santa Maria Cemetery, we did go ahead and pull our funds out of the county treasury because we also have this obligation that those funds grow so that in the future, we do have the amount of money necessary to maintain the cemetery. What works, so you lose some of the security, but you get some of the return. And so there's a balancing impact. And so one of my concerns, and I have a cemetery like this as well, is a three-member board. And so I know we have a difficult time sometimes filling these spots, and so that's part of the challenge. But I think as we move money out of the county treasury for the cemetery boards, we also probably should be looking to move those boards to 5 people, so there's extra eyes and extra accountability to make sure that those monies aren't sent somewhere else. So I know personally, this is a request that Los Alamos Cemetery is looking to make as well. But I'm going to be looking to add members to there so we can have additional oversight for those important funds.
Yeah, I would add that with just 3 people, two can't get together and say we should have a meeting.
Right.
It makes it so awkward to comply with the Brown Act. I don't know whether County Council or CEO Miyasato have anything right now to add about how we might pursue this, but it is something we could.
Well, Madam Chair, I would ask that at some point in the future, I think we're all dealing with cemetery issues. It's probably the biggest driver of phone calls that I get right now into my office. And so I wouldn't mind having a D item sometime in the future of just kind of looking at what our options are. I mean, it's something we haven't really talked about in a long time here, and how they're appointed, who they answer to, how does it work, and just kind of the mechanics of it, and how we can improve the service of the cemetery districts would probably be something I'd be in favor of.
So supervisors, we could certainly bring something back to you after the summer that does all of that. We can describe what cemetery districts under the purview of the county, who appoints, what they do. We can look at the ordinances of the bylaws regarding selection and number, all of that, and we can bring that to you maybe sometime this fall.
Terrific, thank you. So with that, concludes our administrative agenda. Could I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Administrative agenda is unanimously approved. So turning to our resolutions, Madam Clerk, would you read number 45 into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 45 is sponsored by Supervisor Hart. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Suzanne Peck for her service on the County of Santa Barbara Commission for Women. And joining us in person today, we have Suzanne Peck. And if you can please join us at the podium, and I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Suzanne Peck served for 8 years as a powerful 2nd District Commissioner on the County of Santa Barbara Commission for Women, where she was appointed by Supervisor Wolf and Supervisor Hart. And whereas Commissioner Peck fully embraced the rewarding and often challenging work of advocating to advance equity of opportunity for women and girls throughout the county. She demonstrated this through her participation in Commission for Women activities, including North and South County Women's Leadership Forums and webinars, Women Speak Up, town halls, Santa Maria's Veterans Stand-Down events, voter information drives, and much more. And whereas Commissioner Peck developed and produced the award-winning video documentary entitled Pass the Mic to Benefit Teens, and to address the California Healthy Youth Act, Pass the Mic features a diverse group of local high school students and public health authorities combating destructive misinformation and confusion about age-appropriate sex education and inclusive sexual identity data and statistics. The documentary remains available to local community groups, clubs, and nonprofit organizations. And whereas Commissioner Peck attended nearly every Commission for Women board meeting, retreat, and presentation to the Board of Supervisors, and volunteered for numerous subcommittees working to prevent human trafficking, to increase affordable housing for senior women and veterans, and to raise awareness of domestic and partner abuse in Santa Barbara County. She is a staunch advocate against racism, anti-Black, anti-Asian, and anti-LGBTQAI+ hate and harassment. And whereas Commissioner Peck is an avid dog lover, opera and theater patron, and world traveler. Although she will be sorely missed on the commission, she will remain actively engaged in our community through her service on the board of directors for PFLAG and the Santa Barbara chapter of the Gray Panthers. Now therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors does hereby commend and celebrate Commissioner Suzanne Peck for her years of dedicated service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County and for her tireless efforts to improve the quality of life for all residents of our community, especially women and girls, passed and adopted today.
Supervisor Hart, did you want to go first?
Yeah, just real briefly, it's kind of a bittersweet day today because we get to thank Suzanne for her tremendous work on the Women's Commission, but she will be leaving the commission. But I know she's going to continue to be a really vital, important, contributing member of our community. The work that you have done, the creativity that you brought to the commission, being the producer and the creator of the Pass the Mic video, and really championing the Women Speak Up town hall meetings is really important. But I just really want to highlight the anti-racism work that you do and the collaborative equity work that you are so committed to. It really makes a difference, and you're the perfect commissioner for the perfect time on the Women's Commission, and we're really grateful for your service. Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So good morning, Chair Hartman. Good morning, Madam CEO and Supervisors Lavanino and Nelson and Williams and Hart. I'm so honored. I'm just really, really grateful for this resolution and for the work that we've been able to do on the Women's Commission. It's really been an honor and a privilege to do this work. I'm especially grateful to Susan Rose, Honorable Susan Rose, who originally recruited me to go on the Women's Commission. And then, of course, grateful to Supervisor Hart and to Supervisor Wolf for appointing me and reappointing me. So I'm at the end of my term, and the 8 years went really fast. I am very proud of our accomplishments. It's been an amazing group of women. And I'm from the moment Susan Rose first started telling me about Laura Capps and all, I'm trying to remember all the names of the women who were on originally, but the group has just evolved. And in terms of the work that we've been able to do, and many of you have been at our town halls, the Women Speak Up town halls, I think about 15 or 16 so far, and now we're going back to in person. From Carpinteria to Santa Maria, those have been so valuable. And in fact, Pass the Mic was created out of a need that we heard at our Women Speak Up town halls. It was a tremendous privilege to work on that project, which took a long time in collaboration with Vondo Reynoso, with the Public Health Department, with the County Education Office, with the school district. It was really challenging and tremendous project, and we're thrilled to win a national award. The primo accomplishment that wasn't mentioned in the resolution, the thing I'm most proud of is being able to recruit bold, smart women to serve on the commission. It's a thankless job, it's unpaid, it's like, we don't have a big budget, but to be able to get bold, smart women like Anna Everett, who's still on, Judy Weisbart, who's still on, Marianne Partridge, who termed off, but to get women whose voices really should be heard, and I hope that as the Board of Supervisors, you'll continue to appoint bold and smart women and listen to them. So it's been a real privilege. As you say, I'm not going away. I'm very honored to be elected to be on the board of directors of Gray Panthers with 3 former supervisors who are also on the board, Susan Rose, Gail Marshall, and Janet Wolf. So it's a terrific board, so you will hear from us. Our mission is to educate, advocate, and agitate. So we're excited about our future. And again, just tremendous thanks. It's been an honor and a privilege. The staff has been great, and Natasha and Ava. We have so many wonderful people who are trying to do this work, and we appreciate the support and recognition. So thank you so much.
Thank you. You've really left a mark. Madam Clerk, item 46, please.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 46 is sponsored by
Excuse me, I'm sorry. You wanted to speak. So, come on up.
Chair Hartman and members of the board. We did have one request to speak on our administrative item number 45, honoring Suzanne Peck, and that was Dr. Anna Everett. Anna?
Sorry, Dr. Everett.
No worries. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. First of all, it is my absolute honor to be here today to say just a couple of words about my personal relationship and the collaborative joy that I've had working with Commissioner Peck. But I want to say, first of all, thank you, Chair Hartman, and to the honorable members of the board. So what I'm excited about saying today is that I am one of the persons that Commissioner Peck recruited, really sort of, actualizing that DEI work. And I know that she has been a professional diversity, equity, and inclusion consultant and has worked hard in many spaces, but I have appreciated what she's done for our community. But I just wanted to share two stories. And one is we had to drive to our monthly meetings in Solvang. It's not a really great thing to have to do every month, but there were three of us who were in the carpool, so we were carpooling, doing our bit. And so that was fine, but we were constantly being very careful about the Brown Act. So we was, okay, so what are we talking about tonight? Oh, wait, well, we can't discuss that because, we might violate the Brown Act. The other thing, so we had to talk about something, and that's how we got to know one another. And it was always, so much fun to find out what we were doing, family, professional work. But I met her at UC Santa Barbara, where I was contemplating my retirement, and she was at Chancellor Yang's community outreach event. And so we struck up a conversation, and she started telling me about the work of the commission. And I thought, this might be something I could do in my retirement. So actually, I didn't retire for a good 4 years, but we have become friends in this 6 years time frame. And I've so enjoyed working with her. The other story I want to tell is, and also on the drive, one of the things that made it so exciting and wonderful having Commissioner Weisbart and Commissioner Peck as my crew in the car was that in the evening driving back, we had these caravans of trucks that was always like, a nail biting kind of thing as you're trying to get home. But it was just nice to kind of have that crew, and we could discuss things that we might want to propose. But, again, we're very careful about the Brown Act. And then the other thing I just wanted to say was in her work for the commission and advocacy, she's so supportive of other women. And what I loved was I had been on the commission for I think a few months, and they were about to nominate the next chair. And so she nominated me, and I'm like, I just got here. You can do it. We'll work with you. And, and that support has always been a trademark and a hallmark of her collaborative and her support for women and the work that we can do. And then finally, we applied for this recent grant from the Commission on the Status of Women, the statewide commission, for for an amount. But we stayed up all night. I think we were on Zoom, but we had been working together and trying to put this proposal together. And I guess it must have been 2:30 in the morning, and we were giggling and trying to get this thing done. And then, of course, we succeeded. I just wanted to say that it's been a delight to work with her. We're going to miss her, but she will be active in the community. And, it's just been a delight. So congratulations, and you deserve that honor. And thank you for recognizing her in that way.
Thank you, Dr. Everett. And now, number 46, Madam Clerk.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 46 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Sheriff's Institutions cook Daniel Rainwater upon his retirement from the Sheriff's Office after over 20 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Daniel Rainwater, along with our Sheriff Bill Brown. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Daniel Rainwater will be retiring from county service on Wednesday, March 30th, 2022, after having faithfully served the Sheriff's Office for over 20 years, during which he served as a sheriff's institution's cook. And whereas Daniel Rainwater started his career with Santa Barbara County on December 13, 1999, as a sheriff's institution's cook in the main jail. During his 20 years of service, he has committed his service to the Santa Barbara County Jail kitchen, preparing meals for incarcerated citizens and sheriff's office staff members. And whereas Daniel Rainwater throughout his career provided valuable insight and knowledge of kitchen operations, allowing him to assist in training new kitchen employees of the sheriff's office and teaching the incarcerated citizens beneficial kitchen tools and cooking methods. And whereas Daniel Rainwater contributed to kitchen operations with punctual and determined efficiency, confident in managing the tasks and responsibilities expected of him, excelling in productivity and implementing safety measures. And whereas Daniel Rainwater's culinary knowledge, skills, and experience contributed greatly to the overall goals in the main jail kitchen of the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors commends Daniel Rainwater for his faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County, congratulates him upon his retirement, and wishes him and his wife Deborah continued good health and many years of happiness. Passed and adopted today.
Madam Chair and members of the board, it's my pleasure to be here today to assist in honoring Dan Rainwater for his tremendous career with the Sheriff's Office, but also for his history, his long history of dedication to other causes as well. When I was the police chief in Lompoc, before I was the sheriff, Dan served as a volunteer with the police department, did 5 years with the police department. Then he became a volunteer with the Sheriff's Office on the Sheriff's Volunteer Team, one of the original 5 members. And then he became a full-time employee with the Sheriff's Office and is one of our institution's cook and has been our lead, really, cook in that time. It's said that the Sheriff's Office has a breadth of responsibility that is really second to none in county government. And sometimes we use the analogy that there's a similarity to like an aircraft carrier, where you have an aircraft carrier, a modern aircraft carrier, designed to take aircraft and put them into battle. An aircraft carrier has, a modern large aircraft carrier has about 75 aircraft, about 75 pilots that fly those aircraft. And they tend to garner most of the attention as to what happens. But there's a crew of about 4,500 people that support those 75 pilots. And everything from doctors to nurses to people that do the laundry, people that clean the hallways, people that provide all the services, entertainment, religious services, all of that is a community that comes together to support the people who are on the front line. And just in the same way, in our custody branch, we provide all those kinds of services to people who are incarcerated, and we have support services to all of our staff that are there as well. Our staff members who work in the jail do not really have the opportunity to leave and go on a lunch break, go out and get their lunch. And so they have to eat in a cafeteria at the jail. And their food is prepared by the institution's cooks and the inmate cooks who are working alongside our full-time employees in the kitchen. And Dan has, for 20 years, been the kind of employee, the kind of person that we want to model the behavior and the character that we hope that our inmates will adopt, and when they come out, turn their lives around and become successful in the community. And the inmates, workers in our kitchen who can get a certification as a safe serve worker and help get them employment in the outside world when they get released, work alongside people like Daniel. And they observe and see what kind of people they really are. And with Daniel, they've been able to see somebody who is someone with a very strong work ethic, someone who shows up, who gets the job done, who doesn't complain, who is there reliably again and again and again, and who works side by side showing what it is that we want people to emulate when they go out, get out of jail and out of incarceration back into the community. So it's my distinct pleasure to be here to say a few words on Daniel's behalf. Daniel, I asked him, he said he's a better cook than he is speaker. He doesn't want to come up here and say anything. but I can guarantee you that we're losing a very solid employee who's done a tremendous job for us and paved the way for others. And I just want to wish Daniel and his wife all the very best in their retirement. Hope you have a very happy, healthy, and long retirement time together. Thank you for a job well done.
Thank you, Mr. Rainwater. Turning to item number 47, we're going to move that till next week, the 31st. So Madam Clerk, would you read number 48 into the record, please?
Yes, and Chair Hartman, members of the board, if we can get a motion to move administrative item number 47, which is to adopt a resolution proclaiming June 3rd, 2022 as National Gun Violence
Supervisor
Awareness Day.
Lavanino?
I'll make that motion.
Supervisor Hart? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes. 31st.
Thank you. Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 48 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hart. It is to adopt a resolution in support of the leaders and people of Ukraine as they defend against Russia's massive military attack on their sovereign nation, And joining us in person today, we have the Ukrainian women of Santa Barbara, as well as Isaac Segal, Chief Operating Office for Task Force Joint Guardian Division of the U.S.-Mexico Firefighters United. And joining us via Zoom, we have Pastor Mikhail Smian from the First Ukrainian Evangelical Baptist Church. And I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas the County of Santa Barbara condemns the illegal military invasion of Ukraine, the attempted annexation of Crimea by the Russian Federation in 2014, and the violence fomented by Russian proxies in eastern Ukraine, an active conflict that continues in 2022. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara affirms our unwavering commitment to support the continuing efforts of the government of Ukraine to restore its territorial integrity by providing political, diplomatic, and military support, including additional lethal and non-lethal security assistance to strengthen the defense capabilities of Ukraine, and urges the United States and its allies to deliver additional and immediate defense security assistance to help Ukraine address the armored, airborne, and all other threats they are currently facing from Russian forces. And whereas we denounce the Russian military buildup of over 150,000 troops on Ukraine's border, including in Belarus, threatening the security of bordering NATO allies as provocative and reckless, contrary to established international norms, and we condemn the Russian Federation's continued disregard of international maritime law by partially blocking parts of the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov, which hampers freedom of navigation exercises and significantly impacts Ukraine's economy. And whereas we encourage the President and Congress that should any further invasion or other malign activity to undermine the sovereignty of Ukraine occur by Russia, the United States government should use the tools at its disposal to impose significant costs on the Russian Federation to restore peace in Europe. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara encourages unity among NATO allies and the broader transatlantic community to convey solidarity in response to Russia's unprovoked military aggression against Ukraine. And whereas this County of Santa Barbara applauds local support efforts, which includes a collaboration with the Santa Barbara City Fire Department, Montecito Fire Department, Carpinteria-Summerlin Fire District, and Santa Barbara County Fire Department, the Sheriff's Department, and local organizations who donated hundreds of sets of turnouts, 6 pallets of medical and rescue equipment, and 20 pallets of supplies. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara commends the team of firefighters, some local, that spent roughly 3 weeks in Ukraine performing search and rescue operations, body recovery, rebuilding firehouses, and providing over 100 hours of training with Ukrainians on the equipment that was donated from California. This was part of a partnership with Direct Relief, Santa Barbara County Fire Foundation, and the nationwide effort, Project Joint Guardian. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors commends the courage, resolve, and restraint shown by the Ukrainian people in their pursuit of sovereignty and democracy, and pays tribute to the many women and men who gave their lives in pursuit of a free and democratic Ukraine, and confirms our unwavering support for a secure, democratic, and independent Ukraine, free to choose its own leaders and future. passed and adopted today.
As a Ukrainian and a Ukrainian immigrant, on behalf of Ukrainian women of the city, I want to just express our deepest gratitude. A number of us wanted to be here, and I wanted to pass on that because the war is going on, there are women right now who are worried about their children and relatives who are very moment of being bombed and attacked. And so all efforts to express solidarity with people of Ukraine is so warmly welcome. And I personally want to recognize Das Williams for his unwavering support from day one in this war. And in addition, I think a city is known in Ukraine, and I just wanted to pass on to you because of efforts by Direct Relief, Santa Barbara Film Fest, which Ukrainians really create, because we've created a way of marking and create space for recognizing this war. But I also just, we as Ukrainians, working with Dance for Humanity, and those of you who have supported us, we are grateful. And it's just wonderful to hear about all the efforts, including from our local firefighters and others. A few things I wanted to pass on from Ukrainian women to keep together as a city to uphold the sanctions against the Russian Federation, because any amount of money, power, and we are tend to be a kind of a hub for attracting people of wealth and oligarchs, that if we can show solidarity against that kind of presence would be very welcome. Any kind of show of support for Russian ideology or a Russian, pro-Russian kind of ideas, because they are distressing to us Ukrainians and and especially unwarranted in this time of war. And I want to encourage any kind of solidarity in other ways to show, whether it's festivals or murals, because it really encourages both Ukrainians and Ukrainian community. But lastly, I wanted to show, because trafficking was mentioned, because I also, as a psychologist, write about trafficking. Trafficking has become one of the most significant aspects marking refugee crisis from Ukraine. And I want to just also encourage to keep in mind that Ukrainians, especially children and women, are being trafficked online and around the United States and the world. And I just want to have us be mindful and as a city continue to both directly and indirectly support Ukrainians. So with that, I just again want to express my profound gratitude to anybody who's supported Ukraine and Ukrainians. And as someone who has family right there in Ukraine and friends, it is a very painful and living issue. So again, grateful and thank you.
Supervisor Williams, thank you again for the resolution and for spearheading that. As anybody knows me, I'm much better digging fire line than I am at speaking, so I apologize in advance. But I do want to thank all of our fantastic partners that have been involved in this. Pastor Mike has actually allowed us to occupy their back parking lot at the First Ukrainian Baptist Church, Evangelical Baptist Church, as well as 4 of his congregants are currently in Culver City right now, helping package more equipment to go to Ukraine. But it's truly been one of those amazing experiences in my life. Having been in the fire service now for almost 17 years, there's a lot of times where you just kind of get to sit back and see just what humanity can possibly do. Even though we're going through what potentially could be a dark period in our history, we're also seeing tremendous solidarity and seeing people that do things that I don't think they thought they could do before. So on behalf of myself and my team, I want to thank all of our supporters, Direct Relief, fire departments from across the country and across the world, as a matter of fact. We've had tremendous support from Europe, Australia, all over the Eurasian subcontinent. It's been truly, truly amazing. And to be recognized here at home in my hometown is wonderful. And I want to thank everyone for the recognition and for pulling together in a time of crisis like this. So thank you.
Thank you. And Pastor Smile?
My My name is Walter Palauchek. I represent Michael Smiyoun. He's not able to attend today. I work with him, and we greatly appreciate the support the Santa Barbara community has shown towards Ukrainian people, and especially millions of refugees that are currently in different European countries. They've been fleeing the war in Ukraine. It's also very great thanks to fire department personnel for organizing, shipment of medical equipment and medicine to Ukraine. We greatly appreciate and heartwarm support. Thank you, of course, for Dus Williams for such wonderful support and taking such interest in Ukrainian people. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Supervisor Williams?
Well, I think it's been said more than once that we as a nation are inspired by the defiance and acts of the Ukrainian people, and that they are not only fighting for independence, but fighting for our way of life, our system of government. That's true. Though I've found out that it turns out they've been fighting for it longer than we have. Like our nation, you could say that Ukraine started off as a lot of misfits, people fleeing serfdom to live out in the borderlands, formation of a Csac state that tried to maintain its independence from Poland, its independence from Russia, and its independence from the Ottoman Empire, and evolved some more democratic systems of government than the surrounding empires, and tried to maintain it. And that history also has been of Russia spending a lot of blood to try to crush that over the last 400 years. And I think that it's not only inspiring to see that defiance and that spirit of independence has persevered, but that the very Russian-speaking settlers that Russia settled in Ukraine in order to crush that independence have joined it instead and have said, we as Russian speakers want the same tradition of independence and democracy in Ukraine as the country has yearned for many, many generations. And I also think that we are used to democracies acting slowly, but it's been inspirational to see our system of government react to crisis with speed, and our traditionally divisive politics, for the most part, unite in support of Ukraine. And of course, we hope that will continue. The most dangerous days for Ukraine are ahead. I know that's hard to fathom given the brutality of the siege of Mariupol and the war crimes committed in the suburbs of Kyiv. But the most dangerous days for Ukraine are ahead, and we should stand by them. And if there are still humanitarian efforts that are helping in this regard, there are still equipment going out on private plane out of Los Angeles every other week. And so if people are moved to want to help, there are ways that they can help. Despite a robust aid package that Congress and President Biden have approved, there are still remain real concrete needs. And you as individuals can help. Feel free to contact Ukrainian Women of Santa Barbara, the Ukrainian Baptist Church, or my office, and we'd be happy to help you find a way to help.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, just the reason Supervisor Williams and I brought this resolution forward today is really to highlight and to be in solidarity and remind all of us that as this humanitarian crisis, which is the largest in the world's history since World War II, there are 6 million people who are refugees outside of Ukraine, and another 6 million people who've been displaced internally within the country, that everything that we can do to help, politically, personally, financially, the folks who are suffering in this crisis remains very, very urgent and important for all of us to pay attention to. If we are not vigilant and we're not attentive to this crisis, people will suffer and people will perish. And we need to do everything we can to assist the really courageous, heroic people that are resisting this invasion and protecting each other in Ukraine. I was struck about 10 years ago when I was on the Santa Barbara City Council. Ukrainian government officials would regularly come to city council meetings trying to encourage collaboration and friendships between people. And I think that spirit of welcoming and trying to go out in the world and tell the Ukrainian story to even small places like the city of Santa Barbara spoke to the concern that government officials there have had for a very long time, that they would be vulnerable to this very action that's occurred, and that by creating those kind of friendships and alliances, that it would serve their country very well. And I think that is the case. Ukraine has great friendships and alliances around the world, and we're proud as Santa Barbara County residents to be part of that alliance.
Thank you. Turning to general public comment, Madam Clerk.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have 3 requests to speak on general public comment. We're going to begin on Zoom with Kathleen Rosenthal, and then we are going to return to Santa Barbara with Eddie Taylor. Kathleen?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. My name is Kathleen Rosenthal, and I represent the Santa Ynez Valley Riders, as well as our coalition of equestrian trail riders, Save Live Oak Equestrian Trail, that has grown as a grassroots organization to represent trail riders statewide. I've submitted a letter to your board this week for your information, outlining events that have happened this spring following implementation of the pilot project at Live Oak Trail. This is the project that opened the trail to hikers in April of 2021. As our window is closing on the pilot project this fall, and to take into account the board's summer schedule, I'm here today to ask your board to place the Live Oak Trail pilot project on your September departmental agenda and direct staff to prepare an update report on the trends and results of the pilot project, specifically to review revenue increases, trail user numbers, and an accounting of staff time and hours devoted to trail management, as well as a summary of events and incidents. Basically, an analysis to determine if the pilot project has yielded the desired data that will drive planning and management at the trail in the future. I will be returning to your board in a few weeks with a more formal request for a hearing. I wish to thank you for considering this request and for the opportunity to speak this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rosenthal.
We will now return to Santa Barbara with Eddie Taylor, to be followed by Leanne Martindale. Eddie?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors. I'm here representing as you know, my name is Eddie Taylor, CEO of the Regional United Way in Northern Santa Barbara County. I'm here representing a team of AmeriCorps members and a leadership team that runs the program called Home for Good. It's been brought to our attention, there's been a lot of comments, dare I say rumors and innuendo, that the United Way is no longer involved in addressing homelessness. So I figured it was better for me to come and talk to you personally rather than try and make 5 different meetings. Many in the communities have been misinformed, so let me address that with some facts. When we started Home for Good, we meant what it says. We meant home for good, not home for a little while and back in the streets, and that's what this team strives for. The facts are our AmeriCorps program, which started 6 years ago, has grown to 30 full-time equivalent workers distributed throughout the county, working with county departments and nonprofit organizations. They're dedicated to assisting veterans and people experiencing homelessness. In 2018, the United Way accepted the responsibility as the lead agency to work with the county to develop the coordinated entry system. We organized more than 20 partners in the coordinated entry system and populated the Homeless Management Information System, with usable data for the county to decide how to best approach and assist the unsheltered homeless in our county. Our responsibilities under that contract ended in August of 2020, and the lead responsibilities were then transferred to the County Housing and Community Development Department. So in the past 2 years, during the pandemic, AmeriCorps workers were responsible for housing 535 individuals of the 700 that were mentioned earlier this morning. They also assisted 75 veterans, housing 30 of those veterans during the pandemic. We began focusing our AmeriCorps workers' attention on housing retention, and we maintain 6 AmeriCorps members on staff at the United Way. They work under the Home for Good banner, charged with housing retention and continued outreach in partnership with the Coordinated Entry System. We've applied for a third 3-year contract with the AmeriCorps program, and we expect its approval next week. The financial support from our donors and grantors is what helps us sustain this program. It provides for the only mobile shower unit operating in North County, which serves as a coordinated entry site, providing health and hygiene and food and clothing through partnerships with local churches and the Salvation Army. We can continue to have these kinds of results with our partnerships, the nonprofits, county departments, and the cities that we work with. Therefore, as community leaders and employees in the county, we're asking you to talk to us first about what this team accomplishes. Because with the United Way, our first question is going to be, how can we help? Our second question is going to be, can we have an impact? I hope you're going to want to learn more about what this team does. And you can always turn to me because I'm not going anywhere. I've decided to stay around for a little while. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you to the AmeriCorps people.
I just want to say thank you for the work. It's incredibly important, and we recognize you are on the job and a partner.
And we will now go to our final speaker, Leanne Martindale. Leanne?
Hi, good morning. Good morning, honorable board members. So I am here and I help administer this program. I'm a program coordinator with the AmeriCorps program at United Way of Northern Santa Barbara County. So I just want to give kind of an idea of what it's like on the ground. We work with about 10 agencies, including the Public Defenders, Department of Social Services, Good Samaritan Shelter, maybe some of the names that you know a bit better. And we also work with the Housing Authority of Santa Barbara County. And what the AmeriCorps members do so effectively that some of the agencies are not able to do is we fill in the gaps. We work with the homeless beneficiaries from step A to Z. So we get them housed, we help them through the whole process of getting them document ready. So that could include going to a Social Security office with them. That could include many other things. And many of the agencies don't have that time to work with the beneficiaries. So our members sit down, sit with them, and we'll listen to them, and we'll get them so that they can become document ready. After they're housed, that's just the beginning, as many of you know. Just because you get a house doesn't mean that the problem is over. So it's also retaining housing and it's keeping them housed. And so it's also the whole certification process along the way. So I know that all of you have the sheet in front of you, but just to look at our numbers, because after the pandemic, as many of you know, that there are more homeless beneficiaries on the streets now, and it's only gotten worse. And as the county, as I recently learned from the county, that expect the problem to get worse. So with last year, 2020 to 21, we had 39 AmeriCorps members. We housed, as our CEO just said, 535 homeless individuals, 75 veterans, and we reached 1,977 people, which is, if you look at the point-in-time count, that's about where the point-in-time count is. There are probably more homeless individuals than came out in the point-in-time count, because not every individual, of course, was counted. But if you look at now, we have with 27 members already, and with our midterm report, we've housed 282 homeless individuals, and that includes 120 veterans. So already you see the numbers have gone up, and we've reached 2,733 individuals. So just from one term to the next, you see. So that's just some data of the effectiveness of our program. And I guess I'm just here to talk about that. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that concludes general public comment.
Okay, turning to departmental item number 1, Madam Clerk. Supervisor
I
Hart.
just want to real quickly thank Mr. Taylor and all the AmeriCorps team members. A couple of statistics from the previous item that I didn't get a chance to talk about that are directly attributed to what you're doing in northern Santa Barbara County. There was a 44% decrease in veterans experiencing homelessness, a 23% decrease in youth experiencing homelessness, and a 35% decrease in families experiencing homelessness in the most recent point in time count. So I think that speaks very well and directly to the work that you're doing on behalf of our community. So thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and I'm so glad you came today because I think most of what we hear is the negative side. You know, we hear from neighbors and businesses that just feel overwhelmed and impacted. But it's nice to hear the people that are actually on the front lines, meeting with that individual, human face to a human face, to realize that it's not just a statistic. We have to have these, but these all have names associated with them too. So I always appreciate being able to pick up the phone and talk to Eddie and know that somebody's out there, that if I have a crisis situation, that someone's going to be able to respond. Usually is already ahead of the situation and knows what's happening before I even pick up the phone. So there's great work being done in this space throughout the entire county. And again, we just want to appreciate all the work that you guys have been doing. It doesn't go unnoticed, believe me.
Okay, and with that, turning to departmental item number 1.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Public Health Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an urgency ordinance for temporary water well permitting related to the drought emergency and governor's executive order, and there is a 4/5 vote required on this item.
Dr. Del Reynoso.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. My name is Vondo Reynoso, Public Health Director, and also with me is Lars Seifert, Environmental Health Services Director for the department. And accompanying us is Jason Johnson, Supervising Health Specialist over Water Well Permitting Program and other land and water-related regulatory programs. This morning, we are presenting an urgency temporary water well permitting ordinance in response to the state drought emergency and governor's executive order N-7-22 related to well permitting requirements. The proposed ordinance contains temporary provision for environmental health services to resume the issuance of water well permits in Santa Barbara County while complying with the executive order. Lars?
Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. Well, not the story that I'd hoped to start with this morning, but has been shared with your board. Drought conditions in California are now considered to be severe across at least 95% of the state. And Santa Barbara County is currently experiencing the driest 10-year average rainfall on record. It's well below normal rainfall as indicated here on the chart in the red dotted line. In July of last year, the Santa Barbara County was added to the list of counties in California experiencing persistent drought conditions and subject to state emergency declarations. Shortly after, on July 13th, 2021, your board proclaimed a local emergency caused by drought conditions, which provides the county the ability to take immediate actions to mitigate and respond to drought conditions. Recently, on March 28th, 2022, due to extreme and expanding drought conditions across the state, the governor issued a new drought emergency executive order, which took effect immediately. The governor's executive order for the first time included local water well permitting review steps that have resulted in a pause of well permits being issued by Environmental Health Services. While certain domestic and public water supply wells are exempted, other essential water wells, such as irrigation wells, require certain findings to be made before well construction permits can be issued by the county. In order to implement the necessary review process changes, EHS, or Environmental Health Services, has prepared a temporary water well permitting ordinance for your consideration today. The ordinance would remain in effect only as long as the governor's executive order and local drought emergency declaration remained in place. We will also be returning to the board on June 28th to request an update to our fee schedule for permit review activities that are required by the state order. So under our typical well permitting process delineated in Chapter 34A of County Code, EHS reviews water well application details to ensure well construction and setbacks to pollution sources that are properly maintained and applied to protect water quality and drinking water. However, during this drought emergency, the governor's executive order is now requiring the county to also evaluate new wells to assess whether they may interfere with the production capacity of nearby wells that may be at risk for going dry, particularly those that may also be used for drinking water. Specifically, the governor's executive order in Part 9A seeks to improve coordination between local water well permitting agencies and groundwater sustainability agencies, or GSAs, that manage groundwater in overdrafted basins. Prior to the county approving a well permit in a medium or high priority basin, written verification from the GSA is required, indicating that the proposed well is consistent with its groundwater sustainability plans. Then in Part 9B, there's county action required. Environmental Health Services must pause and consider potential impacts of a new well or the alteration of a well before issuing a permit. The county must find that the proposed well is not likely to interfere with production and functioning of existing nearby wells and not likely to cause adverse subsidence, impact, or damage to nearby structures or infrastructure. I will now briefly outline how the well permitting process would work for applicants needing a new water well under the provisions of the urgency ordinance under consideration today. Step 1. Consistent with our current well permit review process, all new and replacement water well permit applications will need to indicate the type of the well and its intended use. Is it irrigation? Is it domestic? Is it public water well? And what is the anticipated production yield of the well, i.e., how much water will be pumped out over time? This information is currently requested of applicants on our well supplemental information form, but it will now be required information to determine the applicability of the executive order requirements. A site plan will also be needed to indicate the location of the well and nearby wells within 1,000 feet. At this point, if the proposed well is a domestic well or a public water well, or domestic well with less than 2 acre-feet of anticipated production, or a public water well, these would be exempted from the governor's executive order and permitted by EHS without further steps. Step 2. Each new or replacement water well permit application must also indicate the groundwater basin that the well is located in. For proposed water wells that are not exempt from the executive order, domestic wells and public water wells, written verification must be obtained from the GSA that the proposed well and location is consistent with its groundwater management plans for the basin. In Santa Barbara County specifically, written pre-approval will be required for the medium and high priority basins indicated on the map with red arrows. These include Cuyama Valley, Carpinteria, Montecito, San Antonio Creek Valley, and the Santa Ynez River Valley basins. Step 3 of the well permitting process would require EHS to assess the potential impact of a new well on any nearby existing wells. Based on modeling done by the county for all likely scenarios across groundwater basins in the county, EHS is proposing that no additional aquifer-specific information would be needed if the proposed water well is greater than 1,000 feet from any nearby wells. This well would be considered outside of the area of influence to impact nearby wells. If the proposed well meets that 1,000-foot setback to other existing wells, EHS would then proceed with the issuance of a water well permit that complies with the governor's executive order. For new wells or alteration of existing wells at less than 1,000 feet, additional aquifer-specific data will be needed to be submitted by a certified hydrogeologist to calculate the potential impacts on nearby wells. At that point in time, it becomes a little more concerning on which basin and where in the basin, and so we would need that additional aquifer-specific information. The area of influence around a well does vary depending on localized aquifer characteristics and pumping conditions. So for EHS to make the finding that a well will not interfere with the production and function of nearby wells, additional data must be submitted to calculate that area of influence over time. Wells may be permitted closer than 1,000 feet if they're found not likely to impact a nearby well. In consideration of emergency situations where a well unexpectedly stops functioning and it needs to be replaced, the proposed ordinance also allows for replacement wells to be permitted without further aquifer-specific or review by EHS if the proposed well does not exceed the original pumping capacity of the existing well. So if it's a like-for-like replacement and needs to be replaced, there would be a provision in this ordinance to be allowed to do that without further hydrological data being supplied to EHS. To summarize this process, as proposed for your consideration, the left column is the type of project, and the requirements for each step are listed in the columns moving to the right. In step 1, as I mentioned, all wells require a more detailed application, fee, and indemnification agreement as part of the application. For step 2, new or replacement wells within a medium or high priority basin, as indicated in that chart with the red arrows, they would need GSA written verification from the applicable GSA. And in step 3, location-specific aquifer information is required for new wells that are less than 1,000 feet from an existing well. Permit issuance would be dependent on the anticipated area of influence from that proposed well to make sure that it isn't going to impact a nearby well. For replacement wells that do not propose an increase in well capacity, again, no additional data is required for well permit issuance, and this local ordinance provision minimizes the timeline for well replacements, particularly if there's an urgent need to replace an irrigation well that is experiencing production problems. In accordance with existing CEQA law, EHS must consider the applicability of CEQA for all well permitting actions, including whether a ministerial exemption or other exemption is applicable to the permit decision. Well projects subject to this executive order would continue to be reviewed in accordance with CEQA. With respect to fee considerations, we are requesting that this action be continued until the June 28th board hearing to allow sufficient time for public noticing. However, I do want to just briefly touch on what will be coming back to the board at that time. We have evaluated our board-approved fees to ensure full cost recovery if this temporary water well permitting ordinance is adopted. On June 28th, there will be no proposed changes to the hourly rate or the well construction fee as previously approved by your board in 2019. For projects that do take additional time to review the submitted data by a hydrogeologist, we are proposing to assess an hourly rate, our existing hourly rate of $161 per hour for time that would extend beyond a 2-hour review period. A pass-through CEQA filing fee of $50 will also be requested so that it can be collected as a single application payment upfront as a customer convenience. In preparation of this urgency item for your consideration this morning, we did provide a presentation to the county's Agricultural Advisory Committee on May 5th, as well as a virtual public workshop on May 10th. These outreach efforts were designed to answer questions from interested stakeholders, as well as to share information about the governor's executive order and proposed water well permitting process changes needed to comply with the state order. The notice of public workshop and stakeholder presentation were posted to our website for those who were unable to attend. So in order to immediately implement the temporary water well permitting ordinance today, we do have recommendations for the board, and we would recommend that adoption in first action, adopt the urgency ordinance to amend Chapter 34A of the Santa Barbara County Code entitled Temporary Water Well Permitting Ordinance, and read the title and waive further reading of the urgency ordinance. Additionally, if the ordinance is adopted, then EHS requests that the board determine that the adoption of the urgency ordinance is exempt from CEQA. We do request that you defer action on the resolution amending fees until June 28th to allow additional time for public noticing, and the updated recommended actions have been included in a continuance memo in your board packet and read by the clerk of the board this morning. So due to the governor's order, we did have to put water well permitting on pause after March 28th in order to bring this matter to the board for consideration and putting the ordinance in place. And it's been prepared so that we can quickly resume permitting actions on water wells in compliance with the governor's executive order. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your time this morning, and I'm available and staff is available for questions.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I just want to go into this a little bit. I mean, you do not, from a GSA, you are not requiring an applicant to provide any technical data to support the assertion that it does not impact, you know, a GSA, a GSP, or the, yeah, you're just basically going to require just the concurrence of a GSA to that effect.
Yes, Supervisor Williams, through the chair. Yes, that's correct. The county is not requiring any additional data or support for that decision. That's solely a GSA action, and it's up to them as far as, you know, the review process or the information they would need to consider as part of that pre-approval or to make that finding that it's consistent with the GSP. And that is then submitted to Environmental Health Services, just so that we know that they've done their review and have indicated that we can move forward with the well permitting at the county.
And since not all of those GSAs have even completed their procedure, how can you know that that will be sufficient to be consistent with the executive order?
Supervisor Williams, again, I think, you know, the governor's order puts that onus on the GSA, and again, the county Environmental Health Services isn't going to evaluate or doesn't have the authority to evaluate what a GSA provides to us. They are asked to just provide that written verification of consistency with their GSP. So that would be a question, I think, and something that we could work with GSAs specifically if they were having difficulties you know, evaluating what they needed to provide, but it would be something that would be within their purview rather than the county's.
And how many staff do you have that work on
this? Currently, we have at Environmental Health Services, we have a supervising environmental health specialist, and we have at least two FTEs that could, you know, evaluate and review these well permit applications.
And how many staff does the typical GSA in the county have that have the technical ability to review any of that?
Supervisor Williams, I think it would depend on the GSA specifically, and I'm, you know, I know some of them have consultants and maybe even part-time staff, but as far as the county goes, we do have a certified hydrogeologist on staff and also some additional staffing that could review from a technical perspective the county's permitting review requirements. But again, you know, the evaluation by the GSA is really within the GSA's purview.
Yeah, I'm just trying to indicate a fatal flaw here, right?
I recognize a few of them, yes, too.
You are depending upon agencies who have zero staff that have the ability to evaluate the technical information that would be submitted to prove that a new well would not impact their GSP. They would have to send it to a consulting team who are impacted with work from GSAs all across the state to verify that technical information. And, you know, I have in my district, you know, 3 of the GSAs, and the one that is one of the most critically overdrafted basins in the state, we have a GSP that requires pumping decreases every year for the next 20 years until we reduce pumping by 2/3. So it's pretty hard to understand how someone is going to be able to show that their new well doesn't impact the GSP. And, you know, so I just have, concerns about this in particular for the high priority basins and in particular for Kuyama. What about this language request from Montecito Water District where they are asking us to require applicants to provide data and calculations in support of the stated anticipated yield and production capacity of a well for any well permit application? I understand you guys made some changes to the forms based on that letter, but, tell me what you're gonna do in response to that letter.
Yeah, through the chair, Supervisor Williams, I, certainly want to just make a comment that I do empathize with the difficulty this also puts on for GSAs. It's, I don't want to move on without saying that. We are trying to focus on sort of the county's aspect with this temporary water well permitting ordinance. We do have that comment letter. We have reviewed it. And in support of the anticipated yield and production capacity information that we're requiring by this ordinance, we do have a number of questions and details on the application that need to be provided by an applicant or well driller when they submit that form, including pumping rate, pump gallons per minute, run time. There's a number of things that go into calculating the anticipated yield and production capacity of that well over time, including some specific details for the well construction. So we will be collecting that. If Montecito GSA does need some additional specific questions or data, and that would be useful for calculating on our end that production yield and capacity, we would certainly be willing to meet with them directly and make sure that the information that we are collecting on the application is also supportive of their efforts as well.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. I empathize with Supervisor Williams that there's some fatal flaws in here, but we're doing the best that we can. I want to compliment staff to just start off that this isn't something you guys asked to bring to us. This is something that the state brought through an executive order, and we're trying to deal with it in a responsible way. And my office has been in contact with agriculture from the day the executive order was released, trying to figure it out. I've been on meetings with the ledge team from RCRC discussing this, and Csac, which RCRC and Csac are working together. There's a thought out there that there's likely, because this is kind of a one-size-fit-all executive order, that there may be amendments coming from the governor in the future, but it may take a few months, so I know you guys are adjusting to what we have here. I've got a couple of questions. 9B, I think that where's the slide? Slide number. It has the drought order. Yeah, there it is. Thank you very much. So 9B is really kind of what we're trying to address here in this ordinance. Obviously, 9A is it's problematic for the GSAs, and that's going to be a challenge. But the first one is subsidence, and just to reconfirm for the public, subsidence is really not a significant problem in Santa Barbara County.
Supervisor Williams, yeah, our Supervisor Nelson through the chair, that is correct. We do have some minimal subsidence that has been documented in the Cuyama Basin, but it's very minimal and not expected to be an impact for any new wells.
Right, so then the next step goes down to well interference, and that's where we're kind of, most of this ordinance is a discussion about that. And one of the other compliments I wanted to provide for you and your staff was really looking at the exemption process to try to make this as easy for the public as possible. The 1,000-foot radius, I think, was helpful. The things that really don't fall into this executive order, you guys were quickly able to get rid of them. And I know that we spoke earlier that the previous month of this executive order, we didn't have any well permits under 1,000 feet. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. And currently, since the March 28th executive order, the applications we've received are 5 out of the 6 are outside of the 1,000 feet as well.
So this is really going to hopefully wash out most wells. They won't necessarily have to go through this process, but it's still going to catch some of them as we've brought forth. So well interference doesn't necessarily dictate basin health. Is that correct?
Supervisor Nelson, that is correct. The interference in production capacity of a nearby well is really a matter of a sort of a spacing and use question. Obviously, in vulnerable wells in a basin that's overdrafted, there's the potential for greater impact. But it's really, again, even whether it's in a low priority basin that is, a robust basin, or it's an impacted or overdrafted basin, it's really a function of well spacing and use rather than a question of the basin health itself. So it's a matter of calculating that distance in which a well drawdown or that cone of depression, area of influence, would impact a neighboring well.
Right.
And that's irrespective of sort of the basin health.
Right, and I think that's important for the public to understand, because I think people think that, you put another straw in the ground, that it's going to impact it all, and if there has any kind of interference, that's a sign of a problem, which it may not be. I mean, some agriculturalists might have an array of wells so that they can make sure that they're maximizing their energy usage, actually, instead of not pumping farther distances and whatnot. So there's a lot of different strategies out there that may interfere, including, something that I didn't think about originally on this, is that some people, the 1,000-foot well might be their own well, right? That's not a necessarily uncommon thing. I mean, obviously it's a great distance, but do we currently have a variance process? So let's say that there is a well that is proven under our criteria to have interference. Is there any type of way to address that through a variance? Let's say it is your own well, right? So if you're only interfering with yourself, it makes sense that you might be able to sign off on that problem. Do we have a variance process?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, there is a variance process for Chapter 34A in County Code. However, that variance process would not extend to doing something that was in conflict with the executive order. So where there's it's determined that it's going to impact a nearby well under the governor's order requirements, we don't have a current process in county code to be able to supersede what the governor's order requires. We did confer with county council in questions related to distance to nearby wells if they're within the same ownership, because I do know that that's a question that's been brought up by the public and yourself and your office. The executive order as it currently is written doesn't distinguish well ownership. If that should change in subsequent iterations of the executive order, there is a process in which we could work with council to come back to your board with changes to reflect those substantive changes in the executive order, and we would do so.
Okay. And that's a point I just want to make, and I'm sure we need to hear from the public as well, but that currently all of our basins are either in a GSA, or in the cases that they're not in our county, they're under they're managed through an adjudication. Is that right? That's it.
I think on the map there, we had let's see here.
Right. So Goleta
Yes, there are some other basins out there that are adjudicated and they're not within GSAs or under that same Sigma structure. But yes,
well, and I think that's important for the public to hear, because I think the concern is that there's this unmanaged wild west out there where people are just pumping away, and that there's the houses are being built and nobody's thinking about these things. I know the executive order is really was a tool to try to address some things going on in the San Joaquin Valley that has bled over into our own county, and we're obviously trying to adjust to it. And again, I thank you guys for trying to make the screening tool as big as possible to get most of our wells through it. I do maybe have a few suggestions that I might make after public comment and further board deliberations.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I also want to, the work that you guys have put into this with limited staff, and this is what we're used to, though, right? State mandates without a lot of extra help along with it. So, question I had was, I know you took this ag advisory and you mentioned it, but what was the feedback and kind of what were you hearing from them? I didn't see a comment letter at all from them either in the packet.
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair, the Agriculture Advisory Committee, it was, obviously an abbreviated item on their board, and also to just let them know of the virtual public workshop and to provide all the different agricultural associations that opportunity to attend the virtual workshop, and also extend an invitation if they wanted EHS to come speak with them directly. We did go through the caveats and kind of what the provisions, the main provisions would be. The initial feedback was certainly positive as far as the expediting of this temporary urgency ordinance to get well permitting going again. There was an appreciation for that sort of safe harbor distance of greater than 1,000 feet, so that most wells could meet that, especially some of the agricultural irrigation wells, to be able to move forward without additional review. There have been some public comments and questions related to the applicability of existing CEQA law, and that I believe was a lot of questions of that. How does this impact CEQA and our decisions and applicability of CEQA? So I just want to touch on that briefly. I think the main takeaway there is that this ordinance doesn't change or add any requirements that would sort of add to CEQA reviews, but basically CEQA is an existing law that's sort of out there, and so we did want to, in the development of this urgency ordinance, look at, while we're making these findings, is there still the applicability of exemptions within CEQA to be able to move and make those exemption decisions and move forward without further CEQA review? And so that was sort of that, looking at the implementation and the practical steps on how we manage this process with this existing CEQA state law that's still out there. That was some of the questions we'd gotten, and we've responded to several, at least the Shippers and Growers Association with some of that information directly to try to answer their questions.
Perfect, thank you. Last question from me then too is, I know it in the governor's edict, it calls out for hydrogeologists to review these, and as Supervisor Williams stated, it's pretty tough to find a hydrogeologist that is not busy or totally impacted right now. And I know up in the North County, we've relied on geologists to kind of review some of the data from our wells. And I'm just curious if we have any leeway in that regard to be able to substitute geologists for hydrogeologists, or what steps would we need to take to, if we have any leeway at all in that area?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Lavanino, and thank you for that comment. It is something that we want to be sensitive to, as far as the qualified professionals and their ability to be able to provide timely data to a well applicant as well. We did go back with council and review some of the licensure requirements, and we do have some draft amendments that would allow us to require this from a certified hydrogeologist or California professional geologist that can provide documentation demonstrating their requisite capacity in the area of hydrogeology. So we do have that amendment that we can prepare and be considered today if the board requests it.
Okay, thank you.
Just a couple of questions from me. Was 1,000 feet in the governor's order, or is that our screening tool?
Chair Hartman, the 1,000 feet is not listed in the governor's order. It was established through sort of conference with local professionals and ourselves and our certified hydrogeologists to look at, is there some distance out there that would be beyond the likelihood of any impact on nearby wells. And so we, in light of wanting to streamline this process for applicants and reduce the burden on the additional cost of providing data from a certified hydrogeologist or providing a consultant, we had the technical expertise in-house to model that out. And across all the basins, we determined that 1,000 feet was sort of beyond that limit of where a well would impact a nearby well. And so that was established as part of this temporary urgency ordinance, but is not on the executive order.
I see. So it took a lot of work on our part. Have any other counties adopted that, given the work that you put into it?
The, Chair Hartman, I have talked with some other counties. Many of them in, again, trying to expedite the process have just basically pointed to a certified hydrogeologist or qualified professional to provide that data for the counties to make the findings. However, there are a number of counties in the Central Valley and Central Coast region that are now looking at having sort of that setback established so that they could kind of carve those out and say, listen, you're out in the middle of nowhere, you're miles away from another well. It's sort of a common sense that you would have no impact on nearby wells and you'd be able to proceed forward. So,
And before the governor's executive order, it's our role at the county, your role is largely ministerial, right? I mean, you don't have a lot of discretion about whether to give a permit or not.
that's correct. Our typical well permitting process, particularly when it comes to pre-executive order, was looking at essentially standards. Does the well construction, does it have the proper seal, the proper depth, the proper setbacks? And it was largely a ministerial process of issuing those permits. With the executive order, there are additional findings we need to make, and so that has created a little bit of a wrinkle in trying to manage whether there were exemptions to CEQA that we could still apply during those permitting actions.
Okay, thank you. I think we're ready for public comment. Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, yes, we have 2 requests to speak on this item, and we are going to begin on Zoom with Peter Garcia to be followed by Claire Weinman here in Santa Barbara. Peter?
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
We
Yes,
can
we
hear
can.
you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Hartman, members of the board, county staff, and council. Peter Garcia, I'm the general manager of the San Ynez River Water Conservation District. Our water district is a member agency of the Groundwater Sustainability Agency for the Eastern Management Area here in the San Ynez River Valley. I have just a couple comments related to the temporary ordinance, but of course, want to first thank the county staff, the EHS department in particular, for preparing all those written materials. Very helpful, and a very well hosted public workshop earlier this month. So on the technical side, when it comes to the 1,000 feet, there's information in this May 12th, 2022 document that says that 1,000 feet would be reasonable because most wells are drilled to 500 feet or less. I just would want to make mention that for ID1, 6 out of the 7 of our public water supply wells are well over 500 feet. And many of them are over 1,000 feet. And so we would just encourage the county to consider whether that standard could be used as a per se determination that for wells over 500 feet, there's not going to be an impact. And then procedurally, I think I heard some mention with the Montecito letter that there would be some information provided by the county to the GSA for purposes of preparing the written verification. So in other words, under section 34A-25, I think it could be read to suggest that in submitting an application itself, the well permit application, that the applicant would need to include a verification already obtained from the GSA. But that might just be my poor reading of that draft provision, but it seems like the GSAs would need a request from the county to initiate the process to prepare the verification. And then that would be used as part of the county's process in determining whether to issue the permit. And then just lastly, real fast, in sections 34A-25 and 34A-27, there's mention of the determination or verification provided by the GSA. And in making that mention, there's only reference to one of the findings that the GSA makes, but under section 9A of the executive order, there are 2 separate findings that the GSA makes. And I think it would add clarity if both of those were expressed in those 2 sections. That's 34A-25 and 34A-27. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And we will now return to the Santa Barbara hearing room for Claire Weinman. Claire?
Good morning. My name is Claire Weinman, and I am the president of the Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. We understand the implementation of the executive order has been a daunting prospect throughout the state and appreciate and support staff's efforts to move forward quickly today. Our comments are not intended to slow down the process to address urgent needs. We would really like to applaud county staff for working quickly, responding graciously to questions, and being transparent throughout various public outreach efforts. After extensive discussions, our board of directors weighed the recommendations of our water committee and unanimously provided the following direction. First, we opposed the local interpretation of the necessary CEQA review and implementation component, especially for ministerial permits. We understand the reason for holding that position, but do believe that other approaches are just as defensible and are concerned about adding administrative burden, cost, and delays now and in the future. Second, in this context, we do not necessarily oppose the distinction between wells within and further than 1,000 feet from another well in terms of the level of review that's required. However, we do oppose creating a new discretionary pathway for well permits when there's a ministerial alternative available. Ideally, we would like to see a ministerial process for wells greater than 1,000 feet and replacement wells through a ministerial process with no permit-specific CEQA review. Additionally, for wells within 1,000 feet, we would support a ministerial process similar to what is being implemented in San Luis Obispo County, which would require a professionally certified determination for those wells within 1,000 feet. It would not require additional CEQA review for the ministerial permit. We do oppose the direction of creating a discretionary process and are concerned about the additional burden on both staff and applicants when the desired outcome can be achieved through a ministerial process. The county and various stakeholders have collectively spent millions and millions of dollars through the adjudication process in Santa Maria and the SGMA and GSA processes in basins throughout the county. We look forward to the continued implementation of each of these plans, which look at local conditions and make local decisions about how to best manage each basin. We urge the board to continue a measured approach in adopting the urgency ordinance with the recognition that there are other backstops to meet the needs of various users and move this process forward today. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Mr. Seifert, did you want to respond to anything you heard during public comment?
Chair Hartman, I think the member of the public on the phone related to the comments on the sections where it specifies the Groundwater Sustainability Agency and consistency finding with any sustainable groundwater management program established in a groundwater sustainability plan. We have looked at that language, and staff has looked at that language, and we feel it's encompassing sufficient to the ordinance at this time. I think I wanted to also thank Claire and her comments and feedback. We appreciate their engagement on this as well, and we've had a number of conversations regarding CEQA and its applicability surrounding well permitting actions. And just to comment that, existing CEQA law, we really tried in the development of this urgency ordinance to be able to look at how that might be, how existing CEQA law may impact our decisions. We do issue permits, and that permit action can't be delegated necessarily to a third party. We still ultimately need to make the findings in the governor's order. And so we feel at that point in time that that action does need to be reviewed against existing CEQA law. We feel that there are either ministerial or categorical exemptions that would apply for the different types of projects, and we had developed it with that in mind. So again, I just want to say that, while I appreciate and understand the vagaries and the difficulties of applying existing CEQA law, our proposed ordinance doesn't change or add anything to that.
Supervisor Williams and then Supervisor Nelson.
Well, I feel like the regime as it has been set out in this urgency ordinance is sufficient, probably for some basins, but it is insufficient for high priority basins. And the context of this, you got to understand the formation of the GSA. In some places, it's pretty easy. You know, you got a water district that covers the area or most of the area, and it makes sense that the water district becomes the GSA, as has happened in Carpinteria and Montecito. But Cuyama, there was no pre-existing water agency, right? They threw together a water agency basically to have more votes and to have the majority of the votes on the GSA. And so you have a situation where, you know, the two large pumpers in the central basin of Cuyama start off with half the votes almost on the GSA, and then even though we passed a GSP with their support, they're now asking for adjudication of the basin, seemingly to slow down any changes or reductions of pumping that would take place. And our county constituents, who are the majority of the residents that live in the basin, are petrified. They don't have them, most of them don't have the money to be lawyering up in an adjudication fight. And the plan that was supposed to make sure that their wells don't run dry is in a decent amount of doubt whether that will be what is implemented at the end of the day because of the adjudication. The GSA has not determined what the process is going to be. So we, first of all, would be doing right now a process, and I'm not sure how we can say with a straight face it's responsive to the executive order when we don't even know what the process will be at the GSA. The GSA right now is proposing the most likely thing that would happen would be simply the applicant brings forth a hydrogeologist that says that it doesn't impact the GSP. So our process will be, we'll believe the GSA, and the GSA's process will be, we'll believe the large pumper that has more money than God and is the one who's suing to stop the GSP from going into place in the first place. So can you guys see how this is really not working for Cuyama? And so I really think that we ought to require technical review of the GSA verification letters, at very least in high priority basins, which my understanding would only affect Montecito and Cuyama.
And so we'll come back to Mr. Seifert's ideas on that, but first Supervisor Nelson.
Yes. Yeah, I think Supervisor Williams again highlights that one size fits all doesn't really work in our county, let alone the state. And that's what's a challenge with this executive order. So maybe it's a question for county council, but I mean, you said it, and I want to make sure I just heard that right. So this process that we're the emergency ordinance, the well drilling permit's still going to remain ministerial or a categorical exemption. There's no discretionary findings here. I mean, it's just a technical analyst or moving forward. Is that right?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Nelson, I would just state it a little bit differently, which is that the ordinance creates clear exemptions for when it won't apply and these new findings won't apply. And so that'll go through a quicker process. And when the findings do apply, then staff will also look at CEQA to see if there's anything that they need to do with that, and they have identified exemptions that they think would apply in those circumstances.
So I guess where's the discretion there for staff? I mean, if the numbers fit, I mean, because this is going to be data, right? It's not, you know, hey, whether I like it or not. It's clear cut data that we'll be providing, go into a decision tree, and then out comes a decision and findings from staff, right? So that to me still sounds ministerial.
Madam Chair and Supervisor Nelson, the staff did a great job of putting together standards that are easier to apply. But just generally speaking, when there's only objective standards, it's ministerial, and when there's findings, that's typically seen as discretionary. Here, the staff, like I said, again, has done a good job of putting together standards to apply to make those findings, and so we think in most circumstances it would be a categorical exemption.
Mr. Seifert, did you have any response to what Supervisor Williams is concerned about in Kiama?
Chair Hartman and Supervisor Williams, I certainly empathize and have had difficult conversations with some of the GSAs on, you know, how they're going to go about implementing these requirements from the governor's executive order as well. Unfortunately, the governor's executive order puts that onus on the GSA to make that finding and not the county, nor does the county EHS have the authority to intervene or review the finding that a GSA might make. There may be other mechanisms through the county participation in GSAs or any other involvement, but through the environmental health services and our well permitting authority, it doesn't grant that extension to review GSA findings in any greater detail than what they are able within their own process to provide.
Supervisor Williams?
Does the executive order prohibit you, or state law prohibit you from doing technical review on well applications in high priority basins?
Supervisor Williams, we would be doing a technical review on the water well permit application in high priority basins. It would not extend, though, to oversight of the GSA and their authority. So when we get the,
I mean, maybe I'll put it in English. A large multinational corporation sends a geologist report, hydrogeologist report to the GSA that says, even though wells are dropping 100 feet a year, this well that we're going to pump a huge amount of water out of, and then, and we're going to send it not only on this property, but we're going to send it to 3 other properties in the valley, that this isn't going to impact the GSP, and the GSA is going to go, oh, that's a hydrogeologist report? Sure. Oh, we'll check it years later to see if it's consistent with the GSP after they've already probably pulled out of the valley and sucked us dry and gone somewhere else. And we're then not going to review that hydrogeologist report from a technical perspective. Are we prohibited from reviewing that hydrogeologist report from a technical perspective?
Supervisor Williams, I don't know that we're necessarily prohibited from reviewing any work that's submitted to us related to the water well permit application process. And certainly if our certified hydrogeologist in-house reviewed information submitted to a GSA that was wildly inconsistent with the findings of the hydrogeologist, we would, as we do with any permit review application, get back to them and say, is this really what you are basing this decision on? Because we see a disconnect here. And we can certainly provide that level of feedback. If the GSA says, this is our final answer, then we don't have as a county to be able to object to that particular finding that they have made under this provisions of the executive order. So common sense review, certainly we can provide that. We do have the technical staff in-house to be able to question what has been submitted from a GSA, but we don't have or haven't been provided in this executive order oversight over GSA matters.
Well, I think that that at least would be important to do.
Certainly.
I mean, I think that it is, I don't want to leave the impression that I think that the GSA will want to approve all of these, but I don't think they're going to set up a process where they're going to be able really to deny it or question a hydrogeologist's report in any way, nor do I think they really have the technical ability to do so, but we do. And so that's why I think we should be doing technical review, even if it isn't technical review with a hard stop, but technical review with, hey, wait a minute, this seems weird. Because that at least could put some ability, could add to the ability of a GSA to use their discretion.
Agreed, Supervisor Williams. I think we can, we do have, again, the technical staff in-house to review that work, and if they want to ask us about some report that they've even gotten from their certified hydrogeologist, we could take a look at that and provide feedback to the GSA. I'd hesitate to put any additional language in the ordinance to that effect, but certainly as a practical matter, we would certainly be committed to partnering and coordinating and communicating with the GSAs to try to make sure that they have the support they need from the county to make those decisions appropriately.
Well, I think the fact that they have a procedure in formation actually could work to our favor, meaning if you were prepared to do technical review, then that could be part of the procedure of the GSA to approve, or even deny based on that technical review. All right. But why wouldn't you put it in the ordinance? I mean, I guess I could see the argument where you go, we want to be able to start reviewing well permits again, so let's pass this, but why wouldn't we put that in the ordinance?
Could I follow up with County Council? What legal authority do we have as the county to overrule what the GSA certifies to us?
Madam Chair, members of the board, so the ordinance is set up to implement the executive order. And so what the executive order says is that it's 2 steps for when it's in a basin. So it says the county shall not approve a new groundwater well or alteration of an existing well in a basin subject to the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act without first, and then it says medium or high priority, without first obtaining written verification from the GSA managing the basin that the extraction would not be inconsistent with any sustainable groundwater management program. So that's the first step. So the county doesn't have control over the GSA reviewing and making that finding. But then it would come to the county and we would be looking at whether to issue the permits and then the 2 findings of whether or not it's not likely to interfere with the production or functioning of existing nearby well and not likely to cause subsidence. So the county does have a role in reviewing it. It's just the second step. But we don't.
So what Supervisor Williams is asking, could the county overrule the findings of the GS?
That's not what I'm suggesting. I mean, I didn't want to correct you the first time in case it got clear, but what I'm suggesting is that because the GSA, in order to hire the staff necessary to do this kind of technical review, would have to further increase pumping fees, so there's obviously part of the reason why this is all difficult is the local people are under 2 stresses. One stress of their well might run dry, and the second stress is what's paying for the plan to make sure their well doesn't run dry. It's a pumping fee that they've never had before. And, these processes have been very, very expensive, even with DWR offering grants to some disadvantaged communities like Cuyama. But we have the technical ability to review
that hydrogeologist report. And there's sometimes that we're going to notice something and sometimes we're not. But the GSA could conceivably base their decision on our technical analysis, right? They could incorporate that in the decision.
So Madam Chair, members of the board, so to your direct question, the county cannot overrule the GSA finding. But what I was saying is that we do have an opportunity to do our own analysis when it comes to making the findings. The county would have discretion to look at what the GSA puts together. We just wouldn't be able to overrule that finding of consistency or inconsistency.
So if there are inconsistent findings, the GSA prevails.
Just on the consistency with their sustainability plan, yes, but not necessarily, I mean, it's the county's decision to issue the permit.
CEO Miyasato?
I was going to put Matt Young on the spot for a little bit, just because, as you know, he's our water expert working for Public Works under Walter, and just his familiarity with the GSAs. I asked him, how difficult is it for the GSAs to make a finding of consistency, or what concerns would we have?
Madam Chair, members of the board. So it depends on how much work they require from the applicant, but the making of the finding of the consistency or inconsistency itself might be fairly simple. For example, as Supervisor Williams indicated, there's portions of the Kelma Basin where water levels are dropping hundreds of feet. In those areas, it'd be fairly simple to make a finding that approving new wells and new pumping is inconsistent with the GSP. So it could be a relatively low effort on the part of the GSA if they're requiring a fair amount of information from the applicant.
And my second comment is, if that's the case, or whatever the case can be, the technical review, I think our staff is just careful not to confuse what we have in the ordinance, but your board could also, as Mr. Siebert said, have some sort of direction that, because basically you're asking our staff to look at their consistency finding and provide an opinion on it to the GSA, right? So it's, if the GSA makes they look at the wells or they look at the groundwater, they said, nothing's going to be consistent. I guess we could request our staff to make a comment or opinion about that to the GSA, but I'm not sure how that would work in the process. But I think that would be the avenue that you're asking them to make a comment on the consistency finding back to the GSA.
Supervisor Nelson?
Come back to me.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to swerve off of Supervisor Williams' highway and get back to, can we talk about the ability to, you said you might have some language that we could talk about with hydrogeologists versus geologists with proper credentials.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino. I believe that the EHS staff has prepared that language and would have it ready to add, and we have reviewed it.
Okay. Well, I think the more people we have that are qualified to do this work, this is an area that is severely impacted right now, and so the more people we have that we feel confident in, I think it's a wise decision to open that up.
Mr. Siebert?
Yeah, Supervisor Lavanino, I'd be happy to read that into the record or provide that language for your consideration. In section 34A25B, the language would be an application for a new well construction or alteration of existing wells with nearby wells shall include hydrogeology and well extraction data, including but not limited to transmissivity, storativity, and estimated height of water column in the proposed well, prepared under the direction or supervision of a California certified hydrogeologist or California professional geologist that can provide documentation at the request of the administrative authority demonstrating the requisite experience and responsible charge of hydrogeologic assessments as requested by the administrative authority in order for the administrative authority to determine whether or not the proposed new well or alteration of the existing well is not likely to cause subsidence and not likely to interfere with an existing well. So lot of language surrounding that change, but in particular, it would add the or California professional geologist that can provide documentation at the request of the administrative authority, demonstrating the requisite experience in responsible charge of hydrogeologic assessments. So that there are some professional geologists that may not have hydrology experience, so that would add the demonstration that we would feel is necessary to say, yes, you have the professional geologist license, but also you have some experience in this area.
Okay. Well, I'm comfortable with that language, and so when we get around to making a motion, I would hope that that's included in the motion.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. I guess I was still stuck on Cuyama earlier, but Steve got me back on track here. I also support that language, but it does kind of beg the question on the certified hydrogeologist. I understand in San Luis Obispo County what Gore Shippers is saying, that they allow a certified hydrogeologist to make those findings. Is that something that we're able to do or not able to do on whether it's whether there's interference?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, not to speak to San Luis Obispo County's process in great detail, because I don't know what the sort of underpinnings of that decision might have been, but the CHG may make those findings, but ultimately the permitting action and decision is still the county. So if a CHG decides that they want to say it's not likely to interfere and make that conclusion, that's great. We would take that, and it would be easier up for us to make our findings, and I think more defensible as far as exemption from CEQA. However, this ordinance is not requiring them to make those findings because some CHGs are unwilling to conclude that information. They're willing to provide the data, and then we would review that data in-house with our own certified hydro and make those findings. So this provides some flexibility.
So if I understand right, then both those options are available to someone with a permit. A certified hydrogeologist could make those findings, or our staff.
They could certainly make those findings and include that in the report. Ultimately, it's still the responsibility of the county to make the findings of the executive order on top of that, but we would certainly appreciate certified hydro having a thorough report to us, and that would make it easier on our side.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
And I think that it is perfectly understandable, based on what our procedures have been in the past and what is the situation in some of our basins, that this is what the product that we're getting. San Luis Obispo County, a three Republican board, and man, our Republicans look very, very middle of the road compared to their Republicans. Okay, so I mean that as a compliment. Okay, they have their staff is recommending a de facto termination of all well permitting except for replacement wells in their highly impacted basin, Paso Robles. So, I'm not asking for that. I'm just asking us to review and to advise the GSA on our technical review, because I just don't believe that most hydrogeologists are going to be ethical and honest. But when there's this much money at stake, I don't think that we should just believe whoever, we pass the buck. We believe the GSA believes the applicant, and in this case, it will be often the same applicant who's attempting to basically disarm the GSP at the same time.
So Supervisor Williams, you think that just promising a discussion isn't enough? You'd like to see some actual change in the proposed urgency ordinance?
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily think we need to stop it from going forward today, because that would continue to halt all permitting. But I do believe that staff has the ability, especially with our direction, to do technical review, and we probably should eventually incorporate it into the ordinance in order to defend it if somebody attacks that procedure. But I would definitely ask for direction to staff that we would engage in technical review of the
the GSA consistency letter and whatever hydrogeologist report it's based on, at very least in high priority basins, which would be my understanding, Cuyama and Carpinteria, right? I misspoke earlier. Is the other high priority basin? Is it Carp or Montecito? I'm getting confused.
Yes. Yeah. Carpinteria.
Supervisor Williams, I certainly, we would not be able to prepare the technical review for the GSA under our current structure. However, we could certainly follow up with the council and review further what extent of our review and oversight could be for the written verification that the GSA provides. And then if there are options, we could work with council on preparing that evaluation for board's consideration at a later date.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you. I think one of the issues between San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara County with the GSAs is I think the water agency in San Luis Obispo County is the GSA in a lot of the different basins there. And so our county decided to decentralize that a little bit, and they have a few more tools than we do to be able to act that from the board. I'm comfortable with Supervisor Lavanino's amendment, but I also hope that we can give you direction that if the executive order does change in the future, because I do think this is an evolving issue, especially as some of these little one-off circumstances take place, that we bring this back to the board for an amendment to this urgency ordinance, because I think this drought is going to be here for a while, even if we get some rain, and I think that some of these conditions, as there's advocacy from Csac and RC on some of these unique circumstances in high priority basins as well as adjudicated basins, that we get a chance to come back and maybe revisit this ordinance in the future.
Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, I'd just like to add that I think that is very likely. The governor is speaking very directly about water conservation and his frustration that municipal water agencies around the state are not making the targets. And it feels to me like, he's incrementally turning up the heat or turning down the water or whatever.
Yeah.
So I don't think this is going to be the last time we're talking about this. And this has been a really fruitful discussion. I think folks are bringing up some very specific examples. We're trying to find the sweet spot between, not adding burdens to places that don't have a concern and ratcheting up the heat places where they do. And that's, we don't have a lot of tools, but the tools we have, we should use.
So we need a motion that would include Supervisor Lavanino's requested language, and then for C, this would come back, the fee for environmental health services on June 28th.
I'll make that motion with staff recommendations.
Does that include the direction to staff for technical review of GSA consistency letters in the high priority basins?
Well, my motion doesn't.
I'll oppose the motion. I am asking for something that is exclusively in my district when a department has consulted with some supervisors and not with others on on how to execute an executive order that I think is precisely targeted towards high impacted basins like that.
You know what? If there was a way to do it that made sense, I don't understand what you're asking for. You're asking for something that comes to us for review that we can't do anything about. So what are we reviewing? We're just giving staff more time to go in and look at something that they can't.
We have the technical ability to review that the GSA does not have. And so because of their lack of capability, they're going to just rely on an applicant's hydrogeologist report without any verification. If we were doing technical review, and Cuyama's not big. This isn't a big
I'm just trying to figure out, give me the nuts and bolts
Yeah,
of how it works.
I think we heard that we have discretion to do that review, and that environmental health would do it in a highly impacted basin, but we don't have language yet to put in the ordinance, and they would be willing to come back with that at some time.
Absolutely. I was asking for language to return to us, but direction still needs to be made for staff to be doing technical review of the GSA consistency letters in high priority basins. So it's two parts. It's the ordinance and then it's direction to staff.
I'll withdraw my motion and let somebody else make a motion, because I honestly, I don't get how
Well,
that
I think
helps.
let's go for, I think Supervisor Hart has it. Let's go first with the motion and then direction to staff. I think that's the cleanest way to do it. So we do have a motion. Can I get a second?
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, I'm unclear of what the second motion is since Supervisor Lavanino withdrew his motion.
I think we ran past his withdrawal of his motion and voted on it anyway.
Look, I think we're on the same page, Dawes.
We are.
I just think we have to express it.
Okay.
And I don't know how.
So we're going to first take the motion again. A would be with the change about the geologist as opposed to the hydrogeologist. And then C would be June 28th, coming back with the fees. Is that clear?
Madam Chair, I believe that motion is clear. So it's A, B, C, and D with the change from Supervisor Lavanino. And for C, it's to continue that to June 28th. And then my question was, there was some discussion about if the executive order changes, are we going to do that separate?
That's the second motion.
That's,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, then that's the first motion.
And
So-
Chair Hartman, members of the board, to clarify, the memorandum received from Public Health, we no longer have a recommendation D, it's just A, B, and C.
Great.
I see. So June 28th coming back?
So
We're
that could
not-
be included as further direction to staff, since that was a request on the memorandum from the department to continue that part of it to June 28th, 2022.
So I think Public Health's revised memorandum is fine with the directions. Staff is planning to come back on June 28th with the fees, so you don't have to do anything. Staff is intending to come back on that.
Okay. So then just A, B, and C with Supervisor Lavanino's requested change. All right. Supervisor Lavanino, you made that motion?
I did.
Supervisor Nelson, you seconded that motion?
Yes.
It was Supervisor Hart. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Now, in addition, direction.
I just move that in regards to future direction, that we would direct staff to engage in the technical review of GSA consistency letters, including the hydrogeologist report that they would be based upon, and provide that feedback to the GSA in those high priority basins.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, and if we could add to that, if there's changes to the executive order, this ordinance comes back to us for some amendments.
I'd be happy to add that.
And I'll second it.
Chair, before we vote, I just want to make sure that Public Health is clear with that, the way that it was worded. It was direct staff to engage in the technical review of the GSA consistency reviews. I want to make sure that we're clear so that there's the same expectation about what that means. So are you clear what that means and what level of expectation?
Let me try to repeat that back on my understanding to make sure that we're clear. In high priority basins, there will be presumably a review by the GSA on applicable wells. When that comes to environmental health, we can also review the technical supporting documents that is provided by the GSA and provide comments back to them on whether we believe that the assumptions and everything was made was correct as part of that review.
Perfect.
That work? Okay.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So this is a new area of the law, and obviously we had to fight our way through it procedurally up here. I think it's time for a 10-minute break. short break. We're reconvening the May 24th, 2022 Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors meeting. Turning to departmental item number 2. Would you read that into the record, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board. Departmental item number 2 is from the County Executive Office and the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding further analysis related to the 2021 Grand Jury Report Idle Oil Wells in Santa Barbara County, recommendations 1 through 4.
Director Plowman.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you. Yes, we were here with our response to the grand jury back on March 8th. And at that hearing, the board gave us some additional direction to do some further analysis on a couple of the recommendations and findings that the grand jury made. And we have done that analysis. And then today we have a multi-jurisdictional presentation. We have representatives from APCD, we have representatives from Fire, and we have representatives from CalGEM. And Mr. Zorovich is going to be making the presentation, and then he is going to be turning that over to the representatives from the different agencies, and I will have him introduce them to you.
Thank you. Mr. Zorovich?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. Close to morning, close enough. Let me start with the next one. So, December 2021, the county received a grand jury report. That report expressed concerns over the fiscal and potential environmental risk associated with idle, orphan, and abandoned wells in Santa Barbara County. That report included 4 findings and related recommendations. As Director Plowman indicated, we went before your board on March 8th, and where your board considered those responses, took public comment. At the end of that discussion, you directed staff to return with more analysis for the 4 recommendations, and then you also requested a multi-agency presentation briefing on how the different agencies, their oversight of regulating onshore oil and gas facilities. So this slide, I won't read them all, but this kind of summarizes the 4 findings that were in the grand jury's report. They're really related to, the first one is that concern that we do not adequately identify and monitor idle wells in the county, resulting in some risks to the county. Number 2, there's potential fiscal liabilities associated with idle wells that are not adequately quantified. Number 3 is that there's too few staff to monitor oil wells in the county. And the last is that idle equipment associated with idle wells causes visual blight. So I'll start out first with the monitoring component. I'm going to go over, the presentation is basically a discussion of what each agency's roles are in the monitoring of oil and gas wells, and then we'll go over our responses, the additional analysis we had for the 4 responses. So starting off, for planning and development, under Chapter 25, which we also refer to as the Petroleum Ordinance, is what provides the petroleum unit the authority to conduct well and facility inspections. Our petroleum unit annually conducts well inspections of all active, idle, and long-term idle wells in the county. They do that, again, annually. Those inspections consist of looking, visualizing, or going to the site to inspect, see if there's any leaks, making sure all the fittings are tight. Also observing the site is clear of vegetation, there's adequate signage, things of that nature. The equipment is stored properly in designated areas. Any observed compliance issues result in an inspection report that's handed to the operator. Those inspection reports, again, they identify what might have been a compliance issue with a date of when they need to be corrected. It's usually within a 2 to 3 week period. Inspectors will go out and reconfirm that any issues that were identified were addressed. Sometimes they do it when they're doing their inspections. They'll do wells and then they'll return to the site if there's an operator has personnel in the field to help address those issues right away. Any issues that continue to persist can be dealt with either through the notice of violation process, and if they continue, we can also follow up with fines, is the process for petroleum. I'll now hand it over to Mr. Rob Hazard with Fire Department.
Good morning, Chair Hartman, members of the board. So fire also is involved in inspections and regulation of oil facilities, and specifically through Chapter 15 of the County Code, which is our fire protection ordinance. That's where we derive our regulatory authority. And of course, Chapter 15 is where we adopt the California Fire Code, which is the basis of most of the regulations that we enforce. Specifically within Chapter 15, it gives us the authority to conduct facility inspections. And so that's the key word, is facility. It's defined in our code to include habitable structures, fire suppression equipment, access, defensible space, tanks, and vessels. All of those types of facilities are involved in our annual inspections. We currently do not inspect wells. They're not included in that list or that definition of facility. And then the final point in the slide is that we respond to all oil spills per the Santa Barbara County Operational Area Oil Spill Contingency Plan. And as you know, this plan was adopted a few years ago, and it really has been a game changer in how county fire is incorporated into the incident command structure of any type of oil spill. So we have an individual in our department who's identified as that local government on-scene coordinator, maintains that presence through the life of any type of oil spill incident, and ensures that the county's needs, our local needs are met, and have equal weight in the decision process in those incidents, along with the state and federal concerns.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, my name is Caitlin McNally, and I'm the Compliance Division Supervisor at the Air Pollution Control District. And the Federal Clean Air Act and State Health and Safety Code provide regulatory authority for the APCD to regulate stationary sources of air pollution throughout the county, including onshore oil and gas production sources. Our agency issues permits for equipment and processes that have a potential to emit air pollutants at onshore oil and gas facilities, including those that have active, idle, or orphaned wells. Operators are required to comply with their permit conditions, as well as federal, state, and local air pollution rules and regulations, such as federal Part 70 requirements, California Air Resources Board's regulation for greenhouse gas emission standards for crude oil and natural gas facilities, and the APCD's fugitive emissions inspection and maintenance rule. The APCD inspects all permitted facilities with active, idle, and orphaned wells, and inspections are performed at different frequencies based on the facility's potential to emit, actual emissions, and compliance history. All permitted facilities are inspected at least once every 3 years, with most inspections occurring more frequently on an annual basis. The APCD also conducts inspections when odor or dust complaints are received, and our agency has a specialized trailer-mounted portable monitor called the Air Pointer that can be deployed for investigations. The Air Pointer is deployed in communities to measure particulate matter, hydrogen sulfide, benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, xylene, ozone, and meteorological conditions. This system can be deployed to a secure location with power and has the ability to store and transmit data to the APCD in real time. During the oil and gas facility inspection, APCD staff use instruments to check for and measure hydrocarbon and hydrogen sulfide leaks. They also review the on-site equipment to make sure it matches the permit, review the facility's compliance with permit conditions and regulations, and review records. If deficiencies are found during the inspection, the APCD issues a notice of violation to document the noncompliance, which includes monetary penalties based on excess emissions released and the number of days of violation. If a violation is not immediately rectified, staff follows up with the source to ensure compliance is achieved. Thank you.
Excuse me, this is now back to me. We do have, like we indicated, a representative from CalGEM, Mr. Trey Powell. He's participating virtually. He's not here at the hearing room today. So I will give an overview of kind of their inspections and the next process, and then if you have questions, he's available to answer them further. So under the California Public Resource Code and the California Code of Regulations, CalGEM has the authority to inspect all active, idle, and deserted and orphan wells. They do that approximately every 2 years. They also witness any testing of idle wells during their inspections, and they will also observe and oversee all plugging and abandonment work that's conducted when a well is going towards completion. Similar to the other agencies, they do have other enforcement tools if necessary to achieve a compliance through notice of violations, civil penalties, enforcement orders, if they need to do so. In April of 2019, CalGEM came up with some further restrictions and regulatory requirements for idle wells. They developed an idle well program which allows operators, gives them the option to either pay idle well fees or submit a well management plan. That plan would require the operator to eliminate any long-term idle wells through abandonment or either returning to use. The idle wells, while they remain idle, would require periodic testing, various types of tests, fluid tests, compression tests, and clean-out tags, unless the well has been identified to be plugged and abandoned in an approved idle well management plan. While the idle wells, if they're not into the well management plan, if they're not included in that, CalGEM has escalating fees for idle wells, and those fees increase the longer the well is remained idle. So it sort of incentivizes the operator to do something with that idle well, either plug and abandon it or return it to service. So now I'm going to go over the findings and recommendations of the grand jury report. Director Plowman also reminded me that I did review the tape from last hearing just to go over all your concerns. So we kind of tried to do our best to identify what your concerns were while we were developing these findings and recommendations. So in summary, we did provide additional analysis for all the 4 recommendations and 4 findings, but no changes were provided to the responses to the recommendations. So let me go over that. So recommendation 1 was related to monitoring and reporting, and it really requested that the Board of Supervisors instruct P&D to identify the health risk associated with idle oil wells in the county through an annual report to the board. And so what we have here is that, as you've heard right now, we have multiple agencies that are currently doing inspections of idle wells. Fire, APCD, well, Fire doesn't do wells, but they do facilities, CalGEM. And so we have multiple layers of review. Those are staggered over throughout the year. So it provides a pretty comprehensive analysis of monitoring of idle wells. Something that came to us while we were doing our review was that we reached out to our neighboring counties. So we reached out to LA County, Ventura, San Luis, and Monterey counties. And what we determined in discussions with them is that Santa Barbara County has the only staff that in planning that is dedicated to doing annual inspections of active and idle wells. No other county appears to have that staff that proactively does that. So that was kind of insightful that we found through our review. As far as reporting, just to note that records of all our inspections are available to anybody who submits a request. We're more than willing to do that. In addition, P&D will be working on our public-facing website to post the inspection results on our website to make those more available to the public so that they can have access to what we're finding on the site through our inspection process. Recommendation 2, that was related to that the Board of Supervisors instruct P&D to determine all actual potential physical liabilities of oil wells through an annual report to the board. And so this, again, our recommendation is that this recommendation not be implemented for some of the following reasons. First of all, this county does not collect any financial assurities for wells. However, CalGEM does require financial assurances. They range from $25,000 to $40,000 per well. If you have an operator that has thousands or hundreds of wells in the state, those bonds can increase to several $1 million. So there is some assurances, sureties already posted for wells. CalGEM also, through their codes, has the ability to go back in time to January 1996 to look to previous operators who may be financially available. If the current operator goes bankrupt, they can go back in time to look to see if a previous operator has the financial wherewithal to properly plug and abandon the wells. That's something that they have available to them. In addition, if that previous operators doesn't show to be fruitful, CalGEM may also undertake the abandonment if no prior operators have been identified. Go to the next slide. So right now, in talking with the CalGEM and discussions with them, the Biden administration identified over $1 billion to the states to deal with the issue of plug and abandoning orphan wells. It's obviously an issue not just in Santa Barbara County, but throughout the United States. And what has happened is that, according to CalGEM, is that approximately they've obtained $25 million, which they will be focusing on the orphaned wells left to the county by GRECA. There's approximately 200 wells. They've designated some funds to properly plug and abandon approximately 170 of those wells right now. My understanding, through a bid process, they've identified a contractor. So there is work being made towards addressing the recent orphan wells that we received, or that are left by GRECA. In addition to that, your board has given direction in the long-range planning's work program to develop other regulations that address oil and gas development, further regulations that would protect the environment, other requirements. So we do have, in your direction to the long-range planning process, to where we will be looking to return to the board with future amendment packages to our ordinances. And lastly, CalGEM's financial assurance mechanisms and the state funding really kind of ensure that orphan wells are properly addressed. Again, if they're idle wells, there is an operator on file, and they would be responsible for dealing with any costs associated with those wells. Orphan wells is really falls to the state, and they're obtaining funding that will handle that issue. Recommendation number 3 was really that the Board of Supervisors instruct planning and development to maintain adequate staff in their petroleum unit to monitor wells. And this is really something we feel is recommendation is not to be implemented. We feel it's not warranted for 2 reasons. One, we already have two petroleum inspectors and one part-time supervisor who's doing the work. We've also identified another energy division staff that is has been trained in assisting with the well inspections. So we feel the staffing levels right now are adequate for the petroleum unit to monitor the wells. In addition, that's coupled with the inspections that are conducted by APCD and CalGEM, which we believe ensures the wells are really being monitored at an appropriate level. Recommendation 4 was that the Board of Supervisors instruct Santa Barbara County Planning to enforce compliance with Chapter 25 to ensure that the provisions governing oil equipment and governing the removal of oil equipment from idle wells is being conducted. So again, as part of under Chapter 25, when the petroleum inspectors go out and do their inspections, part of what they do is they do a visual assessment of the site. They look to see, where's the equipment being stored? Is it stored in designated areas? So there is already a process for which they're doing that. And that is typically through their annual inspection process. If any operator that would fail to comply with that would result in further enforcement actions. And in addition to not only just the petroleum unit, I know the fire department also has code requirements that also would require the removal of idle equipment if it's sat there for a year or more. So there's several opportunities in the inspection process to ensure that equipment is idle equipment associated with idle equipment is addressed. So to summarize, again, we did in the response to the grand jury provide new information to all of the 4 responses. Potential actions going forward would be that P&D would post our inspection reports on the website, as much information as we're looking to that we can to make it readily available to the public if they have concerns. And again, we have an amendment package that your board has given direction to, which would assist in developing further regulations and requirements for the oil inspection and permitting of oil and gas wells. The deadline to submit the revised responses is June 20th, next month. And this is just the typical actions that we request you to do. I won't read those. I can go over those later if you'd like. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Zorovich. Any questions for staff? Supervisor Williams?
So can we go back to the slide on what the county inspections, like all the inspection slides, go back to the county inspections. So, so even though Ventura, San Luis Obispo, LA County, and Monterey County do not have staff who proactively conduct annual inspections, you guys do annual inspections. Not on some wells, but on others. So what?
Madam Chair.
So not on abandoned, but on active and idle wells. Got it.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Williams, that is correct. They do annual inspections every year for all active and idle wells in the county.
And then APCD also does those, but also does abandoned wells. And you guys go out and you have methane sniffers, right? I don't know what you call them, but.
Yes, so we inspect all permitted facilities, and for example, the HVI Cat Canyon abandoned wells are still permitted with us, so we do inspect those. And we use a toxic vapor analyzer, or TVA, which measures total hydrocarbons, which includes methane, but is not only limited to methane. And we inspect the points at which there could be leaks with that piece of equipment.
And you do sometimes find leaks, right?
Yes, we do find leaks.
So that's a regular occurrence, and you direct work or issue NOVs if the work is not done. Is that?
Yes, so we would inform the owner or operator, and they, depending on the level of the leak, they have a time frame to repair it, and then if they do not repair it within that time frame, or there are multiple leaks found, a violation would be issued.
And how much do those units cost?
About $20,000 to purchase, and then there are annual maintenance costs as well of a couple thousand, and you need to purchase calibration gases, which are about $500 and last about 2 to 3 years.
And are there any cheaper technology that can get maybe not to the level of regulatory compliance, but helpful for your folks? I mean, I guess what I'm driving at is there anything that our folks, if they're already going out once a year, could do that would be helpful to catch some of these leaks faster?
I'm not familiar with any. We have specific EPA reference methods that we have to follow, and the equipment that we use follows those methods. So we haven't looked into other alternatives.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Williams, just as a side note, I understand your concern about doing this being more on time and doing it quicker, but just as a side note, if our inspectors do smell, hear of a leak while they're doing their inspections, they do contact the Air Pollution Control District and notify them to come out and do that. So there's a coordination right now that happens when we do have an emissions leak.
And so in theory, that would help catch it some of the times, right? Yes. And then I guess the other question I have is, what Ventura is looking at and moving forward is some kind of program to incentivize more proper abandonment of wells. Is that my understanding?
Yes, Madam Chair, Supervisor Williams. So Ventura County was tasked with, their staff was tasked with several things. One was looking for, put an expiration timeline on permits. They process, they have discretionary permits, and so they're looking to put a 15-year period timeline on that, the life of the permit. The other things they're doing are looking to increase some assurities for the permit compliance for surface level equipment, so not the downhole, but anything that's located on the surface. And then there are looking at ways to maybe incentivize operators to decommission or plug and abandon longer-term idle wells.
And is it correct that what they're looking at on that, which is what I'm, most interested in, is some kind of program where, an operator would choose to either be in the program or outside the program. Inside the program, they would be required to abandon a certain amount of wells per year. Am I getting this right?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Williams, so what you're describing is similar right now to what CalGEM does. You're either in the program or you pay fees. Ventura County, in my discussions with them earlier this week or yesterday, they didn't have any details on what that program will look like yet. But what you just described could be one of those.
One of the options.
One of the options.
Okay. And obviously, doing something would, even if it was an incentive program, would require some ordinance change to convince people to be in the program, right?
Supervisor Williams, through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Supervisor Williams, may I say one more thing in response to your saying that the wells are monitored some of the time? I did want to point out that our rules require that onshore oil and gas facilities monitor their wells quarterly for fugitive emissions from the components, and that includes the wells as well, either idle or active. If there's valves or flanges, they need to measure the hydrocarbon leak, potential hydrocarbon leaks at those. So I did want to put that out there.
Does that cover abandoned as well?
So technically, yes, but if there is no responsible party, it's not going to get done.
Got it. So, just my comments won't, I'll say my comments, but I do think that despite there being, I think, staff correctly responding to a lot of this, there is a public policy issue, which is that it's more expensive to properly abandon these wells than it is to leave them idle for extended periods of time. So that just doesn't completely, it kind of doesn't reward virtue on the part of an operator, and doesn't maybe incentivize vice. I think that's the basic, the quandary here is how do you convince people that it's worth their while to do the right thing?
You make it easier for them to drill a new one. And this is really cool.
Be one.
I think Supervisor Hard and then Supervisor Nelson, if you'd like more.
Well, and I think the county's experience with Greca is the poster child of what we don't want to have happen, where an operator, is operating in an unsafe, dangerous, irresponsible manner, and they just don't maintain their infrastructure, and then they go bankrupt and didn't invest the money to make it safe, and the whole problem falls onto the backs of the taxpayers to fix. And we're really fortunate that the Biden administration allocated the $1 billion to plug abandoned wells across the country, and it looks like we're going to get $25 million to address Greca's irresponsibility. That doesn't completely solve the problem. I guess that only does 170 of the 200 plus wells, but it's a great thing. It's a one-time windfall. This isn't sustainable permanent federal funding to address this enormous problem, but it's a one-time thing, and it's great that we're, our problem is so bad that we go to the top of the line and get the money. But it does point to the point that Supervisor Williams is making, which is, the financial incentives in the current regulatory regime are to just call your well idle and not abandon it, because when you abandon it, then you have to plug it and you have to assume that cost. And that, that's a cost of doing business calculation. We don't want to create a regulatory structure that encourages people to, get to the point where they're financially insolvent and can't take care of those responsibilities. So there's a balancing act, and there are other players, not just the County of Santa Barbara. Obviously, CalGEM is the major lead regulatory agency in the state of California. Is my understanding they are on the line, for the folks from CalGEM, and do they want to add anything?
Mr. Powell, yeah.
Do they want to add anything to this discussion? It seems like a great time for them to explain what they're doing.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. I'm Trey Powell with CalGym. Let me start my video. Thank you for allowing me to be here. I will speak to the HBI or Greco wells that were orphaned. CalGym has secured quite a bit of that federal funding to go towards the state abandonments of those wells. We've issued two contracts now to, one was a kind of maintaining those, and now one to abandon the majority of that. Plan to continue to use the state and federal funding to quickly abandon all of the rest of them. So not only the 171. Our staff here also, as mentioned in the presentation, do inspect the idle wells in all of the counties that we're in, including Santa Barbara County. And each operator is required to test their wells with multiple tests to ensure that they have mechanical integrity.
Mr. Powell, could you speak to the change in direction that your agency has undergone in the last few years? My understanding is that you're being more aggressive about inspections and enforcements than historically was the case. Could you characterize that and how that's going?
Yes, we implemented, adopted new idle well regulations in 2019. Those regulations are what are requiring the periodic mechanical integrity testing. So those are required 2 years after the well becomes an idle well, and then periodically thereafter. There are other incentives such as the escalating idle well fees that are intended to incentivize operators to address their idle wells, and it also goes towards funding state abandonments for operators who do not address their wells. In addition to that, I think there was one more thing. Oh, sorry, the idle well management plan. The idle well management plan has been incentivizing operators to address all long-term idle wells. They're required to, if they're on the plan and not paying fees, they're required to plug and abandon a minimum percentage of their long-term idle wells, or return them to active use. And most of the larger operators in Santa Barbara County are on that plan and have been, working through their plan every year. So that's been good. We also have seen a increase in the ratio of plug and abandonment permits compared to new drill permits in the last 3 years since 2019. We get 5 times as many plug and abandonment permits that we process compared to new drill permits.
Well, thank you for that additional information. Yeah, the methane leak in the wells in Bakersfield is in the news and in prominent folks' minds. Do you have any comments about, how does that occur given the existing inspection process?
I'm unfamiliar with the specific leak in Bakersfield. I know we have identified certain leaking deserted wells within Santa Barbara County, and the staff at APCD has been very helpful in coordinating some of that with us. And that was part of the earlier state abandonment contract, or an earlier state abandonment contract that went out this year to remediate those wells. But generally, operators are liable for their idle wells. In this case, since it was related to Greca, there was no operator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Supervisor Williams.
I guess I appreciate the information on the ratios. To me, probably a more fair metric would be the ratio of properly abandoned wells to either long-term idle wells or idle wells in general. Has that changed, or are we seeing an an increase in idle wells that keeps pace with our pace of abandonment?
Statewide, I believe idle wells have been going down. The idle well regs that we implemented in 2019, they also changed the definition of an idle well. You previously had to be idled for 5 years to become an idle well. That definition changed and you're idle after only 2 years now. So that kind of messed with the numbers a bit in comparing it between, before 2019 and after. But our expectation is for that to continue to decline over time.
So the ratio on the surface would look a lot worse, but that part of that's because the definition changed. And so just sort of anecdotally, you're seeing a decent pace of abandonment. I mean, can you characterize that in any kind of way? I guess what I'm trying to figure out is if locally in Santa Barbara County and elsewhere, because my curiosity is this: I was the author of the previous law that ratcheted up these requirements, and then of course Senator Lamont is the author of the most recent law that ratcheted up these requirements. And each time we were hoping there was going to be a significant increase in proper abandonment. Would you say that that's what's taking place, or that's what's partially taking place?
Yeah, I think we have the ratio of the permits, but I think that also follows what's actually happened. We see more wells being abandoned within our district than are added.
Okay, public comment, Madam Clerk.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we currently have 6 requests to speak, with 5 currently logged on Zoom. If you are a member of the public and have requested to speak during departmental item number 2, please log in now to do so. We are going to begin with Brian Troutwine, to be followed by Alicia Rossler. Brian?
Good morning, Chair Hartman and supervisors. I'm Brian Troutwine, Senior Analyst with EDC. We ask the board to protect our community from the county's over 1,500 idle wells, including 900 long-term idle wells, by requiring an annual report and enhancing inspections. Oil development in our county is a dirty and dangerous industry that impacts public health and the environment. We've all seen the headlines. Santa Marians' homes had to be demolished because of oil intrusion. Over 255 cubic yards of toxic tar was left in Cat Canyon. That's a football field 153 feet high in our ag land, spread by erosion, runoff, and infiltration. Idle wells pose even greater hazards. Studies show they contaminate groundwater, and they become more dangerous the longer they sit. The Toro Creek oil spills are from an orphaned idle well next to that fragile creek. Last year, 81 frogs were oiled. The well can never be plugged. The county's on the hook to operate the oil water separator forever. Study after study show idle wells leak methane, a potent greenhouse gas, as well as carcinogens like benzene. And this is happening in Santa Barbara. EDC obtained over 290 APCD NOVs covering the last 2 years. At least 8 idle wells in the county were found leaking in just the last 2 years. This is information staff should report to the board and public every year. 5 of the leaks are major, over 50,000 parts per million, but nobody knows how major because the analyzer pegs out at 50,000. And there's no way of knowing how long the wells leaked. In 2019, CalGEM collected only $4.2 million in fees to address orphan wells. AB 896 and SB 47 strengthened cost recovery, but there remains insufficient funds. CalGEM's oil, gas, and geothermal fund is also insufficient. The infrastructure bill will funnel $61 million. However, it's being prioritized for disadvantaged communities. Our research shows that the county will receive very little, and there are 1,500 idle wells. The governor's budget of $200 million for existing orphan wells is far less than the $500 million needed. Companies pay idle well fees to defer huge cleanup costs, then go bankrupt, leaving communities holding the bag. We understand the CalGEM's moving forward with contracts to plug several orphaned wells, and that's great, but it's the tip of the iceberg. We need to get ahead of this train wreck like Long Beach and Culver City by plugging wells before they're orphaned. The board must direct staff to prepare an annual report on the status of idle wells and enhance inspections for methane leaks and soil contamination to protect our public health and our environment. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Alicia Rossler to be followed by Nadia Abushanab. Alicia?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Alicia Rossler, Senior Staff Attorney for Environmental Defense Center. Since the grand jury has released its report, EDC has initiated an investigation on behalf of the public into the status and potential threats posed by idle wells in Santa Barbara County. And the results so far have been pretty startling. To further our investigation, we've issued several Public Records Act requests and have interviewed both county and state regulatory agencies, as well as watchdog groups. Since idle wells are part of our onshore petroleum facilities and operations, per our Petroleum Code Section 25.2, it is the county's responsibility to regulate and monitor them in a manner necessary to protect our public health and welfare and environment. However, what we have learned so far is that idle oil and gas wells are not being adequately regulated or monitored by our county. As Mr. Troutwine explained, the potential contamination posed by the thousands of idle wells in our county can no longer be ignored. First, we have learned that our county does not keep an inventory of idle wells or specifically track or monitor idle wells, but instead treats all oil wells the same, whether they've been producing or whether they've been sitting idle for 30 years. Second, monthly well production data is available on CalGEM's website for each well. Thus, our county can easily obtain up-to-date information on when the wells in our county meets the definition of idle in our code. They don't need to wait for an operator to tell them. Third, we need more robust well inspections. It's unclear what happens on the annual well inspections. However, we do understand that the well inspections are just visual, which is not helpful to detect methane leaks or soil contamination. However, the county petroleum inspectors can conduct additional methane testing in coordination with ABCD and can conduct soil boring around the wells to test for contamination. As we know, none of the other agencies are testing for this. We could also conduct more frequent testing on long-term idle wells that are problematic if they are identified by the county. This is why an annual report identifying and tracking problem idle wells, as well as reporting out violations and leaks, is critical to developing meaningful solutions to keep the board and the public informed about the severity of the idle well problem. These are just a few of the problems uncovered so far, but they make one thing very clear. Idle wells are not being adequately regulated or monitored in our county, and we need more information in order to fulfill our legal responsibility under the code. Our hope today is that the board supports the grand jury findings and takes actions like our neighbor Ventura County and continues this important investigation into the status of idle wells and direct staff to prepare a report to the board at a public hearing on idle wells by September 1st and annually thereafter. I thank you for this time on this important issue.
We will now go to Nadia Bushanab to be followed by Kyle Ferrer. Nadia?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nadia Abushanab, and I'm here on behalf of Santa Barbara County Action Network. We submitted a letter encouraging you to direct your staff to create annual reports about idle, long-term idle, and orphan oil and gas wells in the county, and have those findings be presented at a public hearing, as well as supporting the other recommendations from the grand jury report. I agree with everything that the staff from the Environmental Defense Center have said so far, and Supervisor Hart mentioned the story last week that came out about 2 long-term idle wells, which were discovered in Bakersfield to be leaking copious amounts of methane. As you all are well aware, methane is a colorless, odorless gas, and the only reason the well was inspected was because somebody nearby heard a very loud hissing sound coming from the well. And the inspector found that the wells were leaking explosive amounts of methane within 400 feet of homes and an elementary school. These wells were idled in the 80s and have since been orphaned because the company went bankrupt, a story that is unfortunately not unfamiliar to us. And now there's no clear responsible party, and the well continues to be pouring methane into the atmosphere, and the different agencies are saying that it is not their responsibilities. A recent study was published in the American Chemical Society, and it estimates that 2/3 of idle wells across California are leaking methane, a greenhouse gas 25 to 90 times more potent than carbon dioxide. These wells are not producing useful oil or petroleum products, they're just releasing dangerous emissions and contributing to climate change while offering no community benefit to the county. And by getting a better understanding of how many idle wells there are, where they are, and having regular monitoring of them through annual reports and these public hearings, we can begin to identify these leaks proactively and put a stop to them. This will have positive effects on public health, the health of our soil and groundwater, and has the potential to drastically reduce the emissions in the county to help make progress on our shared climate goals. So yeah, we encourage you to accept the recommendations, and that's it. Thank you so much for your time.
We will now go to Kyle Farrar, to be followed by Ken Huff. Kyle?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Oh, wonderful. My name's Kyle Farrar. I'm the Western Program Coordinator for Frac Tracker Alliance. I'm also a certified thermographer using optical gas imaging cameras. And I've worked with Earthworks, and I've done independent inspections of oil and gas sites throughout the state of California, including in Cat Canyon and throughout Santa Barbara County. I also provided a one-page summary to the board that hopefully everyone has read. It explains that there are over 2,350 currently idle and marginally producing wells that should be plugged in Santa Barbara County. And the estimate, if the county was responsible for that, could be upwards of $200 million, based on the estimates of CalGEM costs for plugging and remediating oil and gas wells. And of course, that doesn't include the $1 billion in costs for Platform Holly and for Rincon Island, or for the HVI wells in Cat Canyon. So I'd also like to address the fact that much of the remediation costs that will be covered by the state are going to prioritize areas that are experiencing disparate impacts from other types of industries, specifically oil and gas wells in Kern County, and also wells that are much closer to communities. So the majority of future funding is really going to go to Southern California and to Kern County. Also, I was the person who made the complaint for the leaking wells in Bakersfield that has hit the news. I want to inform you that another 4 wells in that community have found to be leaking, not just the 2 that were reported. You will see those reports, you will see stories coming out in the AP and LA Times tomorrow and the next day. This is a common occurrence. These wells only receive auditory and visual inspections. These wells have been leaking for who knows how long, within 400 feet of homes and schools. And this is not limited just to Bakersfield. I've seen the same thing throughout Santa Barbara County using an optical gas imaging camera. I support the EDC's findings and the need for more thorough inspections, specifically using optical gas imaging, FLIR cameras, and more regular inspections. So thank you so much for your time. Happy to share any of this information with you.
Supervisor Williams?
I just have a question. First of all, thank you for your work in Kern County. I understand the idea that of more frequent inspections, but are you also questioning the efficacy of the equipment that the that the APCD uses to detect hydrocarbons?
Sorry, I had to unmute. On their typical inspections, the audio and visual inspections are not thorough enough. There needs to be an optical gas imaging camera on site for every inspection. It allows for the inspector to identify where a potential leak is happening, and then they can use the methane sniffer to look at that individual leak point. Without those optical gas imaging cameras, you're just pretty much waving a wand around in the dark.
And are you saying the ones that are only audio and visual, you must be speaking of just the county inspections, right? Not the APCD inspections?
I'm not absolutely familiar with the limitations on the APCD inspections, but I do know that they don't always use a optical gas imaging camera, and neither do the CalGEM inspections. And also, not all idle wells are inspected every year by any means. There's just way too many for inspectors to get to. And also the idea that granting new well permits will incentivize operators to plug existing idle wells. Well, the data just shows otherwise. It just is really a Ponzi scheme, making a new well that needs to be plugged in the future.
Can I ask APCD staff to speak to this? Because this is just inconsistent with the information that I thought we were providing.
Why don't we wait till after public comment and then we'll come back?
Yeah, I would say that whenever I've made a complaint to the APCD, they have followed up with thorough inspections using optical gas imaging cameras. But it is my impression that a typical inspection of these sites does not always include an optical gas imaging camera, the regular inspections. So.
We will now go to Ken Huff, to be followed by Matt Guthrie, who is our final speaker. Ken?
Hello, Chair Hartman and Supervisors. I'm Ken Huff with Santa Barbara County Action Network. And I want to thank you very much for responding to the grand jury report by requesting this hearing. There's a lot of good information that I was looking forward to hear, and I heard even some more stuff that I didn't expect to hear. I'll get to that. Our letter of May 19th and Nadia Abushanab's earlier testimony express our concerns about the public health risks posed by idle, long-term idle, or orphaned wells. And comments today by supervisors also reflect serious concerns about that and suggest ideas to help combat those risks. It's clear that idle wells are dangerous. The methane leaks near homes and a school in Bakersfield from orphaned wells, we've all read about. And as of the date of our letter, which we said no action was being taken to stop the leaks, a report in the LA Times yesterday indicated they had now been plugged. But if not for a researcher, Kyle, thank you, I haven't met, who heard a hiss, how long would the leaks have gone undetected? So I appreciate his firsthand reporting. For several years now, I've been walking on some roads on the perimeters of vineyards in Santa Maria Valley, and I've observed 5 or 6 of Greca's lakeside idle wells. There are no pump jacks or any evidence of any activity there. And I haven't heard any hissing yet, just bees buzzing when there were boxes out there. But I'll be listening now. It's news to me today that this large amount of federal dollars will be used to plug most of these Greca wells. And I'll be watching. I'll let you know each year as you have your reports, what I've learned from firsthand experience on my daily or weekly walks. Now, I know anecdotal evidence isn't all that much helpful to you, but for evidence for lots of citations, please refer to EDC's excellent letter. As we've heard, there's many actors involved in monitoring and regulating idle wells, and none of them want to say that the situation is dire or dangerous, or that they're doing an inadequate job, or that they're understaffed. Like a road department doesn't want to say that a road is dangerous due to liability concerns. Regulators of idle wells might, be leery of accepting any of a grand jury's findings or recommendations. And I'm not leveling criticism, I'm just pointing this out. And public health and welfare is job one for you. The grand jury's findings and recommendations should be adopted and not rejected. So please do all you can to address the risks posed by idle wells. Thank you very much for your time.
We will now go to Matt Guthrie, who is our final speaker on this item.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and members of the board. My name is Matt Guthrie, and I am here today representing the Coastal Energy Alliance, or CEA. CEA appreciates the opportunity to once again share comments on the regulation of idle wells and onshore oil fields. As you're aware, the onshore oil and gas industry is currently regulated by over 24 state, federal, and local regulatory agencies, many of whom are present today and provided comment today. Includes CalGEM, County Petroleum Unit, Air Pollution Control District, the Fire Department, and the others. And as also was mentioned today, Santa Barbara County has gone above and beyond surrounding counties in regards to regulating idle wells. The board has very clearly pointed out that CalGEM revised its idle well regulations in 2019 to create more stringent requirements on operators, to create incentives for operators to manage and eliminate their idle wells. Last time we provided comments on this item, I reminded the board that AB 2729 was authored by then Assemblymember Doss Williams for that explicit purpose. The regulation now requires idle wells to be tested and, if necessary, repaired or permanently abandoned. CalGEM also ensures that the industry and not taxpayers are accountable for remediation of oil and gas operations through 2 state funds paid by operator assessment fees and idle well fees. According to CalGEM, the updated regulations are working, and there were quotes that the wells are being plugged before they become a problem, and quote, operators are complying. We continue to support what the board has previously articulated, which highlights the regulatory protections currently in place. We applaud the efforts of Santa Barbara County staff who ensure that oil produced in Santa Barbara County meets the highest environmental, safety, and social standards in the world. Thanks for your time.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
So we're back to the board. Supervisor Hart?
Well, I just really appreciate staff going the extra mile and getting this additional information and all the public testimony for folks who are very concerned about this issue. I really appreciate the grand jury's work too to highlight this important issue. And I think what's happened from our discussion about this is that we learned that we're the only county around us that has full-time planning staff dedicated to doing these inspections, that we are limited by our existing ordinances to doing the inspections that we do, but that probably are additional, in fact, there definitely are additional tools that we need to develop in our ordinances, and some of our neighboring counties are ahead of us on that work, but we have that work in our long-range work program, and we'll be able to learn from what other counties are doing to tighten up the holes in the regulatory scheme, make sure that everybody's complying to the best degree, because there is an ongoing real concern that as the fossil fuel industry shifts and the economic forces of a shift to renewable energy puts an economic vice on that industry, that there will be more operators that find themselves in financial distress, and that there's going to be the potential for future GRECAs. We don't want the taxpayers to be left holding the bag. So doing rigorous inspections, making sure that the operators are maintaining their equipment and are properly idling and abandoning wells, and creating financial incentives for those to not get into that gray zone where they're not being properly cared for is really important. And I'm not sure whether we need, the annual report that some of the members of the public are calling for, but because I think that what really we need to do is to focus planning and development's work on getting to the long-range work program and getting the additional changes to Chapter 25 done so that we can apply those to the operators that continue to operate. But I think this has been a really helpful public process. I appreciate the participation of CalGEM and the APCD and County Fire and the planning staff to help add some transparency to something that people are very concerned about.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I think it's an interesting spot to be in, where I I may agree with the sort of blow by blow of staff's response to the grand jury. But sometimes, you know, the grand jury can get the details wrong, but still the spirit of the report has some importance, right? And that's why we're talking about this again. And I think it's important for us to examine, is there something else that we could be doing? And that's a sort of what the thrust of my questions to both APCD and to planning staff. First of all, I want to give an opportunity to APCD staff to sort of clarify what their folks do out there, because I think it is more thorough than was characterized.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams and Chair Hartman. Yes, so I did want to share that we at the APCD do have an FLIR optical imaging camera, or OGI camera, that we use for our inspections. It is correct, we don't use that for all inspections, and the main reason is because we may have 2 inspections the same day and we only have 1 camera. They are $100,000, so that's a limiting factor for having more than 1 camera. And we do also do our inspections in a methodical way, taking measurements with our toxic vapor analyzer to of a subset of components if it's a large facility, or all of the components for smaller facilities, and making sure we're getting to all of the components that could potentially have leaks throughout our inspection schedule of that facility. So it's not just an audio visual inspection that we conduct.
And do you get to each one every year?
Every 3 years. No, the majority of them we do, but for some of the smaller facilities that may not have had compliance issues in the past and have a smaller potential to have issues, we do them on an every 3-year schedule at most, but some can be every 2 years depending on the facility.
So in the ideal world where our staff are going out to some of the ones that you're not going out to in a year, that could provide us better, more up-to-date information if our folks were equipped with useful technology, right?
Yes, and if, like Mr. Hazorovich said, if they detect any leaks, like hear the hissing or do an audio a visual inspection, they do let us know, and then we would follow up on that, even if it's not during our inspection frequency.
And can you speak to this other aspect that's brought up of imaging, whether that is, what times do you use that, and how much more superior is it in your estimation?
It's the OGI cameras. We utilize them in a way to, to do a first review of whether there are leaks or not. So you can use the camera from a distance and see many areas of the field and see if there are leaks using the camera. However, they do not quantify the leaks. So we need to follow up with our toxic vapor analyzer to quantify the leaks, because that's what we need to compare to our rule requirements.
And how much do the imagers cost?
$100,000.
Yeah, that's the limiting factor, right?
Yes.
Well, I don't want to speak for the board to go shelling out hundreds of thousands of dollars, but I do think that we should make use of the fact that our staff go out to these locations. I think there is mounting evidence that methane leakage, while not intentional, is a significant issue. And we would have choices. There's everything from the units, the $20,000 units that APCD uses, all the way down to $450 units. I'm sure the $450 units are not as accurate, but I would just say that I believe that one of the follow-ups that we should do is direct our
planning and development staff, our energy staff, when they are out there, to have whatever monitors that the Board of Supervisors allocates funds for in the future, or that the department has the wherewithal to perform, because that would increase the frequency of the inspections. If we're getting out to a large portion of the ones that they go to, so they go, we go out to all idle and active wells once a year, that would dramatically increase the number of inspections that is taking place, since APCD is doing all active, idle, and abandoned wells once every 3 years. You know, whether that, and yes, that might mean that we have to expend some money, but to me, that this is a more substantive, direct, and useful response than, you know, than even what was recommended by the report.
Would you like to hear a response from P&D about that proposal?
Absolutely.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Williams, I think it really comes down to resources and obtaining funds to be able to get the equipment that would be necessary to do it. But I don't think it would be, based on my very limited knowledge of exactly what it's going to require in terms of training, a substantial impact on the division to be able to, you know, if we had one of the inexpensive pieces of equipment, to use that in the field when the inspectors go out. So I think it's viable option if the board wants to pursue that, but I, again, would have to get a better understanding of the kind of training and calibration requirements and whatnot of the more expensive equipment, and then what the less expensive equipment entails.
And the second thing that I wanted to point out is that it may be fortuitous that this comes at us at the same time that our ordinance amendments are coming back to us from long-range planning, hopefully in the fall, because we could direct staff to be looking at any incentives that would, incentives to increase the amount of abandonment as part of those ordinance amendments. And look, I think that things are going better in abandonment, but there's also more idle wells out there too. So it's good that more abandonment is taking place. You know, I did author one of the laws that increased this amount and increased some of the incentives, but I'm not really sure that the incentives are at a high enough level to really solve the public policy issue. I think they're at a high enough level to help at this point, but I do think that we should be examining some other ways to incentivize companies to abandon some of their long-term idle wells.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman, and I apologize for jumping across earlier with my comments. I think the terminology incentivize is a creative use of the English language. I think it is really more progressive punishment, which is fine, but you know, we should just call a spade as we address this. You know, there is the other side of this, that we're doing our best to put an industry out of business, and then at the same time asking them to do the extra regulatory requirements. And I think that many of them are doing the best that they can, and they continue to adjust to technology improvements. We've had a historic bad operator in Santa Barbara County, and you know, that's unfortunate that and there's been no one that's been an advocate of them, and I think even the industry has been a long time speaking out and trying to find solutions to that situation. And I do think if we were a lot more willing to allow the production of new wells, that people would be incentivized. That would be a true incentive to abandon a well, because you know, it is a a property right, you have an entitlement. You know, why would you extinguish that if you knew that you weren't able to reacquire it and, you know, have access to your assets, which is the oil that is beneath the property with that you have mineral rights to. So, I mean, it's kind of sometimes disingenuous throughout that we go on this, but what's great about this presentation is I think it was a great example of why Santa Barbara County is the best location, safest, most regulated place to produce energy in a state and maybe the world. And so I wish we celebrated that more instead of loathed it. And so I will be looking forward to supporting staff's responses to the grand jury.
Let's see. I would add that I share some of the supervisors' concerns about long-term impacts. I know that on our agenda today, item 18 had to do with abandonment of a pipeline, and you know, who's ultimately responsible? Well, it's the county, and we don't want that to happen. I mean, even if there is other money available, as we see now with abandoned wells, it's not enough to really do the job. So we want to do everything in our power. And I believe methane leaks are a very serious issue and contribute greatly to climate change. So the more we can do there, the better. But I also believe with what Supervisor Hart said, that we want to have our P&D staff focusing as much as they can on the ordinance changes so that we can figure out how we need to expand our authorities and be more effective with we're the only ones who are out there every year, and others every 2 years, every 3 years. So that means we have the first eyes on it, and if we could enhance our powers, I think that would be good. I do like the idea of an annual report, and I'm wondering if this is something that, I mean, it wouldn't even have to be annual, but APCD, this is straight in your wheelhouse. And I wonder if the board at APCD might consider this. And currently being the chair of the board, perhaps I could raise this with our executive officer, because I think that might be the best place to locate an annual report. So that would be what I would like to see. So, Supervisor Lavanino?
I hadn't thought about that. That's a really good idea. I think that's more germane and probably has more expertise in APCD. So I would support that.
So we'll try to follow up with that. And so I guess Supervisor Williams?
Sure, I'll try to make a motion of A, B, and C with further direction that we ask staff to study the viability of our staff also doing methane monitoring and return to us, and add the possible incentives to increase abandonment in the ordinance amendments that's coming to us this fall. And that thirdly, that we would request APCD to give us a report on as asked for in the grand jury report.
So let's see, do we need all of that in the motion? I think the APCD would be up to us, not giving direction to anyone else. So I'm not sure that that would be part of the motion. And maybe we could just take the motion ABC,
And
do
then-
that,
sure.
and then give direction about the ordinance to come back as a separate item. Would that be all right?
Sure, I'll move A through C first.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now.
Okay, so for further direction, I move that we ask staff to examine the viability of adding methane monitoring to the tasks that our staff already go out to these oil wells to perform, and return to us with a plan when ready, and to add the discussion of incentives for abandonment in the ordinance amendments that is coming back to us this fall.
And I see a somewhat
Or
quizzical
not
look.
coming back to us, it's going to public hearings this fall. Right?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Williams, that's correct. The team is working on a package of ordinance amendments that would include the oil and gas revisions, and we could include that. So I think that's
And
fine.
that direction is clear?
That direction's clear.
Okay. And I will second. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, further discussion if we could.
Yes.
You know, because I'm all for, you know, finding methane leaks and solving that problem. I just am wondering if it'd be better for us to just request that our energy division coordinate better with APCD and maybe strategize on how that is best accomplished. I mean, it's true, if we're there every year, that does create an opportunity, but, you know, maybe there's a way to weave the different skill sets into there and equipment, and maybe there's a future APCD grant that the county can apply for, and maybe just strategize kind of a holistic approach to that. I'm concerned with this throwing another task onto planning staff.
I don't really see how that's different than
Okay.
the motion. I mean, if APCD can lend a piece of equipment to us or can help us obtain the equipment, that's very much in the spirit of what I'm asking for. And I just want to say, as a sort of overall arching policy question, you know, it's not my intention just to punish. It's my intention to create a situation, I guess, as I said last week, good public policy, you know, rewards virtue and punishes vice. Right. Too often our public policies punish virtue and reward vice, right. Meaning we make rules that are unenforceable or that only the moral characters, you know, adhere to. And what I'm trying to get at is enough inspection that there's an incentive for people to be doing the right thing.
So we do have a motion and a second. Is it close enough, Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, on that portion of the motion, but I'm still need some clarification on the long-range planning. So are we still having that come back for some type of scoping to the board, or where is that with the oil and gas amendments? I hear public hearings. Supervisor Williams is asking to add some incentives into that process. So it does sound like at some point it needs to come back to the board for some type of discussion. I can support a future discussion. I'm not sure I can support, and, you know, the devil's are in the details as far as that's concerned for me.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Nelson, I think that is a reasonable request that we could bring back just the broad scope of what we would be looking at and then get further direction from the board.
I think that would be the most efficient use of your time. So we do have a motion and a second, and planning said that it was specific enough that they were clear on what that direction was. So all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. So we will, one more item here. We'd like to go through item number 3. Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Public Works Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding approval of the exclusive franchise agreements for solid waste collection.
Ms. Wells.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman, members of the board. So the county has chosen to use private businesses to collect waste materials from residents and businesses in the unincorporated area. The service is not mandatory for customers who may choose to self-haul their waste materials to waste management facilities. Today, we're recommending to your board the approval of a 7-year contract to Marburg Industries servicing county zones 1, 2, and 3, which encompasses the South Coast and New Kuyama unincorporated areas, and a 2-year agreement with Waste Management for service zones 4 and 5, which encompasses the unincorporated North County, and for authorization to issue an RFP for zones 4 and 5 for service beginning in July 2024. Leslie Robinson, manager of our division's Collection and Materials Management Group, led this procurement effort with assistance from Mark Hill, who's also a member of our team, and Lathy Zett and April Hamoud from HF&H Consulting. which is an experienced solid waste consulting firm. Today, Ms. Robinson will be making the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and members of the board. Thank you for allowing us this time to present our recommendations regarding the county's exclusive franchise agreements for the collection of solid waste. The county currently contracts with 2 haulers to provide trash, recycling, and organics collection to residents and businesses in the unincorporated area. The region is divided into 5 zones. Marburg Industries services zones 1, 2, and 3 in the southern and northeastern portion of the county, and Health Sanitation Services, Waste Management services zones 4 and 5 in the Santa Ynez, Lompoc, and Santa Maria valleys. Our existing contracts with the haulers expire on June 30th of this year. In May 2020, the board directed staff to form a franchise procurement project team to evaluate options for the new contracts. The project team consisted of members from the CEO's office, Auditor Controller's office, Risk Management, County Council, and Public Works, along with a consultant. In December 2020, the board approved the recommendation of the project team to enter into negotiations with Marburg and Waste Management to develop new agreements for waste collection services in each hauler's existing collection zones. The county hired HF&H Consultants, one of the leading solid waste consulting firms in the state, to lead the negotiation process. In February of 2021, the county began meeting with the haulers. After numerous meetings throughout the spring and summer, the county and Marburg reached a deal in December 2021. Negotiations with Waste Management continued until March 2022. Pending the board's approval, the new contracts will begin on July 1st of this year. One of the most significant changes to the new agreements is the incorporation of additional regulatory compliance support from the haulers. The haulers are integral to helping the county comply with state mandates such as AB 939, the state's original recycling and diversion law, AB 341 related to mandatory commercial recycling, AB 1826 related to mandatory commercial organics recycling, and SB 1383, the most recent legislation impacting all generators of organic waste, both commercial and residential. Under the new franchise agreements, the haulers are responsible for providing organic waste collection services to all customers, monitoring customers' containers for contamination, assisting with customer compliance reviews, offering compliant container colors, and assisting with public education, among other tasks. The new agreements also contain numerous customer service enhancements. Per SB 1383, the haulers will expand their organics collection programs to include the collection and recycling of food scraps. The haulers will also be adding 2 extra bulky item pickups per year, enabling customers to schedule a total of 4 pickups annually of large items like couches, mattresses, appliances, and other bulky household items. The haulers will also continue to assist with picking up illegally dumped items along county roadways. Additionally, the haulers will continue to offer collection and recycling of household batteries at curbside, with batteries placed in sealed bags on top of recycling containers, and also provide prepaid mail-back containers for the proper disposal of home-generated sharps. Customers can also put out extra waste at no additional charge after the holidays. And given the community's desire for more paper shredding opportunities, the haulers will host annual paper shredding events at no cost to county residents. In the Marburg service area, food scraps are already being sorted from customers' trash at the county's resource center. Customers should continue to put only their yard waste in their green bins as the collected material is processed into mulch. Marburg will be expanding its existing automated collection program to portions of zones 1 and 3. Customers who switch to automated curbside collection will receive a 10% reduction in their rates. In the waste management service area, customers will switch from bi-weekly to weekly collection of green waste and will be able to mix in their food scraps. The material will be composted at Angle and Gray's facility in Santa Maria. Customers will also receive additional recycling containers at no charge. With the new franchise agreement, Waste Management has also committed to hiring a new local public outreach specialist who will assist with regulatory compliance. In terms of rate impacts, customers in the Marburg service area will not see as significant a change because the county and Marburg have gradually phased in rate increases over the past few years to fund the construction and operation of the Resource Center, which is a high diversion organic waste processing facility under SB 1383. With CPI factored in, residential customers will see increases ranging from approximately 4% to 7.5%, depending on which zone they're in and the size of their containers. These increases do not factor in the 10% reduction that Marburg will offer next year to customers who switch to curbside automated collection. Marburg anticipates rolling out the expanded program in February of 2023. At that time, customers who choose to retain backyard service will be assessed a surcharge due to the additional labor required. Some of the advantages to automation include improved worker safety, collection efficiencies, and reduced idle times. Marburg commercial trash customers will see similar rate increases as residential customers. Commercial recycling rates, however, will increase between 22% and 27% to reflect the full cost to process recyclables. Waste management customers will experience more significant cost increases, in large part due to the SB 1383 requirements and the switch from biweekly to weekly collection of organics. It should be noted that after the proposed rates have been verbally agreed to in December 2021, Waste Management requested an additional increase in late January 2022. Upon further negotiation, the proposed additional increase was reduced by half. The final rates equate to a projected 25% increase in revenue to Waste Management, not including CPI and processing cost adjustments that occur on an annual basis. The average residential rate increases are as follows: 10% in the Santa Ynez Valley, 14% in the Lompoc Valley, and 30% in the Santa Maria Valley. On the commercial side, the average rate increases for trash collection are 27% in the Santa Ynez Valley, 37% in the Lompoc Valley, and 67% in the Santa Maria Valley. Some of these increases are the highest that we've ever seen locally. As mentioned before, part of this can be attributed to the expanded organics collection program. Additionally, Waste Management is attempting to bring the existing commercial rates closer to current market rates. When Waste Management last bid on zones 4 and 5 in 2011, they significantly reduced their rates at that time to secure the winning contract. Finally, Waste Management insisted upon increasing the service portion of the rates consistent with what Marburg is paid in Zone 2, which also led to the increased rates. Due to Waste Management's late request for an additional rate increase, the county had little time to pursue alternatives. As a result, the county shortened the contract term from 7 years to 2 years, with the new contract ending on June 30th, 2024. County staff recommends issuing a request for proposals for zones 4 and 5 to assist with determining market rates for this area upon the expiration of Waste Management's contract in June 2024. The Public Resources Code gives agencies maximum flexibility for procuring solid waste collection services. The county can determine whether to provide services via franchise or otherwise, either with or without competitive bidding. When issuing RFPs, the county is not obligated to accept the low bid and could reject all bids. The RFP criteria have not yet been established, but could include measures such as quality of service, cost, performance history, innovative diversion programs, environmental considerations, and financial stability. In closing, staff recommends that your board approve and authorize the chair to execute the proposed agreement with Marburg Industries for zones 1, 2, and 3, effective July 2022 through June 30th, 2029, and the agreement with Health Sanitation Services Waste Management for zones 4 and 5, effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2024. Staff also recommends that your board determine that existing Resolution 21-120 is superseded by the rates established in the new agreements. Additionally, staff recommends that your board authorize staff to issue and consider the results of a competitive request for proposals for zones 4 and 5 for service beginning July 1st, 2024. Finally, staff recommends that your board determine that approval of the proposed agreements is exempt from CEQA pursuant to the provisions related to existing facilities, actions by regulatory agencies for protection of the environment, accessory structures, and rate, tolls, and fares, and direct staff to file and post a notice of exemption. That concludes our presentation. We greatly appreciate your time and welcome any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Robinson? Madam Clerk.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have one request to speak on this item, and we are remaining in Santa Barbara for Stacy Walters. Stacy?
Good afternoon. I'm Stacy Walters. I'm the district manager for your operations here for waste management. Public speaking is not really my area of expertise. Operations really is. Although I'm kind of the new guy, been with the company. Next week will be actually, I can't believe I'm saying this, 36 years that I've been with the company. You have a lot of good people that work for our company in Santa Maria. Really good people. My job though is to help make them great. And given that opportunity, you know, we have that opportunity to make them great. And I know my skill sets can lead to that in making them great. But I'm gonna need time. 2-year proposal. I know that sounds like a long time, but as you guys know, with perceived driver shortages, we're having a hard time recruiting new people to our company, and 2 years contract doesn't really secure our people's future, if you know what I mean. So that, and on top of, I'm sure you guys have heard of our supply chain shortages. Our company just told us the other day, don't expect new trucks until 2024. We just need a little more time. So while I'm confident in my abilities to get our team to greatness, I just need a little more time, and I respectfully request that, you know, you can revisit potentially giving us that 7-year extension, and hopefully we can make that happen. And if you do, you know, you'll have a great team. I took this job up here because I've worked with a lot of the members that are now part of your community, these folks sitting back here with me. I've worked with some of them in the past, and they're good people too. So allow us to show you how great we can be if you could. And that's really all I had to say. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, you know, that was a good question. Thank you, Chair Hartman. So we're authorizing Public Works to go ahead and move forward with an RFP process, but there is still the opportunity for Public Works to be engaging with their existing hauler to explore a contract extension through this action.
Chair Nelson, through the board. Certainly, we can have discussions. We were just put in a bit of a pinch, and so we'd like to have more options available to us to get the right rate to our customers.
Right. So we have this 2-year period here where we can either go through the RFP process or continue negotiations as we work with our current provider to make sure that we're providing the best service and the most competitive rates for our constituents. Correct?
Supervisor Nelson, yes, that's correct.
Right. I had some additional questions. So there was a large rate increase in Zone 5, which is Santa Maria Valley. Could you speak to that a little bit? If I'm correct on it, the rates had been lower there, and so when with these increases, they represent a larger percentage, so it becomes eye-popping, but the rates are pretty competitive with other areas of the county. Is that correct?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, correct. The rates do vary between the zones depending on where the waste is processed, so that plays into it. And the dynamic of the zone in terms of servicing, whether it's more densely populated or not. So all of those factors do play into the different rate increases in each of those zones.
Okay, and then the large commercial rates increases that we're seeing this time around, that's part of a rebalancing where residential rates previously had somewhat subsidized that, but now the true cost of commercial rates are being borne upon those customers?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we've always tried to establish rates based on cost of service. So this time around, those large commercial increases are primarily a result of Waste Management's desire to have the same collection portion of their rates be consistent with what Marburg is charging. And that was one of the late in the game requests that did cause quite a bit of increase to those rates.
Understood. And last question. So commercial clients, I mean, they also have the option of self-haul, right? That's something that they can, this is an option for them to have an account with Waste Management. They also have those opportunities. And I think we do have some commercial accounts in Zone 5 at least that do take advantage of that.
Correct, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. Commercial customers can choose to self-haul their waste.
Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm more interested, I mean, it's going to be fun explaining to people why this is going up, but, and I'm interested in the diversion. And if I caught it correctly, that there's going to be some sort of messenger, public outreach individual that's part of this. Explain to me, I mean, who is that? How's that going to work? Because that's going to be a huge component of this.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair. Waste Management is committed to hiring a new staff person in Zones 4 and 5 to serve in that public outreach compliance role. Currently, Marburg already has an individual who serves in that capacity. So we're very excited that Waste Management will have that extra staff to help our staff. We do a lot of outreach and education through our staff, but to have that partner will really, I think, help us go a long way to reaching all of our customers.
Okay. And I just want to say, I didn't catch your name, I'm sorry, but for the speaker, excellent comments. First off, I didn't know Waste Management was hiring 10-year-olds at the time. I mean, if you've been there 36 years, there's some child labor law being broken somewhere, but, you know, I get where you're coming from. And for us, I think it's, I honestly, I don't have any beef with Waste Management at all. And I think they've been doing a good job in my area. But, you know, we also have the fiduciary responsibility when we hit with a rate increase to see what else is available. So, you know, if 2 years from now we come back and we sign up a 7-10-year agreement, whatever it is, you know, that's the opportunity that I see for you to grow and for you to be able to work that magic is. But, you know, for me, I feel responsible, just like we have in some other contracts that have come up for us that haven't been bid in a long time, or, you know, we have a large rate increase, that I think for me to be able to look at my constituents and saying we're getting the best bang for our buck, that at some point we do have to, you know, we have to go out and look at it. Not saying that you guys aren't going to be the best alternative. So looking forward to see, you know, a long relationship, but, you know, we got to do what's best also for the folks that are writing the check every month.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, to me, first of all, I want to say that for those of us in the South County, at least, this is really good service. I mean, I don't live in the service territory. I live in Carpinteria, which is served by another hauler, and you know, we're pretty reasonably happy with our service. But the things that consumers, ratepayers can get in South County on this is way more than what I can get in terms of large hauls, in terms of the extras that you kind of need, unless you want to, in my case, having some old equipment moldering in the front yard waiting for next year's allotment. So I want to say it's a very good level of service. For them, you know, I feel like the public's happy with it. It's getting an amazing amount of diversion done, which is a credit both to the department and to the hauler. And it's implementing the largest greenhouse gas emission reduction in our county history, which is something to be really proud of. You know, so to me, it's very good news, even, you know, and worth every penny. In the north, you know, I mainly want to support my North County colleagues, but the things that I'll be, of course, looking at is the efficacy of the diversion strategy, right? You know, particularly the organics diversion, because that's all new. You know, is getting people to put it in the green waste working, or are we still losing tons of it to the landfill? And that's issue number one, and of course, issue number two is price. You know, I think Waste Management has put forth good arguments that if, you know, price was the only thing, that we should probably, you know, do 3 or 4 years instead of 2, but I think there's a lot of other things at play, and I think it's understandable that the department and our North County supervisors want to see, want to make sure everybody is incentivized to make a good proposal to the county. And I'm open to any hauler that can meet better organics diversion mixed with a reasonable price.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I just want to thank Marburg too for their excellent service. They've been innovative leaders for decades in our community and are doing a great job. And I think this 2-year contract with Waste Management will give an opportunity for everybody to sharpen their pencils and come up with the best possible future contract with the hauler there in North County. But I am curious about the relative rates in the two regions. I don't expect you to have this information now, and I know there's a lot of apples and oranges comparison here. It's too complex for a simple answer, but seeing those very, very significant rate increases in the northern zones, but there have been very significant rate increases in the past to pay for the materials recovery facility. So I'd just like to know where we end up in those two different worlds of processing green waste. Future Tate, if it's, you can just share that with me offline if that's better to get the quality of the information, not just a simple answer.
Well, I'll just add that we do have a whole new system now for organics, and how that's going to roll out and how we're going to get compliance is going to take everybody working to educate people. I'm also, as Ms. Robinson knows, very interested in the collection of bulky items. I have a constituent who works cleaning up the valley, the Santa Ynez Valley, and has quite a team, and they can tell you all the locations they're mapped where people are illegally dumping. And so it's important that people know that you can have pickup 4 times a year outside your own home, so don't dump illegally. And then I see you also have the haulers will go to these dump sites and actually pick stuff up. So that's very helpful too. So I'm excited by the ways that the contracts are being enhanced by this. So with that, do we have a motion A through E in staff's report?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And County Council, what are we going to be doing in closed session today?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. In closed session today, we have one case of existing litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9D1. It's Subhani Group versus County of Santa Barbara, and that's California 2nd District Court of Appeal case. We also have anticipated litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9, and that's significant exposure to civil litigation based on the facts and circumstances listed in the agenda. We also have significant exposure to civil litigation, one case, and again, it's based on a claim submitted by Orange Tree Inn, and it's attached to the agenda. And then we also have anticipated litigation, deciding whether to initiate civil litigation, 2 cases. And there was also an addendum that was circulated for closed session for labor negotiations, but my understanding is that that one is not going forward today. And the time estimate is 1 hour.
Okay, so we'll be back here between 2:30 and 2:45. afternoon. We're reconvening the May 24th meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors here in the Santa Barbara Hearing Room. And Ms. Van Mullum, would you report out as our county counsel what we did during closed session?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session, one case of existing litigation, Sabhani versus County of Santa Barbara, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to civil litigation, one case based on the facts and circumstances listed in the agenda, as well as significant exposure to civil litigation, one case based on a claim that was submitted and also attached to the agenda, and then anticipated litigation, deciding whether to initiate civil litigation, two cases. The board took one reportable action. The board unanimously decided to initiate litigation. All supervisors were present and voting in favor. And the defendants and the other particulars shall, once formally commenced, be disclosed to any person upon inquiry, unless to do so would jeopardize the agency's ability to effectuate service or ability to conclude existing settlement negotiations.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, would you read departmental item number 4 into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the fiscal year 2021 through 2022 third quarter budget status report and cannabis taxation compliance and enforcement update.
Please go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, good afternoon. This is our third quarter budget status update. This is a routine quarterly report that we provide to your board. We do have 2 recommended actions that are non-routine related to the Sheriff Corner Office. I'd like to introduce who our presenters will be, and it'll just be a brief presentation. Paul Clemente, our division chief, and Nicole Parmalee, our fiscal and policy analyst over our criminal justice departments.
Thank you, Nancy. Good afternoon, Chair Hartman, members of the board. Like Nancy mentioned, today's report will be touching on third quarter financial projections, as well as a brief update on cannabis taxation, compliance, and enforcement activities. As a reminder, the reportable thresholds are $300,000 for the general fund and $500,000 for the special revenue funds. In the general fund, we see a total positive variance of $13.6 million, driven mostly by General Revenues Department. There's a few other reportable departments, both positive and negative variances, which we'll get into on the following slides. The $11.2 million positive projection in general revenues is driven mostly by higher than budgeted TOT, property transfer tax, and sales and use taxes, and is a trend we've been reporting every quarter this fiscal year as the local economy has continued to perform better than anticipated when this budget was put together about 18 months ago. Additionally, property taxes, specifically supplemental taxes, have started trending higher than budget in the past quarter due to a clearing through of backlog of supplemental billings from the prior fiscal year, as well as the continued high volume of market activity. Moving to cannabis, the trend of decreased receipts has continued this quarter, with a year-end projection now at about $10.8 million on a budget of 19, driven by falling wholesale prices, as well as no retail storefronts coming online this fiscal year. However, unallocated carryover from the prior year, as well as unspent funds this year, and a portion of the prudent reserve that's set aside are able to absorb this shortfall without affecting any of the budgeted uses this fiscal year. I'll turn it over to Nicole.
Thank you, Paul. Good afternoon, supervisors through the chair. So moving into our departmental variances, for probation, public defender, and auditor controller, they're all projecting positive year-end variances, as you'll see on the slide, primarily due to salary and benefit savings driven by staffing vacancies that the departments are working to fill. For probation, in addition to salary savings, the department is also seeing lower than budgeted CBO contract spending from continued pandemic impacts. And overall, these lower expenditures are allowing the department to preserve an additional $2.4 million in restricted fund balance for future use. Community Services is projecting a negative variance of $293,000 due to an accounting error where revenues were booked in the prior fiscal year instead of the current fiscal year. This resulted in a positive variance last year that was returned to the general fund, and those funds will help close any corresponding gap this year via an adjusting transfer from general county programs if needed at year end. The Sheriff's Office is continuing to project a negative year-end variance, currently estimated at $1.5 million on a total budget of $178.6 million, due primarily to overtime costs in excess of budget. As overtime usage has been an ongoing challenge for the department, we have spent extensive time looking at what is constituting the current overage and overtime of roughly $6 million. While most of the overage is offset by salary savings, the remaining $1.5 million year-end budget gap related to overtime must still be addressed. We found that the excess overtime was largely driven by a few main factors, including approximately $2.6 million that is associated with overtime costs to fill behind deputies in academy and field or custody training, which is an 8 to 10 month process for each new hire. Additionally, sworn staff who are on workers' compensation leave due to injury, as well as the need to maintain minimum levels of staffing to adequately staff all post positions, despite a high level of vacancies in the custody division in particular. Again, some of these costs have been offset by salary and benefit savings from the numerous vacancies the department is incurring. To resolve the budget gap, we're recommending that your board consider use of funding set aside in Prop 172 for the Sheriff Overhire Program totaling $2 million. Over the past few years, these funds were set aside to hire up to an additional 12 positions beyond the department's funded FTEs to help maintain consistent staffing and ultimately reduce overtime costs. However, with the clear challenges in retaining and recruiting staff, the department has been limited in the ability to reach nearly full staffing capacity, and therefore the set-aside funding has not been utilized as anticipated. If approved, we would bring back a budget adjustment to your board prior to June 30th that would resolve the budget gap related to the overtime costs using this source. And as we recognize this will continue to be an ongoing issue for the department, especially relating to the academies and field or custody training time, we're also recommending that your board direct staff to work with the Sheriff's Office to develop and propose a budget policy for next fiscal year that will best address the longer-term fiscal plan regarding overtime costs, overhireability, and other cost issues. As part of the policy development, we would also review and incorporate KPMG recommendations where possible. So you'll see these two actions included as part of staff recommendations for this board item. Social Services Fund 55 is projecting a positive year-end variance of $1.3 million, driven primarily by strong 2011 realignment revenues and salary savings, which they will fund balance at year-end. And Court Activities Fund 69 currently reflects a positive year-end variance of $623,000, driven by higher revenue growth due to better collections. However, there are some delayed billings anticipated to be received in the fourth quarter that will reduce the variance in expenditures, but overall, they will still remain positive by year-end. And finally, a quick update for your board on cannabis program operations. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, gross receipts are down. In terms of enforcements, the Sheriff's Office conducted 4 enforcement actions against illegal operators in the third quarter, confiscating 78 plants and 41 pounds of cannabis product with a total estimated street value of $80,000. Also in the quarter, the Treasurer Tax Collector issued 4 new business licenses to operators that were deemed compliant with county code, bringing the cumulative number of licenses issued to 36. And finally, the cultivation acreage cap in the unincorporated inland area has been reached, with 8 additional operators having been added to a waiting list with 265 acres requested. The cultivation cap in Carpinteria is also close to being reached, with about 34 acres remaining available. And that brings us to our recommended actions, and those are actions A through E, as you'll see indicated on the slide. This concludes our presentation, and we're happy to take any questions.
Any questions? I see no lights up here. Any public comment?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, yes, we have one request to speak via Zoom. And we are going to Susan Stevens. Susan?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yes. I think that the cap is what it says. It's a cap, and obviously it's put there for a reason, and we don't want it exceeded. That's one little thing I just want to throw out. But I do believe that the any and all cannabis endeavors, I'm going to read the letter that I did send in to the county. Any and all cannabis endeavors need to have odor management. The word cannabis comes from Hebrew expression nabosm, which literally translates into aromatic reed. So there you go. It's known for its aroma. It has a strong aroma. The smell comes from terpenes, tiny volatile molecules created by the plant. They are the aromatic component of the plant's essential oils. They're basically a deterrent for predators like insects or mammals. Different strains of marijuana produce different amounts of terpenes and degrees of odor. Growers now most often choose the most potent strains for its psychotropic effects of THC. Anybody who sampled pot in the 60s or 70s knows the pot available today is extremely more potent. Naturally, this stronger plant has stronger aromas. Without proper odor management, this is going to unfortunately lead to official complaints from people within the communities exposed to the smell. And growers aren't going to be looking for a less potent plant anytime soon. Research has shown that smell is a perceived indicator of quality. Research participants given access to the more potent variety of marijuana showed more interest and willingness to pay more. So that right there is a key factor to me, my family, many people that are concerned about this. If they see it as a better bud, so to speak, with the higher smell content, they're willing to pay the price. On the Central Coast, we've been very familiar with wine tasting, its descriptors of hints of oak, blackberry, walnut, etc. Cannabis is no different. Recent studies have shown participants explain the sensory traits as earthy, herbal, woody. Those are not terrible, but then more descriptors: diesel, chemical, tobacco, ammonia, and tar, arguably unpleasant. We really feel managing cannabis odor is going to be good business. A large North Denver cannabis grower's routine license renewal was denied due to public outcry of odor affecting quality of life. Mainly, neighbors claimed the smell made it difficult to improve the community. We truly hope that the supervisors our county learn from other states and counties and do everything they can to manage the odor right now. Thank you very much. My name is Susan Stevens and my husband's John.
Ms. Stevens, I think your comments really went to item number 5 rather than number 4, but we thank you very much.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
And I still am not seeing any lights, so I have a couple of questions. The first is, can you give us foreshadow what kinds of policies would be coming forward in December for dealing with the overtime issues with the sheriff?
Chair Hartman, thanks for that question. So as Ms. Parmalee indicated, we spent a lot of time looking at least now for what the overtime issue is for the current year. So we want to take that and see what the best policy development is. We know that they have an ongoing issue. There's the overhire funding program that really hasn't worked as intended for their purposes and for the funding purposes. So we want to try to find a resolve that, one, that we, looking at KPMG recommendations and putting all of these things in perspective, is there a better alternative that is in policy that your board can approve, that we could all follow, and move forward from a longer term perspective? That's the goal.
Thank you, and that's helpful. The other question, I was just reading an article in The Economist about the California cannabis economy and how things haven't really played out the way people anticipated. Instead of getting rid of the illicit market, it's really more active than ever before, and really predicting over time that California may play a smaller and smaller role in the cannabis production nationally. So what assumptions are we making in our budget going forward?
Thank you, Chair Hartman. I know that Brittany Heaton and Stephen Yee are prepared to answer some of those questions.
Thank you, Chair Hartman. So in developing the next year's budget, we're looking at the historical data. We're also looking prospectively at all the operators that are in our system. Those are those operators that are still stepping through our permitting process, our licensing process, and we're really making assumptions in terms of the timing of when they'll complete those processes, go on to the state, obtain their state licenses, and commence operations. So there is some speculation built into our budget, but we're using all the data points available to us to look prospectively.
But we can't really, if I remember our last discussion, we can't really index, we don't really have a good way to predict what the price will be. And therein lies our dilemma.
Chair Hartman, that's accurate. We currently don't have an index that's available to us.
Okay, that's all I wanted. So I don't see any other lights up here, and we've had public comment, so I think we're ready for a motion A through E and staff's report.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, number 5.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding ordinance amendments to the County Land Use and Development Code, LUDC, to implement new permit requirements regarding commercial cannabis cultivation.
Director Plowman.
Madam Chair, members of the board. So almost a year ago, a little less than a year ago, the board gave the division direction to come back with cannabis ordinance amendment that would alter the permit type that would be required for inland cannabis grows. And so today, what we have before you is that ordinance that you requested. It has gone through Planning Commission review. There are some additional recommendations that came out of the Planning Commission review. And I have Mr. Dan Clemon here, our Deputy Director of Long Range Planning, and Karina Venegas, who is the planner who's been processing the ordinance amendments. And she's going to be making the presentation on the package and will outline the recommendations that came from the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and members of the board. My name is Karina Venegas, and I will be presenting the proposed cannabis land use ordinance amendments to you today. Before I jump in, I would like to mention that today's PowerPoint has been revised to include 2 maps at the end of the presentation, which you'll be able to find on slides 16 and 17. The revised presentation can be found online with the board agenda letter attachments. At the September 14 board hearing last year, the board directed Planning and Development staff to develop land use ordinance amendments to change the commercial cannabis cultivation permit type in the inland agricultural and industrial zones, with the intention that the changes may afford county decision makers greater discretion when considering proposed commercial cannabis cultivation projects. Accordingly, staff prepared LUDC amendments that would require a conditional use permit, or CUP, instead of a land use permit, or LUP, for all commercial cannabis cultivation, which would apply to the outdoor, mixed light, indoor, and nursery uses in the agricultural 2, industrial research park, light industry, and general industry zones. Some differences between the CUP and LUP application process are that a CUP is overall more expensive and may require additional processing time. a CUP requires additional findings to be met for approval, and as a result affords decision makers greater discretion, and a CUP requires a public hearing, and the decision maker is the Planning Commission and not the Planning Director. The proposed amendments include a provision that would limit the applicability of the CUP requirement only to new operations or applications that have not received final approval prior to the effective date of the ordinance, and to existing operations that propose changes that do not qualify as minor changes under the LUDC, such as changes that would result in a new adverse environmental effect, the need for additional mitigation measures, or changes that substantially deviate from an approved or issued permit. Applicants of proposed new operations that have not yet received final approval would need to apply for a CUP. If an existing LUP application is complete, it would be converted to a CUP application and proceed through the CUP approval process, which includes a public hearing. As I will discuss later in the presentation, the County Planning Commission recommended that the board consider a different option, which would not make proposed projects that are subject to a complete LUP application that is in process, subject to the new CUP requirement. The proposed amendments clarify that commercial cannabis cultivation operations permitted with an LUP do not qualify as a non-conforming use because they are lawfully existing with the approval of a discretionary permit that was required by the LUDC and remain allowed by the LUDC in their current location. To avoid disincentivizing existing operators from making beneficial changes, such as changes to improve odor control systems, and as stated in the last slide, existing operators could propose minor changes similar to other LUPs, so long as those minor changes do not substantially deviate from their approved plans, do not change the use or scope of development, and do not result in a new adverse environmental effect or the need for additional mitigation measures. Listed on this slide are the existing LUP project applications that are currently on appeal to the Planning Commission. As of May 23rd, there are 8 projects currently on appeal that could be affected by the new CUP requirement. While staff began preparing the ordinance amendments, staff noticed certain development standards should be revised to reflect the new CUP requirement. For example, revisions to the odor abatement requirements. Applicants of commercial cannabis cultivation projects would be required to prepare and submit an odor abatement plan if a project meets one of the following. If adjacent to an existing developed rural neighborhood, also known as an EDRN, or an urban rural boundary, or if cannabis cultivation areas cumulatively exceed 51% of the subject lot area on lots zoned Ag 2, or if a project is within the San Ynez Community Plan area. Additionally, cannabis projects will continue to require design review for projects that are located within the critical viewshed corridor or design control overlay zones. The Programmatic Environmental Impact Report, also referred to as the PEIR, prepared for the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance, was certified by the board in February of 2018 and considered cannabis uses throughout the county in agricultural and industrial zones, such as the Ag 2, MRP, M1, and M2 zones. This proposed ordinance is within the scope of the project covered by the PEIR for the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance and changing the permit requirement from an LUP to a CUP would provide county decision makers with additional discretion over proposed projects and existing operations that propose major changes. The proposed amendments would not result in any new impacts or increase the severity of previously considered impacts. As a result, no new environmental document is required pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15162 and 15168. On May 11th, the CPC held a hearing and voted 5-0 to recommend that the board adopt staff's recommended LUDC amendments. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, the Planning Commission recommended that your board consider certain changes that would involve exempting projects with an approved land use permit but are on appeal, requiring an odor abatement plan for all commercial cannabis cultivation, and keeping the land use permit requirement for indoor commercial cannabis cultivation and indoor nurseries in the industrial zones. The recommendations for today's ordinance amendments can be found on page 1 through 2 of the May 24th board letter. To summarize, they are to make the required findings for approval and CEQA findings found in attachment 1, determine that after considering the certified PEIR for cannabis land use ordinance, no subsequent environmental document will be prepared, and adopt a resolution amending the LUDC found in attachment 3. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff are available for any questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. Question about the odor abatement plan. That's not an odor elimination plan, right? I mean, there's various options if somebody can't abate their odor any more than general outdoor cultivation. How do they address an odor abatement plan? What does that look like? I guess, is there a standard is what I'm getting to for the odor abatement plan?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Nelson, just give us 1 minute.
Supervisor Nelson through the chair. Hopefully everyone can hear me. Yeah, and I'm looking at the County Land Use and Development Code section 3542075 subsection 6. And it's the odor abatement plan section. I'm referring to that section because what we're proposing and what we've recommended to you today are some amendments to that section which would make it such that these would apply to the cultivation projects. And yes, there are standard requirements set forth in this section that all odor abatement plans must satisfy. So the effect of the ordinance amendments to you today would be applying these standards to all the cultivation projects.
And could you describe those?
Yeah, so as everything from, for example, I'm not going to list all of them, but things about just general project information about, specifics about the project itself regarding what would be odor emitting activities, where they'd be located, describing methods to control all of those odors, the types of odor control mechanisms that may be include things like carbon filtration systems, vapor phase systems, of course, combinations or better technology, and then other things like notification requirements. So for example, a person needs to be appointed to respond to any odor complaints, and there's a procedure for that. So things like that.
But to further clarify, so it's not an elimination, it's just to try to abate it wherever possible. I see one of those options is this where you site your cultivation would be one of the techniques towards odor abatement?
Yeah, so specifically you're supposed to avoid creating odors that are experienced from residential zones as determined by the director.
Okay, thank you. And then another question. One of the discussions that I've heard is if some of the people that are already in the process go from an LUP to a CUP, that involves additional fees, from an LUP permit to a CUP permit, I've heard about $10,000, $12,000. Is it possible for the board to waive that for those conversions for the people that are have already approved projects?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Nelson, yes, it is possible if the board chooses to waive those fees, they can do that. But we are a fee-based division, development review, full cost recovery. So
sure, that's
just something to note.
I understand, thank you. And I guess the last question is, if there's a conversion from an LUP to a CUP when there's existing approved projects, is there a way for the board to still retain space in the cap for that project? Will they lose their space in the cap, or if they're will they be able to retain that?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Nelson, so it is our understanding that if a project received its original land use approval, that they would be able to maintain their position on the list to be eligible for a business license.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. So what's the scope? I mean, we have these 8 applications that are on appeal to the Planning Commission. So from what I'm understanding from the Planning Commission's recommendation, it would not apply to them, correct? And then, so how many do we have that would fall into this category?
So, Madam Chair, Supervisor Lavanino, I think I want to make sure I get your question correct. So the Planning Commission said they wanted to give the board the option. They had an interest, I believe.
appreciate that on their behalf, by the way.
Yes.
That was very nice of them.
I think their recommendation was that they be subject to CUPs.
Okay.
Specifically, but they felt like they at least wanted to discuss both options, so the board was in that position. The total number of permits that this would apply to, and I think I have that number. I'm going to have to research it, and then I'll circle back. Yeah.
No worries. Thank
Oh,
you.
knew it. Karina. Ms. Venegas has that number.
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair, it would be a total of 80 LUP permits. 80.
80. Okay, so, I'm having a hard time with that then. Okay, so if there's 80, so I'm trying to figure out, I'm trying to just get all this figured out as what's already approved that's in the cap. Yeah, how does this, there's still 80 projects left? That seems like a lot. That can't be.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Lavanino, if I can get a second to get that number, I
Yeah,
think
'cause I
that's
think there might be 80.
that was incorrect.
Yeah,
That was
okay.
incorrect.
All right.
Yeah, that's approved projects, but there are less projects that are pending, and I have the number, and I will get that to you.
Thank you.
She gave us how much we're over the cap. She didn't tell us how many projects.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Lavanino, it is approximately 20 land use permits that are currently in progress.
Okay, so if I'm just trying to wrap my head around this, so there'd be 20 individual projects that they haven't been approved yet by you. So if they're not approved by you, then so when do they count against the cap? Trying to get all this lined up in my head right.
So, yeah, Supervisor Lavanino. So we have approved 80 permits essentially. That's about 1,854 acres.
Right, so we're over.
We're over the cap in
Right.
terms of the number of acres approved. So the people that are currently in the process with an application, they could get their land use approval either through a CUP, which will likely happen today, or a land use permit, and then they would wait in line, essentially, to try and get on a list in the event that somebody in the future falls out.
Okay.
And as we have seen, some growers who are lined up and ready have decided not to pursue their cannabis program.
Okay, so this is only if this passed, this only would pertain to people that honestly right now, unless the cap were lifted or people inside the cap decide not to grow and leave, this would have no effect because honestly, we would be approving a project that isn't going to occur. Unless something else happened.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Supervisor Lavanino, that is correct,
Okay.
that there would have to be space created in the
Correct.
business license
Okay.
process for them to operate.
All right.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. Can you describe a little bit more about the changes to legal nonconforming? Because again, this is going to go to, if it goes to a CUP, existing LUPs, if they want to make changes to their project, will need to get concurrence with staff. And so typically there's substantial conformity, which no cannabis project that I can understand could ever meet those requirements, because I think controversy is one of the requirements for the findings, and every cannabis project is controversial. So that's not necessarily a pathway forward. So I've seen there's some language in here that you propose. Can you describe how that would work if there's a change to a project? How would a existing permit holder be able to modify their project in a way that wouldn't require them to get a CUP or update their permit to a CUP?
Supervisor Nelson through the chair. So yes, you are correct. We purposefully wrote these regulations such that the projects that would not be subject to the new conditional use permit requirement and would be operating under a land use permit would not be subject to those substantial conformity guidelines, because we thought they would never pass some of the standards, as you mentioned. So what did we came up with a suite of standards that we thought would be appropriate. They're geared towards incentivizing positive changes, things that improve the site. And I kind of like that approach. It's different from the rest of the regulations, as it's using a carrot rather than the stick to try to get people to come into compliance. So the idea behind it is that provided that somebody is making a beneficial change that's not going to create some sort of new adverse impact or enhance an existing adverse impact, then it should be allowed to occur without compromising their status as a legal non-conforming operator, and they may continue to operate under their land use permit.
Okay, thank you. And I wanted just to comment on that I think that's actually the gold in this ordinance, is what you guys have done there, because I think that there's a lot of projects right now that are having a difficult time actually getting to implementation, because the plans are maybe slightly off, and because of the controversy, there's difficulty to making slight adjustments. So I do think if this does move forward and this language moves forward, I think you're going to actually see a huge benefit to projects making their project better.
And Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have on this item?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have 5 requests to speak on this item. We are going to begin on Zoom with Nancy Emerson, to be followed by Chip Wolbrandt. Nancy?
Good afternoon, Chairperson Hartman and members of the board. For WeWatch, the cannabis CUP amendment for Ag 2 is very important. It will enable the Planning Commission and you to require odor control and compatibility with existing agriculture, major issues in appeals. We support a CUP for all applications in process that are outside the cap, for all new applications, and for projects with final approval on appeal. People chose to apply for cannabis activities, knowing that you had the right and responsibility to change the rules as needed, and their changes needed now. Odor. Since cannabis cultivation began, the Sandy Ynez Valley has needed odor control. Please require state-of-the-art odor abatement systems for all projects as part of the CUP process. Find meaningful ways to incentivize current operators so they will install effective odor systems for outdoor and mixed light cultivation sites. Fee reduction in the year of installation might encourage such action. Many fewer odor complaint investigations will save money for both growers and the county. Water. Please add a well metering requirement like the one used by Sonoma County. Wells are a primary source of water for cannabis cultivation, but information about water use is uncertain, causing great concern about what the impact is and will be on groundwater and streams. Requiring meters will enable the growers, the cannabis staff, and the area GSAs to obtain accurate water use information, very important given recurring drought. Provide incentives for existing growers to meter too. We do recognize CUPs are an additional expense for applicants. However, if it eliminates appeals, those costs for growers, appellants, and the county will disappear. A properly framed CUP requirement will enable existing agriculture and residents to coexist with cannabis activities, our organization's goal. Thank you.
Ms. Emerson, I had a question for you. What would be the implication of the well metering requirement if that were enacted?
It would finally get a handle on the question of how much water is being used for cannabis. And there've been a lot of questions about this. The GSAs are going to increasingly use meters, the county government has been using meters where possible in connection with the studies that have been done by the GSAs. And it's just time to bite the bullet, starting with cannabis, because it impacts existing agriculture, and it's a problem in the making.
Thank you.
The water use.
Thank you very much.
We'll remain on Zoom for Chip Wolbrandt, then we will return to Santa Barbara for Kathy Duncan. Chip?
Madam Chair, members of the board, am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. So I'm here speaking on behalf of the Santa Barbara Vintners Advocacy Committee, and we also provided you a letter. The heart of the issue of conflict with cannabis on Ag 2 parcels has been the issue of odor abatement. And it has been very frustrating, as you know, for both your planning commission and for your board, and in particular for other agricultural activities that are impacted by odor, that the county came up with the exemption for odor abatement plans, except for in the circumstance where CUPs are required. So I find it very odd that then when your board about 9 months ago directed staff to come back with a CUP requirement for cannabis, including in Ag 2, they didn't simply leave the language alone, which provided for odor abatement plans where a CUP was required. And instead they came up with this odd double negative, which says that no odor abatement plan shall be required in Ag 2 zoning unless it's adjacent to an EDRN, that's already a current requirement, or urban-rural boundary, already a current requirement, or the cultivation exceeds 51% of the subject lot area. And of course, in Ag 2, you're generally talking about very, very large parcels. And so 51% of the gross area of those very large parcels is an extraordinarily large cannabis growth. I urge that you follow the recommendation of your planning commission, which I think was very well considered, that you leave the requirement for an odor abatement plan for all conditional use permits. The odor abatement plan is not a requirement that there be no odor at all. And in fact, it could include things like siting of the grow, setbacks, consideration of wind, consideration of all sorts of things. Absent having an odor abatement plan, then you're going to be forcing on appeal the argument about odor, and without that valuable tool of an odor abatement plan. So again, I would urge you to leave that in. On the question about whether you exempt existing pipeline projects, again, I would note this ordinance has been at least 8 months in coming, and I think everybody has known it's coming. I think you will get projects that will voluntarily take care of issues if you require them all to get the CUP. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Barbara for Kathy Duncan, to be followed by Anna Citron. Kathy?
Hello, Madam Chair and Supervisors. And can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. I find this a very interesting subject matter, and while it has been 8 months, as we heard the prior speaker testify, many of these very small, as you can see on those who are on appeal, 6 acres. They're not my neighbors with 300 acres of vineyards here, or 500 acres there, or 200 or 50. And they have been in this process for years, quite frankly. And they have invested, for many of them, a significant amounts of money, again and again, as this goes through the changes. We know that there's a limit of 12/31 of this year that everybody must complete everything. So the pipeline, and there were good questions. I too was confused. How many? Who does this apply to? So I believe that this should not be voted on today, or all those that are in the pipeline, if they're not complete by the 12/31, then this would be applied to those, but those as are in it currently, it would not apply to. But I could not follow the conversation. I don't know it well enough, but that minimum, that would be my request. 2, I think that while there's the minimal changes, and I too appreciate when you have an incentive to do good and to come up with even a more improved process to water. And I think to answer some of the prior speakers, it's up to maybe down to 0.5 acre feet. I think that's aggressive. On grapes are normally 1.5. Standard is this 1.5, maybe 0.8 or 1.1 acre feet per year per acre. Just to answer that, and there's plenty of studies about that. But currently, I don't know the definition of minor. So if you even locate 120 foot, which is below that, you don't have to go to a planning department or building rather than safety. That in cannabis, if you want to put another one to hold some safety gear, vest, you wish to have some carrying capacity equipment for your people to lessen back injuries or whatnot, even that small of thing is a go back to planning. That in turn would trigger this if it's left as I understand it is now. Simple things, very, very simple, that are meant to be better things. Or maybe there's an improvement in the type of herbicides that could be used or things of that sort. Maybe one needs to have climate conditions. Maybe you need to have a storage container for it. You don't want trucks delivering them like Amazon every day for a delivery. That too. So I think there's a lot of unmet questions. So I'm asking the why, and I would love to have an answer on some of those. And then maybe I too could come and say, great, I think this is a good program for those who've been hardworking, small people in Santa Barbara County for a long time. These are long-time neighbors, many of them. It's a way to hold on to family farms and not have, as my neighbor, tore down the 7,000 to put up the 11,000 square foot house on an Ag 2 property with a little rescue for some horses. Thank you.
And we will now go to Anna Citron, who's our final speaker. Anna?
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and Supervisors. Anna Citron with the Law Office of Mark Shatillo, representing the Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis. We really appreciate the board's direction last year on this item and everyone's efforts to bring this forward for a vote today. We support requiring a conditional use permit for all commercial cannabis cultivation projects, including those under appeal, because it would give county decision makers greater discretion to condition projects to make them less impactful to surrounding communities and land uses. Odor is often the most significant community compatibility issue for cannabis projects, and the odor abatement plan is the primary tool for reducing these impacts. We support requiring an OAP for all commercial cannabis cultivation projects. The coalition is concerned that staff continues to recommend changes that exempt most Ag 2 grows from the OAP requirement. Staff's recommendation is at odds both with the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation and with the board's original direction. And importantly, it would undermine the county's ability to require applicants to address odor where that is an issue presented in a project. As we all know, odors from cannabis cultivation can travel well beyond adjacent properties and can impact residential areas from miles away. Moreover, there is a regional air quality odor issue in many areas. And that will increase in severity as these additional acreage projects come online. So to discuss a little bit about what an OAP could include, because listening to Director Clemon, it sounds like there are very high-tech solutions that have been used in CARP and elsewhere. But I think it's important to understand that for outdoor grows, there are other measures that can work that are not energy intensive. For example, using low odor strains, setbacks and buffers, timing and management of the harvest, and vegetated buffers, which have been shown in the waste management or the animal feedlot context to be effective. So in some projects that are in remote areas, they might not need to do much at all. But having this requirement in there ensures that no applicant will be able to operate without any regard to odor, and we think that's very important. So odor is not the primary issue in all 8 projects under appeal. The Kuyama Greens appeal, for example, deals primarily with groundwater and biological resource impacts. But each of these projects could benefit from the county decision makers having greater discretion. So we would encourage you to include those as well. So thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, back to the board. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, I have a question for staff. I think Ms. Carter Duncan's question about what is minor and what is major on these changes, it'd be helpful for us to understand that. So one of the examples that she said was another container for storage. Would that trip somebody into a CUP? Because that seems unfortunate.
Do you want to take it, Karina, or do you want to?
And another scenario that I heard was, maybe changing the directions of the hoop houses. Would that be a major or minor? Because I think it's helpful for me to know that as I move forward.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I'm just going to pull it up. Give me one moment, please. Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So non-minor changes to existing operations with already approved LUPs, so long as they don't, any of those changes create new adverse environmental effects, require additional mitigation measures, or substantially deviate from an approved plan. So minor changes like a shed should not trigger the need for a CUP.
Okay, it's helpful. Yeah, I think it's number 1B there says, does not substantially deviate from the approved plans. I think substantial is a big word, and I think that's probably on purpose for these purposes. So hopefully that gives us a little bit more comfort for existing projects moving forward.
Director Plowman, did you have something you wanted to add?
Madam Chair, I did want to respond to some of the public comment around the odor abatement plan. And that is when we met in September, there was a discussion about requiring conditional use permits because there was a desire to have more discretion. We didn't have a specific discussion about odor abatement, and we are recommending that we keep it applying to properties that are on the boundary of an EDRN, properties on the boundary of an urban-rural boundary line, and properties that have over 51% of their acreage designated towards cannabis, because that was how it was previously. Today, that's where it's required. The reason we did not make the recommendation regarding all Ag 2 properties is because, as we discussed with the original ordinance, although I was not here, we've had many discussions about it, is that odor abatement for outdoor grows is not very effective and may not be meaningful. And also, it's very hard to tell where the odor is coming from. And so that is why we have a Class 1 impact that was overridden by the board for odor associated with it was in the program EIR associated with this ordinance. So that's sort of where we were coming from. And I just wanted to make sure that the board understood that it wasn't we didn't think we were doing something in conflict with what the board recommended, but just maintaining the current requirements.
I would like to jump in on the odor. In the Santa Ynez Valley, we have a lot of outdoor grows. And I don't think anybody expects them to put scrubbers or vapor phase treatment on those. But what we're finding is that it's pervasive. It's not just around a certain grow. The wind blows it, and it's regional. So if we keep adding more and more, it's likely to get thicker and more impactful to people's lives. So if we can do whatever is available in best practices, and I think Ms. Citron kind of listed, I was making my own list, but the topography, setbacks and buffers, the cultivar. I mean, we keep hearing that it's possible to bioengineer new varieties. We also heard that people like the smelliest for some things, but maybe in outdoor grows in areas where it affects people, maybe they should make oil or something and not use cultivars that are less impactful. Thick vegetation, busy bee, that vegetation that they planted early and is now maturing really does help. And again, reporting and then staying within the harvest time so that it's 3 or 4 weeks. It doesn't go on for months and months. Those are all parts of what could be an odor abatement plan, and maybe we'll learn more things as we go forward. But to just say it's tough, live with it, that's pretty, I mean, that's to me unacceptable. So I'm just putting it out there. And I live with it, I smell it, my neighbors smell it, my community members come to me about this. We're not making it up. It's real, and unlike Carpinteria, where there is an opportunity for technology to fix it, that we don't have anything really that's effective. So how do we begin to limit, to the extent possible, the impacts from the odor?
Madam Chair, just to, I hear you, and I understand the situation that your district is experiencing and dealing with. I'm cautious to provide something that is going to create expectations that where it wouldn't work. I don't think the way our odor abatement regulations are crafted really work for Ag 2 and outdoor grows. They're not really designed for that. So if the board was interested in developing something different for Ag 2 grows, with an understanding that it may or may not be as effective as I mean, I just don't want the public to have an expectation that can't be met. And so that's what I'm concerned about. But
Mitigate rather than eliminate, because that's all we can do. But certainly there are practices that are better than nothing.
I mean, I think the discussion about whether or not people would grow certain strains that smell less or something like that, I don't know. But I just wanted to offer that as an option, because I don't think the current program is set up for what you're talking about.
Thank you. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the first thing I wrote down was expectations. And I appreciate the fact that you're here telling us something that some of us don't want to hear, right? Like, it's easy for staff. You could have just gone along and said, okay, that sounds great, we'll do that. But I think it's important for the public to understand that our ordinance allows outdoor cannabis on Ag 2, right? And outdoor cannabis smells. And there may be some things that we can do to alleviate that. But the problem I have with this is it feels like this was maybe a good idea 5 years ago. But we've heard all of these. I mean, out of the 20 that you said, how many, was it 20 that are left that are 51% next to an EDRN? I can't imagine that there's 20 of those projects left that are boundary next to an EDRN. And so the number's got to be kind of small. And then the cap's already full. So, I mean, my issue with this is that, first off, I'll say it. I mean, for me, there's been a battle between the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors on the cannabis ordinance, or there was for quite a while. And I don't want to have a, my memory is still very strong in the fact that, for all intents and purposes, they took the cannabis ordinance and tried to hijack it and turn it into their own ordinance because they didn't agree with what our position was. And it really put me in a bad spot because I was looking for all ways to try to work with them, but the idea that we set the policy, they implement that policy, I think was lost for a long time on the cannabis ordinance. And I had many conversations with my planning commissioner, and mine was probably the strongest one opposing me, right? So we had some long conversations about that. But honestly, I want the power to be with the planning director, not the planning commission, the planning commissioner, not the planning commission. I don't think we're going to get, I think what we're doing with this is setting these expectations that the headline's going to be that the Board of Supervisors pass something that's going to implement this odor control, and everybody's going to get all excited, and there really isn't anything. I mean, they're going to be driving around and smelling the projects we already approved. So the other problem I have with it for me is that I constantly feel like one of the things that we do here that we shouldn't be doing is constantly moving the goalposts. And this is exactly that. It's like, okay, you're in the process. Here's what you have to do. This is the path that you're on. I would guess that the people that are on this list have been in our process already for years, right? This isn't somebody that came in last Thursday and filed an application and we're going to change it on them. This is somebody that's been here for 2-3 years, paid tens of thousands of dollars, and now is going to get this information. But I'm not saying it's without merit, because I do think this could have been the right decision 3, 4, 5 years ago. I think it's going to pass anyway, and it's going to set people's expectations high, but the actual result of this, I think, is going to be very, very negligible. I don't think it'll do anything to eliminate appeals, because people will still appeal that they want to. They don't think it's gone far enough, and we'll still be in here with people saying it smells and it doesn't smell in this area. So, and I understand where you're coming from, Supervisor Hartman. Your district has borne the brunt of this. You have the most of the outdoor grows in the area. And so I understand it's difficult. It's a difficult position to be in, but I think what makes it worse is if we tell people that it's going to get better, and I don't really see that in here. So I'm struggling with it.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. Getting back to this odor abatement plan, I think whether we require it or not on future CUPs, it would be really smart for those applicants to have an odor abatement plan. Because I think that's the first question that the Planning Commission is going to ask them, is how are you going to abate odor? Whether it's an official document or whether it's just a description. And I think that is the benefit of going to a CUP here. And frankly, most of these projects are already through, and these are all future projects that would have to come post-cap. And whether that's a future board moving the cap or people dropping off. And I think one of the reasons why I got behind the CUP concept is because I didn't want people to have that false sense of security that, hey, we reached the cap. I no longer have to be able to, keep an eye on what some of the projects that are coming to my neighborhood, and maybe bad projects start slipping through. There has been conflict between the Planning Commission and our board, but I think, my observation has been because they have felt that they haven't had the tools to deal with some of the issues as they have, days of public comment, and they're trying to sort it out. I mean, they've had some of these items for 2 or 3 hearings, and we have it for an hour and a half. So they go through the whole process, and then they get through that whole entire process, and they don't have any tools to impact the project, and it's like, well, what was that for? It's a waste of time, and for many of them. And so I think that's what they were struggling with, and maybe they were trying to slow things down to force that change. And I think if we would have had, you're right, I think a few years earlier, this would have been an important tool. Where I'm at with it is I do support moving forward from the LUP to CUP. I'm great with odor abatement plans for all CUPs, so we have to adjust what's currently being proposed. Although if that doesn't get a third vote, I think it still practically is there. I think ultimately anybody that comes forward to the Planning Commission without an odor abatement plan, and again, that's not an elimination plan, that's just how are you going to adjust to odor? And there are a lot of things that Anna brought up that are really important. Now, an extension on the existing projects, because I don't think we can just exempt the 8 projects moving forward. All those projects have known for a while that this was coming. And so there's part of me that says, hey, too bad. But the other part is that many of them have actually been working with their neighbors to resolve this. And if they knew that the hammer was coming down and they could no longer move forward with their LUP, they would have come to the board sooner. So I'm comfortable with an extension of an extra few months to allow those projects that are near the finish line to conclude their negotiations with their neighbor. Hopefully that, knowing that this is in the future, there's enough of a urgency to expedite the negotiations and still give them the time to get to the board if those things fall apart. And so I would be in favor of a additional time. I do support the Planning Commission's recommendation to leave the status quo in the industrial zones. I think, as we want to encourage things like processing in those areas, that would be a step backwards to make those CUPs. And all those projects will have abilities to address odor through the industrialization of cannabis processing. So that's where I'm at.
I'm pretty much where you are, Supervisor Nelson. Sorry, I went ahead of you, Supervisor Hart. I didn't see your light.
I got it on late.
I just wanted to say about moving the goalpost or changing. This is a new area, and I think last week we were talking about the taxation and have we learned or not, and what should we do. The state is certainly changing its approach, and so as this industry evolves, we're trying to evolve with it as we learn more. So I think, learning as opposed to just saying, I'm stuck in what I've done before, so I've got to do it forever. I think we have to be trying to adapt as we know more. I really do think you raise, Supervisor Lavanino, a really important point about expectations. I think abatement rather than control or elimination sort of points to that, but I think we have to make clear that there's no way we can, at this juncture, get rid of it altogether. But I do think it's something that we ought to point people to try to do, because it really does interfere with other people's quality of life and their enjoyment of their own property. And then, having been on the Planning Commission, I have to be defensive about the Planning Commission. And I think, exactly as Supervisor Nelson said, that they were trying to respond to all the public comment. And in the process, they forced people to go back and negotiate and come up with new tools that we didn't even have. And we've seen some real leadership in carp with the carp growers there. So I think it was the Planning Commission that helped to push the process forward when we were unable to address some of those things. So I'm very much in agreement with Supervisor Nelson's point or perspective on all of this. Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, I think that this discussion has really highlighted the evolution of the ordinance and the different push and pull between the applicants and the appellants, and projects have gotten better, and I think we're in a much better place today than we were at the beginning of this, and a lot of that is just the realities of how this has played out, as opposed to lots of folks' concerns about how it might play out. And I don't think it's as impactful as folks initially feared. The cap has done a tremendous job in constraining the proliferation that many people feared. But here we are, with these 8 projects that are in the middle of the process, and we are changing the rules in the middle of the game. Maybe not as substantial as it might appear, because folks have been negotiating really hard with neighbors or working with staff, and these projects have not proceeded very quickly because they have complex issues involved. But I'm curious as to what Supervisor Nelson was talking about the deadline in the future. What are you talking about specifically in terms of the time?
So typically, this is a second reading, so we have another 30 days before the implementation normal ordinances, if I understand that correct. So we can add days. So we can make that, instead of 30 days, we can make that 90 or 120 days.
Okay.
And so that would give time for hopefully applicants to wrap up their negotiations with their neighbors or their potential appellants. You know, if they have to hit a PC hearing and then get to us, I mean, it may be a push, and I would hope that staff would be working with those applicants. You know, and heading into, I know we have the summer break coming forward too, so that's also potentially an impediment. So I would be supportive up to an additional 90 days beyond the normal 30. That gets you 120 days. I think that's more than enough time for those that are close. I think some of these probably have some fatal errors in them that may never see the PC or the board. And so they need to get those, you know, figured out. This would mean over a year since the board gave direction. So I think that's a nice number that, hey, a year ago you heard that the board may go to a CUP. You've had a good runway to get there. Hopefully that gets them, you know, over the finish line if necessary.
Well, that's helpful. You know, I think you're right. In the 8, they're not the same things. There's probably 2 at least that aren't going to make it at all. There's 2 that are not going to, they're going to try to make that 120 days, but probably not get there either. So I don't know if this is actually helping the folks who've been trying. It's definitely sending a signal to folks who aren't trying. And, you know, this is more gray. And a little Groundhog Day-ish too.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, you know, I continue to think that the discretion, preserving the discretion of the board to alter projects is why I support the CUP change. You know, that's something I think that we've wrestled with, that there's been good projects, and then there's been projects that we thought needed some work, and this CUP would help with those projects. And yes, it's there's not very many projects left, but in the future there will be more. Not, you know, nothing lasts forever, not even a cannabis business. So this will be germane and will help future boards of supervisors to wrestle with this and preserve maximal discretion to alter projects for the conditions on the ground. You know, I like the concept of the idea of moving the date as the solution. You know, that provides an incentive for people to move faster. I don't know if 120 days will do it or not. So, you know, I'm uncertain, but I also think that at least gives a fair standard. And if they don't make it, then the worst thing is we have more discretion.
So you'd be willing to go along with that?
Yes.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I think that Supervisor Williams made a really important point about future boards, and I appreciate what Ms. Duncan said about asking the questions about the trigger for the CUP for existing operations, and Supervisor Nelson's clarification of that being substantial. Just want that to be, you know, memorialized in the record. This is a big deal that probably, you know, given our history, future boards going to look at this again and say, well, that, you know, substantial is in the eye of the beholder, and everything ought to be relitigated. And I would hope that that is not going to occur. I don't know that we can prevent that from happening, but I don't think that was the intention of the board majority at any point in these discussions, but it is a real risk. And I think at the end of the day, here we are back where we were a year ago. It looks to me like folks are where they were a year ago, and we get the same folks in the same places. So I'd call the question.
I wonder if County Council would like to talk about substantial. I believe in the area of law, major or substantial, those are concepts that are used a lot, but how we might define that more clearly.
Madam Chair, members of the board. So the section that they're talking about is that the minor change to the land use permit would not substantially deviate from approved plans. This would be under the director's discretion to determine, but there are other places in the code where we talk about what is substantial. There's other requirements as well, but that's a term that we use quite a bit, and I do think it's pretty clear. And there is a standard for you could add to it if you wanted it to be more certain, but I mean, I think that, that the director has discretion to determine that.
That's helpful.
And I think the legislative intent here of this board is it's really substantial. It's a significant change to the project. The goal here is not to trick current permit holders who have LUPs into accidentally falling into CUPs to get there. That's not the intent here by any means. The intent here is that changes to projects will be better in the future and wouldn't necessarily have to do additional permitting work. And again, as I mentioned before, I think that this change in the ordinance is actually the gold for the industry moving forward, because I think right now with coming into implementation, I've heard over and over again there's a huge struggle out there between staff and permit holders on satisfying the conditions of their permit, that that if a fence is slightly off, that needs to be a new permit or whatnot. And that's probably grossly overstating the a conflict that might exist, but I know that there's a lot of challenges out there with this, and I think this gives the director finally the tools to say, no, I can make that call. And eventually the director is she works for us, and so I think that again goes with the legislative intent of the board. So I'll go ahead and make a motion if we need to.
Hold just 1 second. I wanted to clarify. It seems to me that we've got at least a majority agreeing on a CUP, and a majority, instead of going into effect immediately and applying to these that are already, these 8, we would extend it to 120 days. And then the question is still about odor abatement. So what are you thinking about that, Supervisor Nelson?
Like I said, to me, it's 6 of one, half dozen another. If you come with a CUP without an odor abatement plan, you're going to have a decision body tell you where's your odor abatement plan. So we can put it in there so it fits exactly and there's no question about it, or people can listen to this hearing and know that they need to address it. I'm not overly concerned about that as a piece. I think that it will be addressed.
Supervisor Williams, do you have an opinion?
Yeah, I mean, the argument that more should have OAPs, I agree with that. But the idea that all of them should have OAPs, that wasn't what I kind of signed up for when I supported CUPs, and I mean, the projects out of Kuyama, it would be just like a foolish thing to add on them for no reason, and.
Okay, Supervisor Nelson, you make a motion?
It's not because that's not a hill that I was going to die on, because I think their odor abatement plan is that we're in the middle of nowhere, potentially. So yeah, no, I'll go ahead and make a motion. I do think staff may need to change some of the language. Is the language we have currently what we're voting on? Because the direction I want to give is move forward with from LUP to CUP, the 120-day extension or implementation from the decision making. I do want to adopt the industrial portions that was suggested by the Planning Commission. Does that language already exist, or do we need to change that?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Nelson, I think if we trailed this item, then we could be ready for that. So maybe we can
I'll
trail
make that
it.
as part of my conceptual motion.
Yeah,
And
sounds
so, again, LUP to CUP, 120 days of implementation, and that we implement the suggested industrial zoning, the M1, M2, and I think light industrial that was suggested by planning, that would stay LUP moving forward.
And I would second that.
question? on the
Supervisor
motion?
Lavanino.
Thank you. So is this still just applying to boundary to an ERN 51%, or is it everything?
It's boundary of the EDRN and 51%.
And just a question, is it our intent to force the CUP if a processing building comes in? Because I thought we were going to incentivize that.
It's a great question, Supervisor Williams. So let's talk to staff, because I think some people feel that that was already in their application, so.
So
So that would be a separate application and would not trigger a CUP for the whole thing.
So, Madam Chair, Supervisor Williams, processing is considered cultivation. And so right now, as it's crafted, a processing facility does require a CUP.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just saying it wouldn't trigger having to change the other their existing agricultural operation, or would it?
So you're saying they have an existing LUP and then they decide to do a processing facility. The question is whether or not that's a substantial change. And in my mind, that could be considered a substantial change to the permit, because they would then be doing odor abatement, because if you do processing facility, you have to do odor abatement. So I guess that would be an important thing to discern today, whether or not you wanted to require a CUP in the future for processing facilities on existing sites.
Of course, we want to have odor control of a processing building. That, of course.
And they would have.
But the question is whether we
yeah.
would want to reopen the whole other thing. And to me, that sounds like a big disincentive not to do any processing, right?
Is there a way we can do both? Have the CUP for the actual cultivation, but not for the processing facility?
So, Madam Chair and members of the board, we would have to have a provision in the code that says if you have an existing LUP and you are proposing a new processing facility, that would not trigger a CUP. And so I need to circle up with my team and probably with County Council to talk about that. But I understand that's the direction that I'm hearing, but I want to make sure the rest of the board.
If we trail this item to
Zoning, those exceptions are for when an odor abatement plan is required. And I wasn't sure if that's what you were asking, or if you were asking of when is a CUP required.
When is CUP required?
So I think a CUP is required going forward for all cultivation permits. It's just that not all of them require an odor abatement plan.
So, Madam Chair, can I just get one more clarification before the board takes a vote?
Of course.
It's my understanding that what Supervisor Williams is saying is we have an operator that has a land use permit, and that individual decides they want to do a processing facility, which is the trimming, curing, drying, and the board does not want them to have to get a CUP for that change.
I think the intent would be, we want the processing building to have to do odor control, but we don't want to have them have to change their permit for the rest of the grow.
So this is a very important distinction, because right now, processing facilities do require odor abatement regardless of a CUP or not. So what I'm hearing is no CUP for a processing facility on an existing grow, but they are doing odor abatement per the code. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, and I have.
See at least 3 nodding heads.
Yeah. So I have one last question on the odor abatement plan. That's something that, like, a planning commission could ask for, right? That would be with it to make the findings, or?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Nelson, no. If we don't have it in our code, they cannot request it. I mean, a developer, they could offer.
Right.
They could offer it as part of their project description.
Sure.
And some have made changes to their project description to
Right.
try and
Okay.
respond to PC questions.
That was my intent. It doesn't necessarily have to be called an odor abatement plan formally, but they can ask those questions. Okay.
So Madam Chair, members of the board, so for processing, I hear about that you want to keep the odor abatement plan, but are you wanting to change that to an LUP?
Where it already is permitted under an LUP.
Only where it's already permitted for cultivation under an LUP.
Where an applicant already has an LUP.
Do you want to bring that table up again?
Madam Chair, members of the board, we need to consult with planning on that to see. I'm not sure that the Planning Commission considered that item, so I need to just see if that's a modification we could do today. Odor abatement plans were definitely considered, and changing to CUPs definitely considered, so that is on the table. I'm just not sure about an LUP for processing.
Madam Chair, LUP is currently what is required in the circumstances you're talking about. They wouldn't need to get a CUP, so it's not changing the requirements. But we can speak with council about this when we trial the item.
Good. And then we have a conceptual motion, a conceptual second. Do we need to call the roll? Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Nelson.
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino.
No.
Supervisor Williams.
Aye.
Supervisor Hart.
No.
Chair Hartman.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, would you read D6 into the record?
Chair Hartman and members of the board. Departmental item number 6 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Singer and Concerned Carpinterians appeal, case number 22 APL4 of the Planning Commission's approval of the 4701 Foothill Road Cannabis Cultivation Project, case numbers 19 DVP 16 and 19 CDP 17, and this is in the 1st District. And before we proceed with today's appeal, I do have 4 documents to be voted into the record if they are to be considered by the board today, beginning with a public comment letter from Russell Ruiz, received Friday, May 20th at 12:42. An additional public comment from Anna Carrillo, received Sunday, May 22nd at 2:14. The applicant PowerPoint presentation from Whitney Colley, received Monday, May 23rd at 10:28 p.m. And an additional public comment from Christo Torgerson, received Monday, May 23rd at 1:24 p.m. And if the board would like to include those in the record today, a motion to do so would be required. Thank you.
I'll make a motion that we accept all those into the record.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? They're accepted in the record. And do we have ex parte communications to report? Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. I did a site visit on May 19th at about 9 a.m. On that visit was Michael Palmer, Whitney Colley, Philip Green, Ivan Van Wingerden, and Henry the dog. And we discussed the project, as well as I got the chance to observe the carbon scrubbers that they've installed at the location.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I did a site visit in 2018 and 2019, but recently I had a phone conversation, about 20 minutes, with Michael Palmer, Phil Green, Jay Higgins, and Whitney Collier were on the phone, I believe. All those were in attendance and just discussed the odor abatement that they had installed.
Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, I had a Zoom meeting with on May 18th with Mike Palmer, Phil Green, Whitney Colley, Amanda Clark, and Jay Higgins. And then on May 20th, I had another Zoom meeting with Mark Chatillo and Anna Citron about both projects.
Supervisor Williams, did you have any?
Yes, I've visited the site several times and had a meeting with Phil Green, Yvonne Van Wingerton, and staff, and the discussing the odor abatement, and Whitney, I don't know her last name, and discussing the odor abatement of the new odor abatement efficacy of the new carbon scrubbers that have been installed. And Whitney's last name is Colley.
And I had a Zoom meeting with Mike Palmer and his team, so. All right. Director Plowman?
Madam Chair, members of the board. So as Ms. Alexander indicated, this is an appeal of a cannabis grow located in the Carpinteria Valley, and it's located at 4701 Foothill Road. I believe it's called the Everbloom Project. Staff took this case to the Planning Commission in February of this year, and the Planning Commission approved the project. And a timely appeal was filed, and so we are here today to present that information to you. We have our planner, Gwen Byler, is here to present the case. I have Travis Sewards, our Deputy Director, and Joe Dargle, Supervising Planner, are available for questions. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Byler.
Thank you, Director Plowman. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today I'm presenting the Singer appeal of 4701 Foothill Road cannabis cultivation. On February 2nd, the County Planning Commission approved the project, and on February 11th, the appellant filed an appeal. This project is comprised of 2 parcels zoned Ag 110, outlined in purple, that will be merged to comply with lot coverage requirements. The larger property contains existing and proposed cannabis activities. The smaller property does not have cannabis activities, nor are any proposed. Parcels to the west and north contain cannabis applications, shown with a red circle. Carpinteria High School is to the northeast. Parcels to the south and east are zoned residential in the city of Carpinteria. Access is from an easement off Foothill Road, shown by a dashed blue line. There is existing mature vegetation consisting mainly of commercial orchards on the west, south, and east borders. The project proposes a new landscape screening as well. Here are the 2 parcels. The pink dashed line represents security fencing. The non-cannabis parcel is outlined with the dashed black line. Mature cannabis cultivation will be in the portion of the permitted greenhouse outlined in dark green and will comply with the 750-foot cultivation buffer from the high school as required by county and state rules. So that's right here on the screen. Nursery cultivation will be in the area outlined in light green and will comply with the 600-foot nursery cultivation buffer, which is this area here on the slide. Portions of the greenhouse shown in orange will be used for equipment storage. Water tanks are shown with circles, and as-built structures are shown in dark gray. Structures to be demolished, shown in red, include storage containers, greenhouse, a reverse osmosis room, and a garage. An existing on-site detention basin in the southeast corner is outlined with the dashed gray line. The project consists of a coastal development permit for 10.74 acres of cultivation in a permitted greenhouse. There will be up to 57 employees from 6:30 to 3:30 Monday through Saturday. Parking will be on-site, and employees will ride share. New landscaping will provide further screening from public views. The odor abatement plan includes regenerative carbon scrubbers in the greenhouse and an existing vapor phase system that will be used until no longer needed. The project will use 30.07 acre-feet per year of water, which is less than the historic usage for the cut flower operations. The on-site well and Carpinteria Valley Water District connection draw from the Carpinteria groundwater basin. The project requires a development plan for 5 new water tanks, grading to upgrade the detention basin, and will also legalize as-built structures on site. As allowed by Article 2, the applicant requests a modification to the setbacks required by the Carpinteria Agricultural Overlay. The required setbacks are shown with the dashed blue line. The first modification is to the 20-foot interior lot setback from the eastern property line to allow for an as-built utility shed. The second modification is to the 100-foot residential zone setback from the southern property line to allow for 9 water tanks and an irrigation room. Staff supports the modifications because the subject parcel is built out with permitted structures, landscaping, orchards, and a detention basin, resulting in limited areas to allow development needed for the operation. Additionally, the water tanks in the southern setback are near the well. All development will be screened by landscaping. The project relies on the Cannabis Program EIR as documented by the CEQA checklist. No additional environmental review is required. The appellant raised 12 appeal issues. Staff responded fully to these issues in the board letter, and I will summarize them now. Issues with overlapping themes are grouped together for this presentation. For appeal issues 1, 2, 10, and 11, the appellant alleges that the project is in violation of 21 United States Code Section 860, which is a sentencing enhancement that prohibits unlawful manufacturing, distributing, or dispensing of a controlled substance. In response, Planning and Development does not review applications for cannabis cultivation for compliance with federal law. Article 2 does not authorize acts that violate federal law, and any persons engaged in cannabis activities assume all risk and liability that may arise under state and federal laws. For appeal issue 3, the appellant alleges that Carpinteria Unified School District board members wrote letters in support of the project without coming before the CUSD school board for a vote, violating CUSD protocol and misrepresenting CUSD policy during the Planning Commission hearing. In response, neither Planning Commission or Planning and Development consider CUSD protocol when reviewing permit applications. On February 2nd, the Commission approved the project with a 5-0 vote. All applicable letters submitted for the project were included in the public record and are included as an attachment to the board letter. For issues 4 and 5, the appellant states that the county is violating the Civil Rights Act and 14th Amendment to the Constitution. The appellant alleges that the county adopted flawed zoning ordinances and is depriving school children of equal protection by concentrating negative health and safety impacts of cannabis near schools and minority communities. The appellant states that cannabis use is deleterious to young people, and cannabis smoke, fumes, VOCs, and odors can be harmful to lungs. The appellant alleges that residents and workers have sought medical attention for respiratory ills. In response, the project does not violate the Civil Rights Act or the 14th Amendment. Article 2 protects public health and safety and includes regulatory enforcement controls. School children will not access the site. The project does not include burning cannabis, so fumes and smoke will not be produced. Evidence shows that cannabis produces fewer VOCs than many plants, including native plants. The odor abatement plan meets all requirements of Article 2, and the project will be in full compliance with zoning laws and regulations. For issues 6, 7, 8, and 9, the appellant alleges that odor at the high school is caused by multiple cannabis projects, and students and staff report ill effects like headaches, but few complain because they feel intimidated. The appellant states that odor should be eliminated at the property line, and that county staff need to rigorously enforce the odor abatement plan. In response, the cannabis ordinance includes sensitive receptor buffers for cultivation, and the project complies with those buffers. The program EIR analyzed impacts to sensitive receptors and concluded that an odor abatement plan would reduce impacts. A statement of overriding considerations was adopted for the program EIR. The odor abatement plan meets all Article 2 requirements, and odor is not required to be eliminated at the property line. Odor from the project will be prohibited in residential zones. County staff will track and respond to all odor complaints. Finally, for issues 9 and 12, the appellant alleges that the findings that require the project to not be detrimental to the neighborhood and mitigate all adverse impacts cannot be made. In response, all required findings can be made, and the project includes measures to mitigate impacts related to screening, lighting, security, transportation, and odor. The project has been reviewed by the South Board of Architectural Review, Carpinteria Summerlin Fire District, Sheriff, County Water Agency, Roads Division, Environmental Health Services, and the Air Pollution Control District. In conclusion, staff recommends that the board deny the appeal, make the required findings for approval, determine that the program EIR is adequate and no additional environmental review is needed, and grant de novo approval of the project, subject to the conditions. This concludes my presentation, and staff and the applicant are here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Byler. The appellant, Ms. Lesser? Mr. Lesser.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Lesser. I live at 1720 Ocean Oaks Road in Carpinteria. I've come to call that little stretch between Nadiver and the high school Cannabis Alley, because when I make that turn coming home to my house at Nadiver, I smell cannabis at least once a day. I would like to read from a letter that was a memo of County Planning of Diane F. Rigby, the superintendent of Carpinteria Schools. This letter was written on 9/13/17, but I think it's still relevant. I am writing this memo in response to the County Planning Commission meeting on 9/13/17 on behalf of the Carpinteria Unified School District. As the new school superintendent, I am responsible for student and staff safety in our schools, including Carpinteria High School, which is located at 4810 Foothill Road, surrounded by cannabis growers and greenhouses. As currently reported by the Carpinteria High School principal, Geraldo Cornejo, the air quality in the high school classrooms is compromised by the strong objectionable cannabis odors originating from agricultural operations located on properties in the unincorporated county area, close proximity to 4810 Foothill Road. As a high school, we are considered a sensitive receptor, and it is proposed in the code draft that 600-foot radius is sufficient to protect our students and staff from the dangers or nuisance of the cannabis activities. I strongly recommend that you investigate a more effective distance, such as the 1,000-foot proposed SLO county regulation that they abide by there, to ensure that the cannabis activities are not interfering with nor compromising the safety of our students and staff at Carpinteria High School. And as far as my nose and can tell, the situation is far worse now than it was 5 years ago, because there are now 5 industrial-sized cannabis grows that surround the high school and entomb the high school. So I think this is still relevant, and if I may, I'd like to leave a copy of the letter with you. Thank you.
Thank you. So turning to the applicant. Miss, I'm sorry.
Hi. Good afternoon. I'm Ann Louise Bardak, and I'm here for Carla Singer as she's detained back east. No one has any illusions today that it will likely be anything other than a rubber stamp approval of whatever the cannabis lobby wants. But we're here for future historians, whatever books, documentaries, to let the record show that opposing forces against this corrosive, corrupting power of the cannabis lobby in Santa Barbara. The very worst is the effects upon Carp School's children and the students and the clubs to this marijuana operation. The high school and the other schools of Carpinteria happen to be around 80% Hispanic. Would this be happening Ask yourself, say at Montecito Union School or any majority white school, we all know the answer. The EPA, all Superfund sites, you will learn, are almost always in minority neighborhoods. It stinks now more than ever. And that's because there is no mandatory odor control. That could be resolved today in 10 seconds, mandatory odor control, but there is none, and so there are violators every day. I'm reading from an LA Times article written by a future supervisor who will be sitting up there in 6 months with you, because I could not say it any better. This is from the Los Angeles Times by Laura Capps, and the headline is, Santa Barbara County has too much marijuana, too close to kids. The legalization of cannabis has created another disruptive industry in California. At the top of the list of goals for counties should be protecting the health and safety of all children. Unfortunately, in my home county of Santa Barbara, the prospect of attracting a high-profit industry seems to be outweighing every other consideration. I support the legalization of marijuana for adult use, but my county has opened the pot floodgates too far. According to the LA Times, farms in Santa Barbara hold 35% of all cultivation licenses in the state, even though the county has just 1.8% of the state's land. I'm most concerned about the proximity of pot farms to schools and kids. It's particularly egregious in Carpinteria, where multiple cannabis operations have been set up nearby, in some cases next door to 2 high schools, an elementary school, and 2 youth centers. The skunk smell of growing marijuana permeates classrooms, sports fields, hallways, and Carpinteria. Students and children report headaches and nausea, and that's today as it was the day this was written. Carpinteria High School has found it necessary to advise all visiting teams that they may encounter the odor. We have to, quote, air out the classrooms every morning before the bell because the kids are complaining of asthma and headaches, said one Carpinteria City Council member recently to me. The health effects of this has to be our priority. The farms near Carpinteria schools may meet state and local rules, but the pervasive smell of marijuana is proof that these rules are woefully inadequate. County officials have made accommodations for growers to the detriment of our kids. Local zoning is normally done property line to property line, but in Santa Barbara, the measurement for cannabis growers is figured property line to premise. It has the effect of allowing pot farming on parcels that would otherwise be exempt and moving them closer into schools. And the zoning change is just one of many advantages local officials have handed to the cannabis industry. According to the Times, growers were major donors, surprised, to county supervisors, and their aggressive lobbying has had the effect of, quote, setting off a largely unregulated rush of planting, unquote. Leadership in local government requires that officials find the all-important balance between encouraging industry, growth in tax revenue, and protecting the needs of the people. Sometimes that means admitting to a mistake and fixing a flawed regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Written by
Bartek.
Laura Capps.
And does that conclude the appellant's presentation? Oh, is that, are you the last speaker?
I think it was only allowed 10 minutes.
Right, so you have a little time left, but, sorry.
All right. As you know, I have no problems with the cannabis industry. I have a problem with an unregulated cannabis industry. Colorado, Washington, Oregon, they don't have these problems. Santa Barbara is in the national news because it was done badly. You have an opportunity to fix it. You can put in mandatory odor control. And the other thing for Carpinteria is we're sick of being the dump site. I had a meeting where Lisa Plowman suggested 2 sites for a pot shop. We used to call them head shops. Now they're called cannabis dispensaries. In Montecito, one in the upper village, one in the lower village. But Superintendent Williams immediately said no. So where's the site going to be? It's going to be in Carpinteria on an overcrowded beach where I tell you there is no parking. I have lived there for over 35 years. There is no parking. You can't even go to the restaurant and expect to find a parking spot. So why is Carpinteria in the 1st District the dump site for all things regarding cannabis, but Montecito, not a grow, not a dispensary, nothing, or any other part of the 1st District? And it's just not fair. And it's not fair to the high school students and the children, most especially who live there. And I can also tell you that I just heard from the 4th resident in our neighborhood who was moving away because of her asthma and her allergies to cannabis. It's not everybody, but I would say a good third of everybody living near the pot farms has some kind of health issue. I'll ask you again, all you have to do is put in mandatory enforcement of odor, traffic. Why don't you do it? Thank you.
And you get rebuttal time, but we'll take off those 30 seconds. And now the applicant is.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors, and staff. My name is Yvonne Van Wingerden, and I actively work at and represent this Everbloom Nursery project here before you today. With me today is my father, Ed Van Wingerden, who purchased this property in 1979 and built it all from the ground up. Mike Palmer, our partner and board member. Philip Green, our president. Whitney Cawley, our Vice President of Compliance, Amanda Clark, our Compliance Manager, Jay Higgins, who is remoting in, he is our Land Use Advisor, as well as Peter Candy here today, Land Use Council with Hollister and Brace. So over the years, as the stigma of this new crop in Carpinteria worked through some of the progressions of fear, skepticism, and for the most part now broad acceptance, we open our doors and have toured thousands of curious members of the community through the greenhouses, and we are proud to show our adherence to state compliance for the track and trace system, known as METRIC, our environmental stewardship with closed loop systems, and frankly, how unexceptional a greenhouse full of cannabis plants really is. Recently, we have hosted public officials, state senators, congressmen, many community stakeholders for different tours. We are an open book as our future success depends upon our strict adherence to the state compliance, the county ordinance, and our responsiveness to neighbors and fellow Carpinterians. We are founding members for carp growers. We are actively involved with the Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis and their negotiating team to reach a comprehensive and lasting odor agreement. All of these efforts are a sincere and steadfast commitment to be excellent operators and stewards. So a little bit of the history as well on our property. In 2011, we were still, of course, growing cut flowers. That was something my father had been doing since 1979. I had joined the farm full-time in early 2011, which coincidentally was our last profitable year. I don't know if I should take responsibility for that or not. But part of the ethos of our company is always to have a great employee benefits, especially within the realm of agriculture. They've always been very competitive with 401k plans, comped insurance, comped life insurance. We've also offered a lot of housing for employees. So we've tried to be really excellent employers whenever possible. But unfortunately, by 2015, our line of credit was maxed out. We had to sell several properties, and we were taking income from other areas like avocado production and dumping it into a failing cut flower business. So it was incredibly fortuitous that cannabis came along. So it's same greenhouses, same employees, same infrastructure. Just changed one plant for another, and this new plant happened to be more profitable. The Everbloom project encompasses nursery and cultivation and 468,000 square feet of the existing 492,000 square feet of greenhouse. No processing activities such as drying or trimming have ever occurred on this site, and nor are they proposed in the future at this time. All processing activities that take place post-harvest will continue to be off-site. We are demolishing a small portion of the greenhouse to conform with the Carpenter Agricultural Overlay, a set of regulations that became law over a decade after these greenhouses were constructed. Our employee traffic remains the same. However, unlike our operations during cut flower production, we will not be having 52-foot tractor semis pulling in multiple times per day. We are also actively incentivizing employees to carpool as provided by the SBCAG Traffic Solutions Program. Lastly, we'll be updating the 40-year-old packing house to today's fire and building code standards. The Planning Commission approved this project unanimously on February 2nd. As part of this project, we are proposing to merge the Everbloom parcel with the neighboring parcel to the east, as seen on this site plan, to meet today's lot coverage requirements and to help ensure agricultural land stays agricultural. As shown on this map are the 607 50-foot setback requirements from the nearby Carpenter High School. And a note that the small greenhouse structure on the adjacent parcel has no plans for cannabis. So that's been pointed out a few times, and that will remain. Currently, it's lettuce, a leafy green greenhouse, and it'll continue as such. As mentioned, compliance is very important for operation. Operating close to a sensitive receptor, such as a school, means we will need to adhere to additional setbacks. As required by both the state through the Business and Professions Code and the Article 2 in the county's coastal zoning ordinance, we do not have any nursery cannabis premises within the 600-foot setback or any mixed light cultivation premises within the 750-foot setback. Thank you so much for your time. I'll now turn over to Phil Green, who will talk about our odor plans.
Thank you, Yvonne. Before I dive into our specific odor control plans for Everbloom, I want to take a moment to reiterate our commitment to the community when it comes to odor. A key pillar of following through on our commitment to drive the ball forward on odor control has been continuous research, exploration, testing, development, and operational refinement of odor control systems and technology. Our responsibility to the community on odor does not end now that we have installed scrubbers in the greenhouse. As part of our odor abatement plan, we will directly receive and respond to odor incidents reported by our neighbors. We will continually evaluate our systems, operations, and respond to any complaints to thoroughly investigate and resolve any issues. Part of the monitoring portion relies upon continued development, testing, and implementation of improved odor measuring and monitoring technologies and methodologies. As we are all painfully aware, currently in the field measurement of odor relies upon individual and subjective noses. We are committed and focused on finding an objective and quantitative measurement of either odor surrogates or total odor directly in the field to ideally ensure odor limit exceedances are detected before impacts are reported to us by neighbors. Myself and other members of our team were key participants, as Yvonne said, in the year-long negotiations between carp growers, representing a majority of cannabis operations in Carpinteria, and the Coalition for Responsible Cannabis. The product of these negotiations was the Model OAP and community guidelines, and I'm very proud of what was accomplished by this group. Over the course of our time in cannabis, we've been cognizant of the comments and feedback from the community, and I think that the agreement really helps to address the common themes of the complaints and concerns expressed by our community. While vapor phase odor control was a big step in the right direction compared to the previous generation of misting systems, it's been made clear that wasn't enough. We've committed to and have installed carbon scrubbers in the greenhouse to reduce odor concentration within the greenhouse before it's even able to leave the vents. There have been many comments over the years by stakeholders that the complaint and response procedure developed by the land use ordinance was not transparent, objective, nor detailed enough to be effective at identifying responsible cannabis operations and ensuring a sufficient response is made to prevent further odor events. We have fully adopted the tiered response protocols defined within the model OAP into our odor abatement plan, ensuring that any complaint is directly addressed in a timely manner and the resolution or path forward to correct is communicated to the reporting party, community stakeholders, as well as the county. One of the really hard problems that we've been facing is how does the community, county, and industry make a determination of which farms or farm are responsible for creating an ongoing odor hotspot. As part of the agreement with a coalition, if a farm is suspected of being party or entirely responsible for an odor, the response protocols are the same. That onus falls upon the individual farms to investigate, test, and provide evidence that either they are not responsible for the odor or that they are, and what corrective actions will be taken to correct and prevent future incidents. Highlighted in green is Everbloom and its relative location of residential neighborhoods in Carpinteria High School. Because of our location with respect to sensitive receptors, it was imperative that we become leaders in odor management within carp growers, and we're eager to work with the community, subject matter experts, as well as go beyond industry standards. Prior to the exploration of internal recirculating carbon scrubbers specifically designed for greenhouse use, we could not find a suitable nor feasible technology to treat the odor, quote, at the source before leaving the greenhouse vents. Venting is an essential contributor to the efficient control of the growing environment and what allows for the economically efficient and environmentally friendly methods of growing that occur in Carpinteria greenhouses. Being able to exchange warm, humid air with cool air is a vital method for temperature and humidity control without needing air conditioning, or forced air heating and drying machines. We have completed installing the scrubbers into the entirety of Everbloom in February of this year, well before issuance of business license, not because we have to, but because we as good neighbors want to truly do all we can do to reduce odor as quickly as we can in Carpinteria. The science supports that reduction of the odor load within the greenhouse will dramatically and perceptibly decrease the odor impacts in the surrounding area. On this slide, we have a site plan of Everbloom overlaid with initial deployment of scrubbers within both the flowering and nursery areas and the solid wall that separates these two areas. Also shown is the buffer from the high school of 600 feet for nursery operations and 750 feet for flowering plants. It's worth noting here that Everbloom is proposing no reduction in nor relief from the county cannabis ordinance mandated distance from sensitive receptors and nursery or mixed light cannabis premises. In the flowering portion of the greenhouse, we're installing 10 scrubbers per acre, and a slightly reduced density of scrubbers within the nursery area. These scrubbers will be run 24 hours a day in order to ensure odor concentrations are kept at the absolute lowest levels possible, regardless of ridge vent position and how open they are. Thank you again for allowing us the time to explain how we got to be where we are today and what we believe sets this project apart from any that have been before you. Shown here are the scrubbers deployed throughout the greenhouse. We kindly ask that you deny the appeal on this project. We're standing by for any questions you may have.
Thank you, and we'll take a minute off your rebuttal time. Public comment. How many people do we have who want to comment today?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have 9 requests to speak on this item.
Okay. I'll allow everyone their 3 minutes, but if you can make it in 2, that would be much appreciated. We have another appeal yet today.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we are going to begin on Zoom with Rod Cadillo, to be followed by Liz Rogan. Rod?
Oh, hi. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, hi. Okay, I have can I ask questions, or is this just more of a comment?
This is a comment. You can ask questions, but we won't answer, at least not now.
Okay. Okay, so I got a little bit of both. So I'm a little bit confused. I think on one of your slides, you guys had mentioned that you guys don't review applications for compliance with federal laws. So, I mean, are you guys saying that you will allow someone to break a federal law and you won't look into it? I just don't understand that. So that's my first question. Second question is the 1,000-foot distance is a federal law, but yet the county supervisors came up with an ordinance of 750 feet. So if I'm incorrect on that, could somebody please correct me on that? Because I don't understand how they would come up with something that's less restrictive. And it seems like it's just to allow for projects like this to slip between the cracks. And I think that's wrong, because you're talking about the health and welfare of people in the city of Carpinteria. The one gentleman that just spoke mentioned that he's committed to odor control. I mean, everybody seems to say that, but why is it that the town smells like a skunk? If that's the case. So I don't think that's happening. I think everybody's saying that they're doing it, but why does the town still smell like it does every single day? And also, I really like to, address our District 1 supervisor, Mr. Williams. I think you should be up in arms with stuff like this, and you should flat out support this appeal and make sure that projects like this absolutely do not get approved. This is on you. You got the welfare and health being of many children. And as Mrs. Singer's representative said, you guys are preying on the minority population, and it's terrible. It's absolutely a disgrace. My last. I would also like to know which supervisors took money from the cannabis industry, and if they will publicly disclose that today. And if they did, if they will recuse themselves from this vote. Thank you.
We will now go on to Liz Rogan, to be followed by Peter Dugray. Liz?
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thanks. Good afternoon, board. Thank you so much for your time today and allowing me to speak. I wanted to, my name is Liz Rogan. I'm a Santa Barbara County resident, and I've been a active part of the process, and at least speaking my voice along all of this cannabis cultivation. And I've seen these people work so hard for years, jumping through hoops and spending millions of dollars to try to just farm here, to be here. Greenhouse farming is a long established industry in the Carpinteria Valley, and these are pre-existing greenhouses. As you know, it's just a crop change. Unfortunately, as the person before when you spoke, this is not something that's picking on anyone. This is something that's bringing jobs, money, and environmental benefits to the Carp Valley. We know that. We've seen these people in action. We have to understand that all plants have odors, and I think control is the way that we're working on this, in actually controlling these odors the best of our ability, and also making sure that they're not harming anyone in the process. So agriculture is an economic driver in Carp that also buffers the community from overdevelopment. When Carpinteria obviously it's a farming community, these things are all integrated together. So if you think that terpenes and these other odors, near a school and other things are odoriferous and are a problem, then you would also think that probably spray near a school would also be a problem, as that's chemicals being sprayed on children. So, I just want to thank you guys for your support in this whole process and urge you to deny this appeal, as we've seen these continuous appeals come and take up a lot of our time and resources. So this is Liz Rogan. Thanks again.
Thank you for your brevity.
We will now go to Peter Dugray, to be followed by David Podrell. Peter?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Peter Dugray, today speaking on behalf of Carp Growers. You've heard the group mentioned. It's a cannabis farmers group in Carpinteria Valley. Our members really are standard bearers for responsible cannabis farming on the Santa Barbara coast, and leaders throughout the state in producing quality greenhouse cannabis for a regulated market. Everbloom is one of 20 Carp Growers member properties. It's been a commercial farm for over 40 years. At one point was one of the largest producers of Gerber daisies in the United States. So it's a really sophisticated professional operation in commercial plant production. Among members, Everbloom and Ed and Yvonne Van Wingerden stand out as smart, capable, and responsive operators. This team has led the way in setting the best practices for the industry. When state regulators and compliance officers visit Everbloom, the regulators take notes on how things should be done throughout the state. We've in community outreach, this farm has been front and center. Santa Barbara City College students, Santa Barbara City College sends its horticultural students on field trips to learn how the best growers do it. Everbloom's also likely the most transparent cannabis farm on planet Earth. Hundreds upon hundreds of neighbors have walked through Everbloom during our public tours. And that's because Ed and Yvonne, they wanted people, especially those that are skeptical, to get a chance to see what cannabis farming actually is. A short list of those who have attended tours include numerous high school parents, nonprofit executive directors, Chamber of Commerce leadership, school board members, cannabis opposition groups, senior citizen groups, and my all-time favorite is the Ford Model T Club of Southern California. They had a great time. They were a little late because the car broke down in Ojai. We've met an assortment of people, and with near unanimity, they leave super impressed from Everbloom, impressed by people, the operations, and the whole facility. And they really do wonder what all the worrying is about. And that brings, I mean, indeed, there's a gap remaining between the perception of cannabis farming and the reality of it. Everyone who can look at this project with an open mind knows that it passes any test and standard for this industry, and especially for odor abatement. This has been the team that really drives the best practices in odor abatement. So we agree, Carp Growers agrees with the Coalition for Responsible Cannabis, with county staff, and with the County Planning Commission, who voted unanimously to ask this board to reject the appeal today. And please approve this as an outstanding model project. Thank you.
We will now go to David Powdrell, to be followed by Grant Cox. David?
Hi, this is David Powdrell. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. So David Powdrell, Carpinteria CPA, non-cannabis smoker. I like my Prosecco at night. I want to thank the board for all you guys are doing for this. I want to speak on behalf of the Van Wingerton families and what they're doing. I happen to be one of the tour attendees a couple of times, and I've always been so impressed with what they're doing. They're taking the high road every time, and they're providing a wonderful filtration system. So here's a fun story. Every Christmas time, I get family members from out of town to visit, and we get in the car and we say, let's find the cannabis, see if you can, and find it with us. So with the windows down, everybody's noses are out the window, and we start driving around. Now, granted, there is in fact cannabis odor from time to time, but what I've noticed the last couple of tours that we've done in my car at Christmas time with my out-of-town relatives is that they're not finding it. They're not finding the smell. In fact, the last time we did it, we drove right to Everbloom and parked there. And I said, do you smell it here? Do you smell it here? And nobody could smell it. So granted, there is cannabis odor from time to time, but I know in my mind, it's gotten better. It hasn't gotten worse. I'm going to leave it at that. And I hope you support the Van Wingerton families. What they've done for our community is phenomenal and continue to do so much. They do take the high road, and they are good people. That's it for me. David Powdrell signing off.
We will now go to Grant Cox, to be followed by Chris Riley. Grant?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Grant Cox. I have been in Carpinteria almost 50 years. I've grown up on the north side of 101. I now live on the behind the state park. I'm going to make this as simple as I can, but it just saddens me, all the haters of marijuana. You know, I deny this appeal. There are no effects on school. I have a 15-year-old who goes to Carpinteria High School, and I ask him every day. Nobody is complaining about the smell. Okay, when we get reports from LA Times, I don't believe it. I don't believe they have facts. They're not here. You know, I am in such support of all these growers for how they're complying to all the rules and regulations that are requested, and they do care about this community. I think all the haters are over exaggerating what they say about the cannabis growers. They dwell on false accusations. Okay, I smell skunks once a day. The smell has gotten significantly better, and I am in this town all day long, and I don't smell it like we used to. Air quality is not compromising. I just believe cannabis haters are a minority in our community. I talk to everyone and always get opinions, and it's gotten way better in our community when it comes to the cannabis situation that all the haters keep talking about. I want to keep it as short as I can, and I'm just a carpinteria product, and my words are going to be easy that I'm saying, but please, I deny this appeal. Thank you.
We will now go to Chris Riley to be followed by Stephanie Thymer. Chris?
Hi, my name is Chris Riley. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Just want to introduce myself. I have 15 years in education here in Carpinteria in the classroom between the public school sector and the private school sector. I have a 3.5-year-old daughter. And I've been to a lot of the sites and stuff, and I feel like I just want to question the motives of the few people that are appealing to this. And I just feel like the cannabis influence in industry and culture in Carpinteria goes back 50, 60 years. And they need to be able to evolve through the times. I mean, who knows where we'll be 5, 10 years. And I think one of the women spoke about the community and kids, and I believe they also donate to the school district every year through tax revenue. And if anything, they're really out for their community, and we care about our community. And that's all I want to say.
Thank you.
We will now go to Stephanie Thymer to be followed by Tina Frontato. Stephanie?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Stephanie, and I have lived in Carpinteria for 9 years. Most recently, we live in the Heath Ranch neighborhood, about 500 feet from Everbloom Nursery. I live there with my 2 young sons and my husband. While odor has been an issue, it's been an ongoing issue throughout Carpinteria. I'm happy to speak today in support of Everbloom Nursery. It seems Everbloom has set the standard for how to deal with these odor issues. Over the past 3 years, we've seen a dramatic reduction in odor issues to the point where we rarely notice it at all. We have even been offered tours, and we have a direct line of communication with the nursery. When certain days we can smell something, we call them. They're incredibly responsive to any complaints. I know a few other neighbors have nice relationships as well. Personally, I prefer living by this crop to any other that would be in the greenhouse. Our family loves Carpinteria and is proud to have local neighbors like Everbloom who listen to our community, give back, and support Carpinteria. I urge you to deny this appeal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Tina Furtado to be followed by Anna Carrillo here in Santa Barbara. Tina?
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to express my support and encourage the board to approve this project and deny the appeal. As a 60-year resident of Carpinteria and a Carpinteria High School graduate, I not only support this project, but champion its success. Carpinteria has a very loud, strong, focused, and organized parental community. They are the heartbeat and gatekeepers of our schools, youth programs, and all things children related. And they never take their eye off what's best and right for our children. I think it's absolutely telling that no parents, school leaders, administrators, or teachers have expressed any opposition to this project. And with history as our touchstone, if any of these entities had or have ever felt that our students and our children were in harm's way, well, let's just say hell has seen no fury like a Carpinteria parent. Your telephones, inboxes, and mailboxes would all be inundated by well-crafted and aggressive correspondence from these groups, letting you all know without a doubt, loud and clear, their opinions and feelings about this project. Carpinteria is not a quiet, podunk community, and the promise of money and/or riches has never held any leverage here. The leverage in our community is being able to keep Carpinteria an ag community and enjoy the vast benefits that living among acres of ag land brings to us. As you know, this project is excellent and 100% approving of approval. The Van Wingerden family has and is one of Carpinteria's most cherished community members. Their unrelenting dedication to community causes, the well-being of their workforce, and the health of and wealth of our environment is at the forefront. Please decline this appeal, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Barbara with Anna Carrillo, who is our final speaker. Anna?
Hello, nice to see everybody in person again. I would like to make some comments in urging your support of this appeal. It's too close to Carpinteria High School. Superintendent Rigby and the Planning Commission had asked that the distance be measured from property line to property line and be 1,000 feet. The project's property line is 400 feet from the high school property line. It's too bad that the board put the onus on the operator for allowing cannabis operations within 1,000 feet. There is no protection offered for the operators from the federal ban of cultivating, and the operator assumes any and all risk and any and all liability that may arise or results under state and federal laws from the cultivation, sale, possession, distribution, use of cannabis, and or any other cannabis activity. It was reported in the grand jury report published June 2020 that a grower had asked for the regulation that ultimately passed. Instead of measuring from property line to property line, which is customary, it was requested that the measurement be 600 feet for nursery plants and 750 feet for mature plants, using the premise rather than the property line. Local Carpinterians now see the result of that decision. As Carpinteria High School is probably the only high school affected by this decision, it behooves you to think of the consequences of your decision. It has been noted for the last 4 years that the odors and health issues for staff and students can be quite bothersome for those on the campus. This has been discussed at least twice at the 2 Planning Commission meetings recently held on properties close to the high school. It has been documented in 2 teacher surveys that staff will not report odor events. Because of the staff's fear of retribution, even if the odor ordinance put in place was effective, no one from the county or the coalition is checking out the odors at the high school unless they receive a complaint. And if no one is willing to complain, there is no remediation or tiered response. Therefore, it is incumbent for the health of the staff and the students that the 5 cannabis cultivation sites around the high school hire an independent odor monitor that checks the campus at least once per day or preferably twice a day. It's all well and good to say that odor and air quality were a significant Class 1 impact, but does that mean that staff and students at the high school have to live with this ongoing problem? There are 5 cultivation sites around the high school. This one at 4701, 4505 Foothill, 4555 Foothill, 4994 Foothill, and 4532 Foothill. 3 of these 5 projects have already received their CDPs, all still operating with state provisional cultivation, nursery, and a few with processing licenses. This operation is using a part of the greenhouse that is within the 600 feet of the high school's property line for their nursery. It would be important to identify what is the definition of a premise. I urge you not to accept part of a building as constituting a premise to allow cultivation. How do the odors in a building that has both nursery plants and mature plants not mixed together that needs to be prevented in residential areas and schools? Please add schools and daycare centers to the requirement
Ms.
of not
Carrillo,
permitting
that is your time.
odor to be experienced in residential areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item. Chair Hartman and members of the board, perhaps the member of the public can state their name for the record. On the microphone,
Yeah,
please.
go ahead. We'll let you, but you're the last
I promise
one.
I'll keep it brief, okay? Because I'm next. So good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Jill Stasinos. I'm speaking in support of the Singer and Concerned Carpinterians' appeal of the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission's approval of the 4701 Foothill Road Cannabis Cultivation Project for the following reasons. One, Carpinteria High School may be the only high school in Santa Barbara County that is surrounded by 5 cannabis grows. The bad odors emanating from these grows interfere with students' ability to learn and teachers' ability to teach. Having been a high school teacher for more than 20 years, I realize the importance of a good learning environment. Trying to pay attention in class is made more difficult when distracted by the bad odors produced by cannabis. The inability to determine which of the 5 surrounding cannabis grows sites is the cause of the bad odors does not help the students and staff avoid a less than optimal learning, teaching environment, and related health concerns. Carpinteria High School students start their school day at 8 a.m., and while most are done at 3 p.m., there will be many students who arrive before 8 a.m. and stay after 3 p.m. High school staff often start their workday between 6:30 to 7:30 a.m. and often leave after 3:30 p.m. These overlapping travel times with the 57 employees at 4701 Foothill Road who arrive at 6:30 and leave at 3:30 p.m. will cause traffic congestion on Foothill Road, which is a narrow 2-lane road. Additionally, the potential for traffic accidents will be greatly increased. 4701 Foothill Road's cannabis cultivation grows, measured from the property line, is approximately 350 feet from Carpinteria High School. This is too close to the high school and violates federal law, which requires 1,000 feet measured from property line to property line, and the Santa Barbara County Ordinance, which requires 600 feet measured from the premise. Permitting 32,180 square feet of unpermitted greenhouses and reducing the 100-foot setback from residentially zoned lots to 19.5 feet not only sets a bad precedent, but it's just plain wrong. The message that will be sent to those in the community is that it's okay to violate federal and county laws. Please listen to your constituents when they request that you support this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. So we're back to the appellant's rebuttal. You have 4.5 minutes. Mr. Lesser or Ms. Bardak?
You know, I saw an episode of 60 Minutes, maybe others of you did, on Sunday. And one of the segments was quite inspiring, and it regarded a cannabis grower who had achieved great success in the Chicago area and gave a gift to the local school that was serving an underserved part of Chicago and offered all of the students from freshman through senior year free college tuition, board, and everything. It was an enormous act of grace and generosity, which is wonderful. And I know that the growers in our community have also supported community, but I was talking about a huge level of support. And he wasn't trying to mitigate damages that he could have been inflicting on the local student population because his cannabis grows did not occur in the city, on the blocks surrounding. Imagine if it was an inner city, and then he would have great reason to feel guilty about what he was doing and would have made up for it. I just know that squeezing all of this cannabis into our beautiful Carpinteria town, where we're all going to sort this out eventually and knit ourselves back together as a community. But it's squeezing something into a place which is not commodious for this kind of an operation. And we're trying really hard to make it work out. And we're behind. We've been way behind on the odor mitigation. And now it's, whose nose and which nose and who's a good person. It's still an existing problem, and it's going to remain an existing problem. I just urge the generosity of the cannabis industry to, instead of pouring it all into an outstanding lobbying offensive, to actually do something large for the students at Carpinteria High School. And then we would salute you and say, that is a beautiful thing. And in the meantime, you're going to kill the smell, and eventually it is going to get down there. I don't know from a carbon scrubber, and I'm not going to bother to waste my time figuring that out. But there are ways to contain it. It's a self-contained thing, and it doesn't get out. Eventually, we're going to have that there. And if this industry is going to be as successful as it was for this man to be able to give scholarships to all of the students in Chicago practically, then it's going to be successful enough to step up and pay the additional cost that will be. And we're going to have a big celebration, and we're all going to get along. Thank you.
Ms. Bardak, 1 minute.
I would just add, we're going in a circle until we have mandatory odor control. It's just like being on the freeway. There's no speed limit, people speed. If it is not mandatory, and you guys have the power to do that today, then we will see real change. Till then, it's going to smell every day, and we have 3 kids right next door to us who go to Carp High and tell us that every day it smells in the classroom, smells on the sports field. It's very nice to, you're telling us to depend on the goodwill of Ed Van Wingerden, that he'll take care of it. Really, that's okay. Well, guess what? It hasn't proven to be okay. The odors have gotten worse. I understand that they can bring in all the employees, they come out and they testify at every single hearing. The fact of the matter is, just to drive here and go down Foothill, the odors are worse. And unless you put in mandatory odor control with enforcement, we're going nowhere.
That's your time.
Thank you.
So back to the applicant. Mr. Green, Mr. Van Wingerden.
Jay Higgins will be doing our rebuttal from Zoom.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Higgins, I can.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to zoom in. Appreciate that. I was ready to try to provide some responses to whether or not our project complies with the coastal zoning ordinance and Carp Ag overlay ordinance, but I didn't hear any assertions that our project does not comply on a technical level, except that there maybe should be mandatory odor control. We have that in the greenhouses, and as Mr. Green presented, we have a significant upgrade to those systems in place now that are in the greenhouse that are undergoing further testing. And some of you that have been to the greenhouse lately have witnessed that. So I can field any land use questions you have, but it sounds like the rigor of the program and our work with P&D over the last almost 4 years has resulted in a project that you can really approve today. So we'd like you to do that, and I can take any land use questions you might have.
Okay, and did you have anything else you wanted to add? All right. So with that, we're back to staff. And have you heard anything that you would like to respond to from public comment or from the appellant or applicant? Ms. Byler?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I don't have anything I want to respond to. Thank you.
Okay. To the board? Sure, Mr. Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hartman. So I think I heard the response, or I heard from Mr. Higgins, there is odor control, mandatory odor control, like what the appellant's asking for.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, correct. The project has requirement for an odor abatement plan. The applicant has addressed that they've already installed much of their odor abatement plan, and enforcement will be required once the permit is issued. And we've been working actively with the applicant on their OAP since application submittal.
So how is that different than what the appellant's been asking for? I'm just a little, I mean, you guys probably talked to the appellant. So could you help me with that? Because I don't see the difference between what you're talking about and what Ms. Bardak's asking for.
Supervisor Nelson, Chair Hartman. I think I would interpret what they're asking for is to absolutely maybe prevent odors from happening, whereas our ordinance just requires that they can't be experienced in residential zones.
Okay, thank you.
That is an interpretation. I'm not exactly sure.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess my question for council is the 1,000-foot federal law. I'd like some clarification on that.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Lavanino. So our ordinance and our program is based on state law, not federal law. What the appellant is referring to has to do with, it's a criminal penalty, like it's an enhancement on a crime if you're within 1,000 feet of a school, so it's not a mandatory buffer. Our ordinance, we set the buffer through our state and local laws, so it's compliant with state law, but we're not enforcing federal law as part of our program.
Any other questions? Then to the board for deliberations, Supervisor Williams, you'd like to lead off?
Well, I think the obvious thing is that there really has not been any substantial issue or substantial evidence offered by the appellant. This project conforms with our rules and should be approved. But I want to go, deeper, partially because the appellant has attempted to make this number one and an indictment on the Van Wingerden's character, among other things, especially in their previous correspondence. But from my perspective, I have seen no one work harder or pour more money into odor control technology in the Valley than this family. They didn't just put one vapor phase system up to control odor. They did two. They did 2 layers of it, and now they were the first to adopt that, which reflected their enthusiasm to try to be there for the community. And now they were one of the first to adopt what the very people that are here in opposition to it have been asking for a long time, which is carbon scrubbers. And it's just hard for me to sort of watch the train wreck that is this presentation, because they've spent a long time trying to convince me to require carbon scrubbers, right? And this is the reason why we didn't. It was illustrated well by this gentleman who produces the carbon scrubbers from the Netherlands, visiting. Welcome to Santa Barbara. But like in the tradition of my little graphs, there's a red line that starts very high and goes down. And in the traditional carbon scrubber, that's the efficacy of the odor control of a carbon scrubber. It starts off awesome, but then it gets filled up with gunk or other things, and it becomes less effective. The blue line is the energy usage from that same unit. As its efficacy goes down, it attempts to work harder to compensate, and then its energy usage goes up. The reason why the agreement has been able to be forged between carp growers and the Coalition for Responsible Cannabis is because there is now technology of carbon scrubbers able to maintain efficacy and therefore not also, so you keep odor control for a longer period of time for the units, and without the corresponding increase in energy. I think that's really important. Number one, it's important because it's great that technology is getting better. It's great that there's growers that are willing to use that technology to reduce odor control. To me, this should be a kumbaya moment because it turns out that we end up doing what you all wanted us to do, but it doesn't seem to make anyone happier yet. At least those of us that are still in the fight, and that's disappointing to me. It does seem, however, to make the people of Carpinteria happier. So it is not a fruitless endeavor because, going door to door in Carpinteria was very illuminating for me. It's not like people didn't ever experience odor. It's not like they didn't care about odor, but that they saw odor progressively getting better, and they had trust in the people operating it to make it better, and they had trust in us to help make sure that it gets better, and that's exactly what's happening. Since the appellant drug up a four-year-old correspondence from Diana Rigby, superintendent, I will tell you what she sent me in response to this being drugged up again and again. But she sent this to me about 2 years ago, over 2 years ago, August 19th, 2019. I wanted to speak to you about concerned Carpinterians using year-old district memos to support their claims of cannabis odors negatively affecting Carpinteria High School students. Old news. Since the regulations went into effect this January, there has been significant improvement. We do not believe that student safety is compromised with legally operating cannabis farms any more than the avocado ranches and flower farms. Thanks for your reasonable approach to making it work for all the community members. And now we even have school board members supporting projects. And so it's sort of like we like using really old memos because that's when people had concerns instead of the more recent ones where people are very satisfied with the progress being made. Carpinteria is an awesome place to live. It continues to be an incredible place to live, and it will be an even better place to live if we can learn to work together on this and bury the hatchet.
Seeing no more lights, would you like to make a motion? Oh, Supervisor Lavanito and then Nelson.
First. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Hartman. I like one of the speakers. I'm a former high school and junior high teacher, and I'm also a parent of 3 high school students, and I'm deeply concerned about the impacts of cannabis on our youth. To be honest, I was prepared to oppose this project. Its proximity to the high school is troubling. And then I went and toured it on Thursday. 2 things changed my mind. One is the access. No students will be incidentally just walking by Everbloom. It's off a side road. There's no houses on the other side that would actually, unless they're cutting through the farms, that would be coming by Everbloom. It's tucked away there. And then actually most impactful was this odor mitigation that we're discussing here. I sat in the greenhouse and I couldn't smell cannabis when it was all around me. That's never happened any place ever. When you go, we've done a lot of tours of this over the years, and you leave and you smell like cannabis for the rest of the day. You come home and your kids give you the stink eye there. They look at you sideways, Dad, what are you up to? That didn't happen. I came right to an SB-CAG meeting right from there with no odor on me. This stuff is pretty cool. And so I think this project has earned the right to move forward. I think that they've done what Ms. Bardak and the community's been asking. And I guess I'm with Supervisor Williams here. If you can't support this type of mitigation of odor, which they're proposing here, and maybe I just got on the good day. Maybe that's possible. I want to believe otherwise. But if you can't support this odor mitigation strategy, then there's not going to be a strategy in the future that can be supported. So, like I said, this was the project I was kind of circled that I had a lot of concerns about coming into this, and it really was my intention to potentially vote against it. But again, with that tour and what I was able to observe, I'll be glad to vote a motion to deny this appeal.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. This was a hard hearing, man. I don't know if it was deja vu or sadness or whatever, but this is the project, right? This is the one that's spending all the money to do it right. This is the one that we visited that actually it's working. And to have like 4-year-old letters read and a 3-year-old op-ed that I'm sure that the author, well, I'm not sure, but I would imagine the author probably doesn't want that read right now, 3 years later. It kind of reinforces for those that when you're in opposition, I heard over and over and over again, I support the cannabis industry, I support cannabis, I just want you guys to do a better job with odor. And I always questioned whether or not that's really the motive or it's not the motive. You get down to it, that isn't the motive. It's something else. So yeah, I'm just kind of sad. It's depressing because this should be a moment where the community and everybody comes together. And maybe I shouldn't be sad because the community is coming together by not all being here. These used to be pretty close to as crazy as these meetings would get. This place was packed. The rooms were overflowing. The side room was overflowing. Altercations, we had stuff going on, people calling each other names. And I guess the fact that the place is empty, except for a few folks, maybe that is the sunlight in all of this. I want to address something else because it's been brought up a couple of times, and it was brought up again today. And I'll step in and take responsibility for it. It is the idea of why I didn't think that the property line was the actual place to measure from. And let me explain why. When you're talking about odor, this is what we were talking about at the time, was the idea that odor was the problem. Not the building, not the property line. The odor was going to escape. So if you're going to measure, if you're worried about odor, why would you measure the property line? The property line itself does not smell, okay? It does not have a stench to it. The plants do. So for me, the smart thing is let's measure from where the actual odor is emanating from. That made sense to me. And I don't understand why that was so controversial, and I still don't. And I remember previously, people that had said, well, this was a kind of a give to the growers. And, and I don't want to go back through all this stuff and go through it again, but we gave 10 things on the other side to the community as well. So it's give and take, and our job's not easy, but it's trying to find that balance. Just like for a grower, a cultivator, it's not easy, but they found that balance of how to still produce a crop and still try to do to the best of their ability, limit the smell. And so I appreciate that. I hope other growers follow your lead. And someday we'll figure out also how to mitigate the smell for outdoor. This is all about technology and chasing the best available technology that there is. And I just appreciate the fact somebody's invested in it and it's working. And I think the fact that we have an empty room here today proves that.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I'm going to try to buoy Supervisor Lavanino's mood by just saying, to me, it's a happy day for my town because it's a day that people having patience paid off, that people as a community, supporting responsible growers, a community that still knows that we are a bunch of working people struggling to survive in a place where housing's out of control, that still needed to make a living, that ag is not scenery, that it is a vehicle for our community to prosper and survive, and a repudiation of the moral bankruptcy of NIMBYism that seeks to value and protect children from a smell when it would deny them a place to live and it would deny them a job. And so to me, that's a happy day. I would move that we deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the Everbloom project.
Is there a second?
Second.
And I just wanted to add that I think this is a case of rewarding virtue, as Supervisor Williams says, that if you've gone above and beyond in odor control, that should have a benefit. And I think the vote will show that.
Madam Chair, members of the board, just want to clarify the motion includes all the recommended actions.
It does.
And Supervisor Nelson, did you have anything else you wanted to add? So, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Supervisor Nelson.
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Aye.
Supervisor Williams.
Aye.
Supervisor Hart.
Aye.
And Chair Hartman.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
So we will have a 10-minute break and come back. Beginning the May 24th, 2022 Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors meeting, and we trailed item D5. So before we go to our final item and appeal today, we'll go back to D5 and finish that off. Director Plowman, you have some questions for the board.
We do. Thank you, Madam Chair. So during the time where you were hearing the appeal, the staff and county council took a look at some of the questions related to the processing facilities, and we just need a little bit more clarification. The first question we had was, we want to clarify that we're all talking about the same thing when we're talking about processing in this context, and that is the drying, curing, and trimming, not manufacturing, not volatile processing. So I think that's question number one.
And let's take them in order. And is there any objection to what the definition stated by Director Plowman is?
Not for me.
Okay, we all agree.
Super. Okay, so for the circumstance where you have a grow with an existing land use permit, the question was, what would it take for them to add processing? And there are two options. One is for the board to say a new land use permit would be required, or a minor change. It would be allowed with a minor change. Now, a minor change is not appealable. And so if you want my opinion, I'll share it.
I would.
Yeah, I think it's not really a minor change to add a processing facility that's going to have an odor control plan.
Right.
And I think a new LUP would be
In order.
yeah. So
I agree with that.
Supervisor Lavanino?
I voted against this anyways in the changes, but yeah, so.
And Supervisor Hart? Same. And Supervisor Williams? So I think we go with your recommendation, Director Plowman.
okay, thank you. The third item is where we have an existing conditional use permit and they don't have a processing facility because they are next to an EDRN or they have more than 51% of their property designated to cannabis. The thought is, well, the question is allow it with an LUP or a CUP, but my recommendation would be, it would be a revision to their existing CUP, which would go to the Planning Commission as the decision maker. Okay.
And Supervisor Lavanino? Okay. Supervisor Williams? Supervisor, yes.
Okay, and so then for a completely new project, I believe we expected that for brand new grow with a processing facility would be a CUP.
I think that's the point.
On ag property, yes.
On Ag 2 property.
Ag 2 property,
Yep.
yes. Currently, cultivation and processing on the manufacturing properties are LUPs.
Correct.
And it would be my intention that stay at that level of permitting.
We understand that direction.
Okay, I think we've seen nodding heads on all 4 points.
Okay, thank
So
you.
when will this come back to the board?
We would like to, given the board's break and whatnot, come back on the first board hearing after your break on August 16th. And
Okay.
then, since the board's intention was to make the effective date 120 days from today, it would then be 30 days from when we were there on August 16th, give or take
So
a few
90 days, say. So effective date, 90 days from the hearing. And that hearing, once again, is August?
August 16th. It would
And-
be, I think it would only be 30. We'll
Right.
we'll calculate it for
Sure.
you.
calculate it. I think
We'll
it's
And do we need to
45.
have a motion now to continue this item until that date?
Please.
I'll make a motion to continue the item and direct staff to take the board direction from today in the conceptual motion and come back with a further amendment to the LUDC with cannabis.
I would second that, and Madam Clerk, you need to call the roll again.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
No.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Hart?
No.
And Chair Hartman.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, and turning to our final item, departmental item number 7. Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 7 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Stanislaus Concerned Carpinterians and Save Arroyo Perdon appeal, case number 22 APL 6 of the Planning Commission's approval of the 3508 Via Real Cannabis Cultivation Project, case numbers 19 DVP 20, 22 CUP 5, and 19 CDP 27. This is in the 1st District. And I do have a number of documents to be voted into the record prior to proceeding with today's appeal. And I'm just going to read them briefly now. The first is a public comment from Russell Ruiz, Friday, May 20th. Additionally, a public comment from Peter Dugray, Friday, May 20th. A public comment from Whitney Coley, Monday, May 23rd. And an applicant PowerPoint presentation from Whitney Cooley on Monday, May 23rd. A public comment from Anna Carrillo on Monday, May 23rd. A public comment from Luis Andalaro on Monday, May 23rd, and the appellant did just provide to the clerk of the board an additional document from the County of Santa Barbara Planning and Development permit history that I am going to be distributing now. So if we would like to use those as part of the record and motion to do so.
Supervisor Nelson?
I move that we add those to the record.
I'll second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So they're in the record. So now, ex parte communications. Supervisor Hart.
I had the same ex parte communications at the same time with the same people as the previous item.
Supervisor Williams.
I had the same ex parte communications 9 a.m. yesterday.
The same for me. Supervisor Lavanino.
Ditto, same.
Yes, met with the same group, Whitney, Philip, Michael, Ivan, and Henry at the Creekside facility after my visit at the Everbloom on Thursday at the 19th.
Director Plowman.
Madam Chair, members of the board, this is a cannabis grow, as you know, located in Carpinteria at 3508 Via Real. This name is known as Creekside. It was at the Planning Commission in March of this year and then was appealed to your board. I have my same team here, Ms. Baylor and Mr. Seawards and Mr. Dargle, and Ms. Baylor's going to make the presentation, and then the rest of us are available for any questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Now I am presenting the Stasinos appeal of 3508 Via Real Cannabis Cultivation and Processing. The 8.96 acre property shown in purple is about 200 feet from Highway 101 and 100 feet from Via Real in the Carpinteria area. Arroyo Perdon is north of the subject parcel. Some surrounding parcels contain applications for cannabis cultivation shown by red dots. Access is from an easement off Via Real. Here is an aerial of the property outlined in purple. It is zoned Ag 110 and is surrounded by parcels with the same zoning that are developed with greenhouses and orchards. Permitted greenhouses are outlined in dark green. The processing, packing, and shipping area is outlined in light green, and it includes permitted and as-built development, with as-built development shown in orange. Development to be demolished is shown in red. The esh buffer is designated by a light blue dashed line, and the 100-foot top-of-bank setback is designated by a purple dashed line. With the proposed demolition, all as-built development in the esh buffer will be removed. Here you can see where 1.24 acres of new landscaping for restoration and screening will be planted, shown in light green. Riparian and native landscaping will be planted in the areas where as-built development is going to be demolished in the esh buffer and top-of-bank setback. The project consists of a coastal development permit for 4.15 acres of cultivation in 2 permitted greenhouses, and 0.19 acres of processing in a permitted processing, packing, and shipping area with as-built additions. Landscaping will further screen from Via Real and enhance the ash buffer. The OAP includes carbon filtration in the processing area and regenerative carbon scrubbers in the greenhouses with an existing vapor phase system that will be used until not needed. The permitted greenhouses will be raised to 22 feet and 43,000 square feet of development will be demolished, including all as-built development in the ash buffer and top of bank setback. The applicant requests 2 setback modifications. The setbacks are shown with the dashed purple line. The first modification is to the 20-foot southern property line setback to allow water tanks shown in orange, located 13 and 16 feet from the property line. Staff supports this modification because the parcel is built out, and moving the structures is infeasible because all irrigation is connected to this water tank area. The second modification is to the 100-foot top of bank setback. All as-built development, shown in red, will be demolished in this setback area. This area will include permitted greenhouses that were approved in the 70s and 80s, decades prior to the implementation of the 100-foot setback and ash buffer in 2004. The pink area will remain in the setback area after demolition of the as-built development. To improve climate control, the permitted greenhouses will be increased in height from 15 and 17 feet to 22 feet. This permitted development within the setback complies with all biological resources requirements and has been reviewed by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, State Water Board, Fire Department, and South Board of Architectural Review. The project includes over an acre of riparian and native landscaping in the ash buffer. No part of the project is within ash, and the top of bank setback and ash buffer will be enhanced as a result of the project. The project relies on the Cannabis Program EIR, as documented by the CEQA checklist, and no additional environmental review is required. The appellant raised 5 appeal issues. For Appeal Issue 1, the appellant alleges that the requested modification to the 100-foot top of bank setback will adversely affect arroyo paradon habitat and its species. In response, the development to remain in the top of bank setback was permitted in 1973 and 1980, well before the top of bank setback and ash buffer were established. All as-built development in this setback area will be demolished, and this area will be restored with native riparian landscaping. Consistent with Article 2 and the program EIR, the project includes implementation of a wildlife movement plan, habitat protection plan, and tree protection plan. For Appeal Issue 2, the appellant claims that odor may adversely affect birds and fish in the Arroyo Paradon watershed. In response, the resource agencies, a third-party biologist, and county peer reviewer have determined that the project will not adversely affect Arroyo Paradon or any sensitive species. The program EIR anticipated the potential for nuisance odor impacts, and the project includes all required mitigation. For Appeal Issue 3, the appellant alleges that odor creates a public nuisance for the Carpinteria area and that the inability to identify odor sources in residential areas is an enforcement problem. The appellant also claims that a health risk assessment is needed to address air quality concerns. In response, the OAP meets all Article 2 requirements. P&D will track and respond to all odor complaints and will review many factors including weather conditions and the status of nearby operations when responding. Prior to coastal development permit issuance, the Air Pollution Control District will determine whether a health risk assessment will be required for the project. This is a standard advisory for all cannabis projects. For Issue 4, the appellant alleges that there is a lack of enforcement related to posted notices for projects that reward operators by legalizing as-built development and sets a bad precedent that will encourage others to disregard the ash buffer. In response, the notice for this project is legible and has been posted on site during all required noticing periods. Mailed notices were sent according to Article 2, in addition to courtesy mailed notices for interested parties. Further, the project does not include any as-built development to remain in the ESH buffer or top of bank setback. Finally, for issue 5, the appellant claims that the increase of average daily trips will create safety and road maintenance concerns on Via Real. In response, the project is consistent with Article 2 standards for traffic. The project will generate 60 new trips, including 4 new AM and PM peak hour trips. County Roads, Carpinteria Summerland, Fire, and Caltrans have reviewed the project and did not have further comments about road safety, maintenance, or new traffic. In conclusion, staff recommends that the board deny the appeal, make the required findings for approval, determine that the PEIR is adequate and no additional environmental review is needed, and grant de novo approval of the project. This concludes my presentation, and staff and the applicant are available. Thanks.
Thank you. So first up is the appellant, Ms. Desinos. Could you speak into the mic, please?
So I have a couple of points of order before my time starts. First of all, can I use some of my rebuttal time to complete my presentation? It seems like other people have been able
Yes,
to do
you
that.
can. You get
Okay.
15 minutes. You can divide it up as you'd like.
Okay, good. And then also, you'll tell me when my time's up. That's how I'll know my time's up.
You'll see it right there.
Okay, because I know it
So
counts
you-
down.
Yes, it counts down, and you have 10 minutes, and then it'll start counting up again, and we'll take that from your rebuttal, which is 5 minutes.
Okay, my rebuttal is 5 minutes. Thank you. The other thing I had to ask about was I submitted my presentation by noon on Friday. I was told it was due by noon on Friday, and yet I noticed that the applicants didn't submit theirs by noon on Friday, and I was wondering why that was.
We will try to get an answer to that, and in the meantime, why don't you go forward with your presentation?
Hold on 1 second. I want to make sure I can use this. Okay. All right. Okay. Good evening, supervisors. My name is Jill Stasinos, and I am representing myself, along with approximately 400 members of Concerned Carpinterians and Save Arroyo Paradon Watershed. I'm requesting your support of our appeal to protect the environmentally sensitive habitat of the Arroyo Paradon Watershed, our environment, and our local community's quality of life. This photo shows the proximity of 3508 Creekside Blooms, Via Real, Creekside Blooms Nursery Cannabis Cultivation Project, next to the environmentally sensitive habitat of the environmentally sensitive habitat of Arroyo Paradon Creek. You can see it right there, the green area there. Yeah, you already saw it, so next slide. Okay. All right, this photo depicts Creekside Blooms, updated cannabis project map. As you were already told, the broken purple line illustrates the 100-foot esh, top of bank, and the broken turquoise line represents the 100-foot esh buffer established by the Coastal Act. The applicants would like to modify the setbacks to enable development within the 100-foot esh and 100-foot esh top of bank. They want to raise the height of 2 existing permitted non-conforming greenhouses within the 100-foot esh to 22 feet. According to the agricultural overlay requirements for setbacks, a legal non-conforming structure shall not be enlarged or expanded. This is an opportunity for the board to protect the endangered species in the Arroyo Paradon watershed by enforcing the requirements and not allowing modifications to the setbacks. Depicted are 3 photos of Arroyo Paradon watershed taken at 3508 Via Real, which borders the esh. Please note the algae in the pools. If you can see that there. Please note the algae in the pools of water, which may be a sign of fertilizer pollution. And also up here. Whoops, right there. Some of the wildlife species identified using habitats associated with Arroyo Paradon watershed are Cooper's hawk, California red-legged frog, coast range newt, steelhead trout, western pond turtle, and tidewater goby. Creekside Blooms has the largest footprint next to the Arroyo Paradons watershed of the 5 nearby cannabis projects. According to the Habitat Protection Plan done by Storer Environmental Services hired by the applicants for this project, quote, all non-conforming greenhouses and accessory structures that extend under the riparian canopy and are in the esh buffer will be removed, end quote. Yet the applicants, by requesting setback modifications, are not following their own habitat protection plan. In 2004, the Toro Canyon Community Plan and the Carpinteria Agricultural Overlay established 100-foot setbacks for Arroyo Paradons watershed. Setback modifications will change 40,400 square feet of permitted non-conforming buildings to permitted conforming buildings. Setback modifications will allow 20-foot setbacks for interior lots, resurfacing an access road, installing new chain link fence, security fencing, and replacing existing chain link security fencing with, quote, wildlife-friendly barbed wire. The 100-foot setbacks were established to protect riparian habitat. These photos were taken on May 6th of the Arroyo Paradon watershed under the Arroyo Paradon Bridge at Foothill Road. Arroyo Paradon Creek is a United States Fish and Wildlife Services designated critical habitat for the tidewater goby and the Southern California steelhead trout. When Caltrans replaced the bridge at Foothill Road, Highway 192, after the 2018 mudslide, they had to install a fish passage project. Please note the absence of algae in these pools of water, which could be used by steelhead trout to travel upstream. This beautiful creek is within walking distance of my home. Odors have been found to interfere with fish's ability to spawning grounds. Thus, it seems that cannabis odors could interfere with steelhead trout's ability to find their spawning grounds. Indirect impacts to habitat wetland functions associated with Arroyo Paradon Creek may have adverse and cumulatively significant impacts on one or more of the species that use Arroyo Paradon Creek and downstream habitats, according to David Magny, California certified consulting botanist, arborist, and approved biological consultant for Santa Barbara County on July 30th, 2021. Heavy cannabis production and odor neutralizers may promote drastic changes in riparian environments, thus negatively impacting endangered and other species. This project's odor abatement plan includes the use of EcoSorb as a backup vapor phase system in the greenhouses. The environmental effects of EcoSorb when it reacts with cannabis's BVOCs requires further study, according to Dr. Patricia Holden, PhD in soil microbiology at UCSB's Bren School. The reaction between the two could have unusual ozone-forming potential. While the ozone layer high in our atmosphere protects us from the sun, ozone at ground level is a harmful pollutant. EcoSorb's effluent degrades over time in the environment, but with continuous consistent use as contemplated here and in the surrounding density of projects, it builds up to terminal concentrations in the surrounding soil and water. There's insufficient research to understand the impact of high EcoSorb concentrations on plant, animal, and human life, not to mention on sensitive esh habitats with coastal feeding creeks. Here are some photos of the endangered species living in Arroyo Paradon watershed. Strong odors negatively impact air quality for residents and create a public nuisance. Cultivation and post-harvest cannabis operations have the potential to generate strong odors that negatively affect the surrounding community and cause a public nuisance by creating a situation where it is unavoidable for residents to breathe in malodors. Some negative health impacts on residents are difficulty breathing, worsening asthma, headaches, nausea, and interference with addiction recovery. The PEIR acknowledges that odors may not be controlled in all instances, are unavoidable, and that significant impacts from cannabis on air quality and malodors exist. This acknowledgement is why Santa Barbara County doesn't want these projects near environmentally sensitive habitats, schools, or sensitive receptors in high-density residential neighborhoods. This area photo shows the La Mirada, right over here, the La Mirada and Ocean Oaks EDRNs. Both of these EDRNs are outside of the 1,000-foot odor complaint notification area. Inability to identify the source of malodors for residential areas, especially those outside of the 1,000-foot notification area, make it difficult for county staff to enforce existing regulations. Photos of signs posted regarding notice of proposed development from Via Real Street entrance to 3508 Creekside Blooms. Please note the difficulty in reading the newly posted sign. Oops, sorry, I want to go back there. Let's go back. There we go, right there, okay. So if you notice that sign, it's very illegible from the road, and the sign behind it is also, well, it's illegible. You can't really read either one of them from the road. Also, please note the sign in the bottom right-hand corner posted at another project site that appears to be blank. So this one right here appears to be blank. The majority of the signs I see along Foothill Road and Via Real are either blank or illegible. How can the public comment on these proposed projects when they can't read the signs? According to the State Water Resources Board, wait a second. I think we should be on slide number 11. Well, I'm going to go back there. Okay. According to the State Water Resources Control Board on January 22nd, discharges of wastewater associated with Creekside Blooms cannabis cultivation activities is classified as Tier 2 high risk. Planning and Development documented 3508 Via Real's permit history that there were violations on March 20th, 2019 of unpermitted construction and on March 27th, 2019 of building without permits. P&D recommended that the permit fees should be doubled as appropriate. Santa Barbara County staff admit that they are shorthanded and don't have enough staff to enforce all the regulations. This is a photo of a large truck leaving Creekside Blooms and waiting to turn left onto Via Real. After meeting with the applicant's team on a Friday afternoon, I too attempted to make a left turn onto Via Real, but after waiting approximately 5 minutes to safely make the turn, I decided to make a right turn instead. According to the Santa Barbara County traffic study completed by Scott A. Shell, Creekside Blooms will have a net increase of 60 average daily vehicular trips compared to the average number of daily vehicular trips when it was a cut flower nursery. This increase will only exacerbate issues with turning onto Via Real from other nearby businesses, such as Seaside Gardens and Westerly Orchids. Increased traffic on Via Real, a 2-lane frontage road, will also cause an increase in road maintenance costs and an increase in traffic safety issues. The photo on the left was taken in April of 2022. The photo on the upper right-hand side was taken in December 2021, and the photo on the lower right was taken in November 2021. These photos show where Arroyo Paradon Creek goes out to the sea and demonstrates that whatever is put in the water has a direct impact on the beach at Padaro Lane, the ocean, and our environment. Setback modifications within the ESH do not protect Arroyo Paradon watershed and are inconsistent with the spirit of the Toro Canyon Community Plan, the Carpinteria Agricultural Overlay, and Coastal Land Use Plan. Heavy cannabis production and odor neutralizers may promote drastic changes in riparian environments and air quality. Cannabis operations often generate strong odors that negatively impact the surrounding community, including Arroyo Paradon watershed, and cause a public nuisance. Lack of enforcement of regulations creates an increase in violations. Increase in traffic results in more necessary road maintenance and safety concerns. Please protect the Arroyo Paradon watershed's ESH and the health, well-being, and quality of life of all the residents living in Carpinteria by voting in favor of our appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. So you have 3 minutes for rebuttal. And in answer to your question, our guidelines do say that submittals by parties to an appeal should be noon on Monday, but the board has discretion to allow them into the record, and we did in fact vote this into the record if it's submitted by noon on Friday, so.
I just missed a day of work though and stayed up really late to get it in because I had a little more than 24 hours to get this PowerPoint slide presentation done for you today.
Thank you. So now the applicant.
Hello again, Madam Chair, Supervisors, and County staff. My name is Yvonne Van Wingerden. Thank you. One of the owners of this particular property and the applicant. Thank you for the opportunity to present our Creekside project before you today. We have been working on this land use process for 3.5 years and have combed over all the details to bring this property into compliance. This project consists of 2 separate greenhouses and a packing house structure in the middle. With me today is Mike Palmer, our partner and board member, Philip Green, our president, Whitney Colley, our vice president of compliance, Amanda Clark, our compliance manager, Jay Higgins, our land use advisor, Jessica Peak, the project biologist of Store Environmental, Peter Candy, land use counsel with Hollister and Brace, and my father, Ed Van Wingerden, and my uncle, Winfred Van Wingerden as well. A quick history on this site. The first greenhouse and portion of the packing house were originally entitled in 1973, and the second phase of greenhouses were permitted and constructed in 1982. We leased it and then purchased this property from one of my uncles and started the land use process in 2018 after the county ordinance was finalized. On March 2nd, this project came before the Planning Commission recently and received unanimous approval. The structural and impermeable footprint of this property has remained virtually unchanged since 1982. Before there was an established ESH buffer, however, given the more rigorous zoning standards of today, some of the infrastructure needs to be removed to conform with today's standards. All of the unpermitted buildings, concrete, and ancillary structures within today's 100-foot ESH buffer from Arroyo Paradon Creek are scheduled to be removed. We are seeking to permit the as-built work within the packing house, the irrigation room, and the water tanks, all outside of this buffer. This is all critical infrastructure that is needed in order for the property to function. So this is the site plan for the project. I believe it's the same slide shown in the previous presentation. So all of the area in white represents the area that will remain, and the hatch sections show the structures scheduled to be demoed. None of the unpermitted 40-year-old structures that are on the north side of the blue dashed line will remain. Within the 100-foot ESH buffer, there will only be permitted structures. The buffer tank on the north side of the project will be located to the south. So here you can see the proposed footprint of the project overlaid on Google Earth. We are removing historical buildings and replacing them with a comprehensive native plant restoration that Jessica Peak will explain in greater detail. Removing these structures, relocating critical equipment, and improving the watershed all come at an exceedingly high cost to us to bring this legacy agriculture property into the land use requirements of today. I'll now hand over the microphone to Philip Green to talk about the odor abatement plan.
I'll try to keep this on the shorter side since most of us are pretty familiar with our odor abatement proposals from the last project. Creekside Blooms Nursery consists of 2 greenhouses and a packing house in the center. The packing house or processing building will be used primarily for product storage, quality assurance, and packaging. We'll bolster our current carbon scrubber system with carbon filtration on all HVAC exhausts, as well as tighten up the total leak area of the building by using vapor barriers, sealing around wall penetrations, and strict adherence to best management practices. Shown here is our site plan overlaid with red dots representing the proposed location of greenhouse carbon scrubbers. We will be installing 40 scrubbers into Creekside Nursery Greenhouse well before the issuance of business licenses. After initial installation and testing, we'll continually evaluate the performance of the scrubbers based upon internal odor monitoring, any complaints, and scientific follow-up testing about a month after initial commissioning, as well as during our first harvest period after issuance of the business license. The science supports that reduction of the odor load within the greenhouse will dramatically and perceptibly decrease the odor impacts in the surrounding neighborhoods. In early 2020, we were introduced to a group out of Holland that had a proposed prototype carbon scrubber that was specifically designed for the greenhouse environment. It utilizes cutting-edge filtration concepts and promised increased longevity of the carbon life. We decided to move forward with the construction of a small number of these prototypes to conduct a small-scale test in this greenhouse that we're speaking about today. The prototype scrubbers were delivered in early 2021 and deployed for testing. Working with SES engineers, efficacy testing was conducted over the course of several months, and the initial tests within the greenhouse demonstrated between 81 and 87% odor reduction within the greenhouse overall, and single-pass odor reduction through a scrubber of 96%. These extremely encouraging results prompted us to work with the supplier to further develop the scrubbers into a smaller form factor that would better work for our style of greenhouses here in Carpinteria. We quickly followed the small-scale testing program with an order of sufficient scrubbers to outfit all of our currently operating greenhouses in Carpinteria with 10 scrubbers per acre and are in the process of installing them throughout our greenhouses. I'm confident that we are on the right path and as an industry and a community to see drastic odor improvement in the coming months and year as more and more of these farms adopt and implement new technology, like the one that we have selected to control our odor. The agreement with the coalition that we previously discussed, our odor abatement plan, and the community guidelines further strengthen the requirements of the cannabis ordinance to ensure that we are held to the commitments we're making before you today. Thank you again for allowing us the time to explain how we got where we are, and I'll turn it over to Jessica Peak from Store Environmental.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Jessica Peak. I work with Store Environmental Services, and I'm the project biologist. We joined the project team in 2019, conducted all of our biological surveys in 2019 and 2020. As you know, the project site has historically been in agricultural production and is developed with various permitted greenhouses and infrastructure. Along the northern boundary, Arroyo Paradon Creek is present, which is designated environmentally sensitive habitat by the county. However, the project site is isolated from the creek, and all activities are currently, and proposed activities are are beyond the top of bank. So a little bit details on the Arroyo Paradon Creek. As mentioned, it is designated critical habitat for Southern California steelhead and tidewater goby. There's been one contemporary, so post-1980, documented occurrence of steelhead in Arroyo Paradon Creek, and that was prior to 2002. Tidewater goby has also been documented south of the project site, closer to Carpinteria Marsh, and that was in 2001. The channel itself and the vegetation on the banks is regularly managed and maintained by the Flood Control District, and this directly affects the plant species present and the suitability of the habitat for the special status species that have been listed in this presentation and previous presentation. The canopy is comprised of primarily western sycamore, royal willows, and a few coast live oaks. Due to various activities in the creek, the understory vegetation is degraded and mostly dominated by invasive plant species. There are no direct impacts to the riparian habitat along the creek from the project, currently or proposed, and there are no impacts to wildlife movement within the creek corridor or to water quality from the project. As part of the project, native habitat restoration is proposed. There'll be 43,640 square feet of demolition, and so no unpermitted structures or concrete or infrastructure will remain within the 100-foot ash buffer. In addition, they'll relocate portion of the permitted road away from the creek to facilitate installation of the native habitat restoration project. Approximately 1.25 acres of native habitat restoration and native landscaping are proposed. All of the plant material will be locally sourced and appropriate for the habitat. In addition, wildlife will have access to the largest portion of the restoration area, effectively expanding the wildlife corridor and the riparian corridor of the creek. And as mentioned, the site was walked with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife along with county staff in January, and they showed a lot of support for the restoration project. Here's a depiction of the restoration plan. As you can see, the northwest corner is the largest portion of the planting, and that's where wildlife will have access to that restoration area. The remainder of the northern boundary of the site will also be planted with native landscaping, and that'll be in areas where things are demolished, concrete's taken out, and along the permitted greenhouses. And then this final slide just shows some examples of the plant palette that will be used: sycamores, oaks, native riparian shrubs, and a few butterfly species as well. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the biological resources. I think that's it. Thank you.
I did have a question.
Okay.
The vapor phase is a backup odor control technology. Do we know anything about the impacts of that on wildlife, especially water-dependent wildlife?
So I'll start by saying I'm not, my expertise is not fisheries. However, looking at the various species that use the creek, I don't know that there's enough data to infer whether or not the cannabis odors would have an effect on the fish species mentioned. I don't doubt that they use olfactory senses and environmental cues to navigate, but the research is just not comprehensive enough to really determine either way how that would affect the species, or how much they use olfactory neurons, or how much they're using environmental cues. I just don't think that that's available to speak to.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, how much public comment do we have?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have 11 requests to speak on this. item.
11. 2 minutes each then. And Supervisor Williams?
I will be listening to public comment and participating in discussion via phone. So just, you won't see me, but I'll be here.
And Chair Hartman, members of the board, I am seeing a member of the public who signed up for public comment on D6 raising her hand, and perhaps she can call my office to clarify if she's requesting to speak on this item. That phone number is area code 805-568-2240. Again, that number is 805-568-2240, if you can clarify if you're speaking.
And would she be 12 or is she part of the 11?
She would be number 12.
Okay, so with that, we close public comment, 2 minutes each.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, we will begin on Zoom with Lorraine McIntyre, to be followed by Dustin Hoyseth. Lorraine?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lorraine McIntyre, and I'm a resident of Carpinteria. And I just wanted to say that you guys have an easy job of approving this development. I mean, they are already a greenhouse farming is long established in the industry, and these are already pre-existing greenhouses. And they're only asking for a crop change. Changing to the cannabis crop comes with new farming rules that will lead to improvements, as you discussed in the previous applicant's denial, where you all commented on how much time and money they invested in improving the odor control. So I urge you to deny the appellate and approve this excellent project. Thank you.
My apologies, we lost our timer, so I'm going to go old school into the room timer. We are remaining on Zoom with Dustin Hoyseth, to be followed by Rod Calido. Dustin?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Hi, Chair Hartman and members of the board. Thank you for your time today. I'll keep this short as this project speaks for itself. My name is Dustin Hoyseth with Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, from Goleta to Carpinteria. The Chamber would like to express our support today for the Creekside project and ask that you please deny the appeal and approve this project. Creekside has repeatedly demonstrated that they are both good neighbors and responsible farmers, with their continued and impressive efforts to control cannabis odors and advance odor control technology. The Creekside team is invested in the community and will continue to raise the bar regarding what it means to be thoughtful cannabis farmers, even beyond the scope of this project. The merit of this project is further demonstrated by continued recommendation of approval from county staff, as well as a unanimous decision from the Planning Commission. Creekside has repeatedly gone above and beyond to satisfy state and local standards, and denial of this project would set a worrying precedent. Cannabis is a successful and growing piece of our local economy, generating millions in tax dollars and employing thousands within our region. Farms like Creekside set a great example for current and future farms in the county. This level of compliance and care should be welcomed and encouraged. Please show your support for responsible cannabis farming and deny this appeal. Thank you again for your time.
We will now go to Rod Colito to be followed by Liz Rogan. Rod?
Yes, I have no comment. I didn't request to speak, so I'm not sure how my name got on there.
Thank you.
We will now go to Liz Rogan to be followed by Peter Dugray. Liz?
Good evening, Supervisor and Board. Thank you again. This is Liz Rogan here. My background is in biology and botany, and I want to commend the biologists on this project because carefully watching both of these presentations, and I also commend the appellant on her research and stuff, but I really do believe that the best for the wildlife corridor is going to be denying the appeal. So I'm asking you to deny it and please approve this excellent project. But also Creekside Farm is not in a residential area. It's surrounded by agriculture. Historically, that's been happening. And the farmers at Creekside are community stakeholders who are highly involved in the betterment of the Carpinteria Valley and the community of Carpinteria. I mean, we've seen this with all of the constant things they step up, from the school to so many other things. I've personally had a lot of educational events held at the Veterans Memorial Center in Santa Barbara for other patient groups, and they've always been supportive of that also. And so this is a pre-existing greenhouse just asking for a crop change, as you know. So I'd ask you to deny this appeal. And thank you. This is Liz Rogan.
We will now go to Peter DeGray to be followed by Grant Cox. Peter?
Good evening now, Chair Hartman, honorable supervisors. Super quickly, still here in support of this project with carp growers, the cannabis farmers group in Carpinteria. We pride ourselves on being standard bearers for the industry. I don't think there's any doubt when you take a legacy ag property that was past its prime and you're updating it based on new aggressive county rules, as well as listening to neighbors. I don't think there's any doubt that it's a great project, and that is in fact a huge environmental improvement along Arroyo Paradon Creek. So please do deny the appeal this evening and acknowledge that this project meets and exceeds all standards. Thank you very much for supporting agriculture in Carpinteria Valley.
We will now go to Grant Cox to be followed by Maureen Foley. Grant?
Hello all again. Thank you so much for all you do. What a great day, long day. Again, I just keep it simple because you heard my words last event, but please deny this appeal. It does not add up. It does not make sense with all the efforts all these growers have put in regarding what our community, our environment wants. And it's only going to be better in the end when it comes to where it was back in the cut flower days. Thanks again. I appreciate all y'all do, and have a wonderful evening.
We will now go to Maureen Foley to be followed by Tina Frontato. Maureen? Maureen,
Hello?
we can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay, I just have a quick point of order before my time starts. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I submitted a letter to David Villalobos, and that was not on Sunday, May 23rd. I'm just wondering why that wasn't included in the record.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, this is Jacqueline Alexander, clerk of the board. And Maureen, that is the clerk for the Planning Commission, so I would assume that could be why it could be held up on his end and not forwarded to us. That is, there are instructions on page 2 of the agenda of where to submit public comment for the Board of Supervisors. You can
Okay.
please proceed with public comment. Thank you.
Okay. So, I don't even know where to begin. Supervisor Hartman, I'd actually like to start with you. We met briefly on an airplane about 2 months ago. You commented and complimented my daughter, who's an elementary school student, on her extreme reading abilities. And I want to start there because I had the chance to speak to you about the problems we were having with cannabis smells in Carpinteria, and to relay to you directly the fact that we'd had to move away from our home. So this is a project that directly affects us. It affects the creek. I've become a creek activist, partially as a result of the concentration of these farms right by the creek. And I think your point and the biologist's point are the very heart of the matter, which is there is no data showing that these industrial pollutants being spewed by these air systems are safe. Now, there are no data showing that it's not safe, but I think that we, in the birthplace of the Earth movement here in Santa Barbara County, shouldn't have to relearn the hard lesson that materials dumped into the ocean are going to have a deleterious effect on wildlife, right? You can already see the algae bloom. That's that algae that's pooling in the pools down by Arroyo Paradon at the far end of the creek by the lagoon. That is from overproduction or dumping of nitrate fertilizers into the creeks, and that's what causes that. That's already happening from the cut flower industry and from the cannabis producers. So what's going into the water and what's going into the air, we know will have an effect on the plant and wildlife. I myself am a human animal. I've been forced to leave my habitat, my home. I'm sure I'm not the only animal in this habitat that's having negative effects from this mono smell and from what's being dumped into the water. So cannabis has runoff. And Ms. Stasinos also pointed out that the Central Coast Water Board has already pointed out that this is designated a high-risk discharger. They're being charged, they have to pay $8,000 a year.
I'm sorry, that is your time. You don't have
Okay.
a clock on the computer,
No,
but
I don't. Okay. Anyways, thank you so much for your time, and Ms. Hartman especially. I hope that you will see sense and support this appeal.
I just want you to know that your letter was part of our group 2 of public comment, so it is on the record.
And Chair Hartman, members of the board, we will now remain on Zoom for Tina Furtado, and then we will return to the Santa Barbara hearing room for Anna Carrillo. Tina?
Hi again. Thank you again for allowing me to express my support for this project and encourage you all to deny this appeal. Again, I've lived in Carpinteria all my life. In fact, my parents helped to incorporate the city way back then, and my father-in-law was the first chief of police. I've seen lots of growth and lots of changes in these past 60 years. I live at 3678 Foothill Road in Carpinteria. I am truly one of the very few in our community who live next to cannabis farms, and I happily do. I've lived side by side with ag for decades. From avocado farming to lemon farming to cut flower farming and now cannabis farming. And without question, cannabis farming has debuted as the gentlest, most environmentally friendly farming crop to date. The dramatic decrease in traffic alone is a huge win. But add to that the use of insect technology instead of toxic pesticides, the unprecedented increase in our property values, the beautification of dilapidated greenhouses, a true living wage for those 1,000+ employees of this new crop have all resulted in significant increase in our quality of life. I've been a champion of this new industry since learning firsthand about this plant's intensive medicinal benefits and the stellar environmental farming practices. It's ridiculous the crusade by the anti-cannabis folks. None of the fear-mongering they first professed years ago ever came to fruition. In fact, we all know now those indicators ticked in the opposite direction. Carp now enjoys one of the lowest crime rates in all of California. Our property values are off the charts. Traffic significantly has decreased, not increased. Use of chemical pesticides by all farms has decreased dramatically. Tourism is at its highest rate our community has ever seen. And now those same anti-cannabis folks are preparing to appeal our first local dispensary. So we know now it's not about the farming of cannabis or its odor. They don't like cannabis,
And that
period.
is your time. Thank you.
And we will now return to Santa Barbara for Anna Carrillo, who is our final speaker on this item. Anna?
Hello again. I'm speaking on this time for the Carpinteria Valley Association. The Carpinteria Valley Association is a local environmental group that has been protecting the Carpinteria Valley since 1964, and as such is interested in preserving Arroyo Paredon Creek and its watershed. We urge the Board of Supervisors to uphold the appeal before you. The CVA is concerned about the modification being proposed for almost an acre of greenhouses to be permitted that will still exist in the 100-foot esh established by both the Toro Canyon Plan and the Carp Ag Overlay in 2004. The operator's request for keeping this amount of greenhouses in the 100-foot esh is that these two greenhouses had been permitted originally in 73 and 80 in the 50-foot esh, but even with that requirement, 3508 does have buildings closer to the creek than the required 50-foot setback. Additionally, a non-permitted greenhouse and other non-permitted accessory buildings, water tanks were also built. So even after the proposed removals, the two greenhouses remaining are still going to be non-conforming. With non-conforming status, they can't be expanded or enlarged. The operator wants to expand and enlarge the two greenhouses by raising the roofs 5 feet. Rules are made to be followed, especially in protecting riparian habitats and endangered species. The proposed project includes a request for a setback modification for a reduction of the 100-foot to increase the height, which then creates an expansion. Since there will be removal of structures within the 50-foot setback, the operator should be required to remove parts of the greenhouses that will still be in the 100-foot setback. The Coastal Land Use Plan, the Toro Canyon Community Plan, and Article 2 require that biological resources and esh be avoided, protected, and enhanced. In 2004, both the Toro Canyon Community Plan and the Carp Ag Overlay required the 100-foot setback, though they are a little different. You saw the different colored lines. I'll leave it there.
Thank you.
Everybody's tired. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, Ms. Dacinos, we're back to you. 3 minutes.
Okay, I think it's important to require the applicants to write into their odor abatement plan the use of the best available odor reduction technology, and to require the applicants to include La Mirada and Ocean Oaks EDRNs in their odor complaint notifications. It is essential that the applicants adhere to the Toro Canyon Community Plan and the Carpinteria Agricultural Overlay by removing parts of the non-conforming permitted structures built within the 100-foot ESH environmentally sensitive habitat setbacks. The applicants were required to move parts of the permitted structures by the Carpinteria Summerlin Fire Department. So it makes sense that the applicants could further remove parts of the structures that remain within the 100 ESH buffer without necessitating any setback modifications. It is difficult to comprehend why setback modifications from Arroyo Paredon's environmentally sensitive habitat are even being considered when the majority of your constituents are required to follow building code rules and regulations. Please don't make the applicant's monetary gains the ultimate deciding factor in whether or not to approve the requested project setback modifications. Please do approve and protect Arroyo Paredon's watershed and the quality of life of all the residents living in Carpinteria by supporting our appeal. Until the environment is more valued than gold, we will never rest. Thank you.
And now who will be speaking next for the applicant? Mr. Van Wingerden?
Jay Higgins will be calling.
Jay again. Okay. Mr. Higgins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to Zoom in. A couple things, I'll go quick. It's hard not to hear those comments and not feel like it's no good deed goes unpunished. We are removing permitted greenhouse to conform to a building code interpretation by the chief building official that came out about 18 months ago for better fire protection. And that has to do with separation between neighboring buildings. There happens to be a building built east of this parcel, basically right on the property line. And we have to accommodate that. And we will be removing greenhouses for that purpose to improve fire safety. The modification, and I want to take a minute to thank Gwen, Miss Baylor, because she has a really good way of I guess having a productive argument, because we didn't really think that we would need a modification to a setback if we were just increasing the height of a building that was already built and permitted. So to strap a modification on it didn't seem right, but she convinced me it was the right thing to do. And the Planning Commission is allowed in your development code. They can approve that, and they did unanimously. And I think it's because we're not, it technically is an expansion, but it's not an increase in floor area. So we're increasing volume of the building, but we're not encroaching further towards the creek with development. And for that reason, there's no biological impacts associated with that. Even the construction happens from almost entirely within the building to increase the roof height. So without any evidence that there's the potential for that part of the project to be a biological impact, I don't know why you wouldn't approve that. It does help humidity controls to have more volume in the building. And of course, that part of the project was reviewed by SBAR. We did story polls, and there really is no visual impact because of the way the property is situated with heavy vegetation. It's an interior lot, and it's also got heavy vegetation intervening between the parcel and the freeway and the public road. So anyway, those are my comments, and I think Yvonne wanted to add a couple.
Just a couple comments that came up regarding the nitrification of water in the creek. We recycle and reuse all of our agricultural tailwater. So we have raised hydroponic growing beds. And so when we irrigate, all of the tailwater that drains through the plant is collected through miles and miles of gutters. Gravity flows, and then we reuse it back into our irrigation water. So it's effectively a closed loop system. It cuts our water use by 40%, our fertilizer use by 40%, and zero of that water discharges off the property. The only water that leaves our property is stormwater. So it's truly the cleanest form of agriculture. There's no agricultural water runoff from the property.
Thank you. And so that concludes your rebuttal time. Am I correct? All right. Back to Ms. Baylor. Is there anything you've heard that you would like to respond to?
Madam Chair, members of the board, nothing that I'd like to respond to, but I'm available for questions if you have any.
And I did have a question. Could you describe, I think Ms. Dostinos asked whether best available control technology could be required in the odor abatement plan. Could you discuss that?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board. So the odor abatement plan does currently acknowledge that they are using the best available control technology, and it includes a comprehensive tiered response and adaptive management response in the event that odor complaints are continued. And that response includes a best available control technology analysis. So they are required to include that as part of their project.
And she also had a request about notice to 2 EDRNs. Could you describe the current notice requirements?
Absolutely. So the noticing requirement includes properties within 1,000 feet of the property line. Noticing to the EDRNs is not required. I do want to acknowledge that the odor abatement plan meets all of the Article 2 requirements for noticing and for community outreach.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. And actually, you stole my questions, but I did have one other additional question. On my site visit, I think it's important for anybody that was out there to walk along the bank, because there's a topography thing here, right? I mean, can you speak to that for a minute? Because I think that that's something that's really important to understand, because you would think when something's on a creek that it might drain right to a creek, but I think topography that the greenhouses actually are located significantly lower than the edge of the creek. Because I didn't overly examine it, but could you speak to how the topography is in that setback area?
Supervisor Nelson, members of the board, I think that the bottom line is that the topography and the demolition of the as-built development have been reviewed by all of these various resource agencies, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the State Water Board. There haven't been concerns about runoff into the creek by those agencies. I am not an expert in the topography, but I can agree with you that on my site visits, I've seen that I think common sense just kind of tells that there's not going to be runoff into the creek. But I do invite the biologist who's here today to speak to that more if you'd like additional information.
Yeah, that'd be helpful if she doesn't mind for a moment, because I think the 100-foot setback, I think we're thinking, two-dimensional, but this is, multi-dimensional here, where it's a big drop off from the creek, edge of creek down to where the greenhouses are. So
You are correct. The greenhouses are lower in topography than the edge of the top of bank of the creek. And as Yvonne mentioned, all of the water usage is contained within the infrastructure and reused. So it's the stormwater runoff is the only discharge into the creek. And that is also regulated pretty heavily by the Regional Board and California Department of Fish and Wildlife. So there's no additional input into the system. So there are culverts that lead from the site to the creek, but those are existing infrastructure.
Okay, that helps me understand what was going on there with that. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more lights, it's board deliberations. I know that Supervisor Williams is on the phone and has been listening this entire time. Supervisor Williams, did you want to start off?
And Chair Hartman, members of the board, we have unmuted him, and Supervisor Williams, you may just need to press *6 on your end to unmute yourself. There you go.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline, and Madam Chair. I first of all, I just want to tell folks I've been listening, and I'm sitting right now out in front of Girls Inc. Carpinteria to go speak when our hearing is done. I appreciate the concern shown by the appellant and members of the community for the health of the creek. I value creek health and water quality as an utmost value, but restorations make the difference. This is an area of the creek that desperately needs a restoration project, and this project will bring that restoration forward. And no project will mean no restoration. So I think this, the basic argument is, to me, is that if we do care about creek health, that projects like this that can restore the creek up the watershed is a piece of improving the health of Arroyo Paradon. And I also am impressed by the odor control. The issues brought up about the questions about EcoSorb will be reduced by approval of this project, I believe, and am ready to make the motion to deny the appeal, approve staff recommendations, and the approval of the Planning Commission.
Supervisor Lavanino?
I can second that. Can I make a comment too? Yeah, I just wanted to say that a lot of times I come across maybe as a little harsh on folks that bring appeals, but you raised some very valid, reasonable environmental concerns, and instead of coming here as somebody that just didn't want it because, you know, as a neighbor, it was something you didn't want, I felt more that you, at least in your mind, trying to defend the creek. And so for me, it was a legitimate appeal. I think it was time well spent. But I think that the questions you asked were answered in detail by either our staff or the applicant. And I think I honestly, I had heard that before about, I remember seeing it years ago as far as the reclamation of the water. But that was also enlightening as well too. So, so for once, I mean, I still don't think you brought it to the level where I would be able to support your appeal, but I can honestly say I thought, you know, you did a really good job and you had some salient points. So.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, I want to piggyback on that. Thank you, Chair Hartman. Ms. Stasinos, again, what I wrote down was civil, well thought out, and compelling. I do think the next one up was the applicant, and they, you know, described how the project was going to improve it, and I think that satisfied my concerns that you approached here. But again, I want to thank you for your approach to this appeal. It has not made it easy, but I do think the concerns are being met by this project. Again, I think I didn't actually go into this greenhouse. I just walked along the creek, and I think that topography does matter, you know, because you know it's more than 100 feet. I mean, it really, you know, you follow the line there, it's probably quite a bit more when you have to go up and over the bank to the creek. And I do think that this applicant is going to make the situation out there better than if we just have the status quo. And so I think that's for that reason, as well as I think it's consistent with our code. I'm going to also support the motion.
Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues, and I appreciate the appellant's well-researched, and even though she said she put it together in 24 hours, very well done presentation and raising some serious important issues. But I do think the applicant has a great team that has addressed those issues, and I'll be voting for the application.
And I agree with my colleagues, but thank you very much for, again, the reasoned and very civil appeal. I would like to confirm that Supervisor Williams, it was staff recommendations A through D?
That's right.
And the second? Okay, and Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Hart?
Aye.
And Chair Hartman?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
And with that, we're adjourned to Tuesday, May 31st, 2022, for a special meeting of the Board of Supervisors here in Santa Barbara to hear the ambulance service contract policy resolution and ambulance services update continued from our May 10th, 2022 meeting.